So the session marathon of auditing assurance, right? We're going to discuss how to improve our preparation for exams. Another 1 or 2 weeks, right? So the primary motivation or primary factor behind this marathon is not teaching theory, not teaching theory, because I assume like you guys already studied, be prepared, right? And now you are practicing questions. So the primary motivation here that we want to bring is speed up that process. So why students fail in audit paper or why the pass rate is very low? Two reasons. One is what to write and how to write. Those are very important factors. Students know the answer, but to what extent that you should write? That is question number one. Question number two is how to write. If you know these two, it's very easy to pass. If you know these two, it's very easy to pass. And also examiner giving you questions in the form of case studies. Examiner give questions in the form of case studies. Therefore, examiner is expecting a verb called why. This is we call technically professional skepticism and also professional judgment. These two things are important for you when you are writing answers. But most of our students, they write answers what? Because they assume it's a theory. If someone who studied this subject in the form of theory and you by heart everything and you studied all these things as per in the study text or material and you by heart everything, right? Definitely you will fail. No doubt about it. Reason, this is not the way to prepare for the exams. This is not the way to prepare for exams. When you are preparing, you should know why. For that, you should develop professional skepticism and professional judgment. Keep that in your mind. Therefore, some students might ask questions. Sir, I'm really good in theory. I'm really good in theory subjects. Is it okay if I start audit soon after my foundation? I said, who said audit is a theory subject? No, audit is a subject that you should apply your judgments to the case study. To do that, you should develop a competency. So those who have this competency can pass this paper easily. This competency, I can say, it comes from formal learning and informal learning. Formal learning and informal learning. That's why when students have audit firm experience, I feel very comfortable to work with them. Reason, they have a lot of informal learning. In the workplace, they have some exposure. But formal learning, again, if you apply what type, it won't work. You should apply Y type. Then it will work. This Y type is always, I'm telling, spend time with questions. Be prepared for case studies. It's like rather than teaching, I can say it's coaching. Like learning driving, swimming, right? We can teach how to swim, but you should know and you should practice all the instances, right? Because if everything is smooth, no problem at all. But life is not smooth always. Case studies also like that. Some case studies are very simple. Some case studies are very straightforward. Some case study facts are visible for everyone, anyone. Then the question is not that difficult for you. But certain time the case study is highly complex. Case study is highly complex. Case study includes so many invisible facts. Case study includes so many invisible facts. In that case, you should be smart enough to apply your judgment and skepticism mindset to extract that case examples and develop your answers. For that, practice matters. For that, practice matters. Is that clear? So, when I'm talking about your syllabus, right, I can divide your syllabus into two. One is external audit. 95% of your syllabus is external audit. 5% of your syllabus is internal. 5% of your syllabus is internal audit. So if I take external audit, your examiner develop this particular curriculum in 3 ways. One is planning. How are you going to plan external audit? Second one is performing. How are you going to perform external audit? Fourth one is reporting. How are we going to reporting external? There are 3 stages. First one is planning. Second one is performing. Third one is reporting. These are the 3 stages of external audit that covers in your syllabus. Right? You can use Kaplan study text. You can use BPP study text. You can use Study Hub. Right? But entire syllabus covers the 3 portions only. So I'm moving to Kaplan's order, but anyway, the similarities you can find in what? Study Hub also, right? So if you take planning, it deals with assurance engagement, it deals with rules and regulation, it deals with external, I can say ethics, it deals with corporate governance. Number 5, planning. Number 6 is risk. All these topics comes under what? Planning. All these topics comes under planning. So examiner want to test certain area of students' knowledge, how students effectively plan audit. Then sorry. Okay, Indian students. Sorry. Fine. Let's see like this. A good auditor should know how to plan audit. A good auditor should know how to perform audit. A good auditor should know how to report audit. Those are the 3 stages of audit. So if I look at external audit, the planning is one of the important factor examiner prioritized. So when we are talking about your final exam, examiner out of 100% marks, 30 to 40% marks examiner allocated to this area. Maximum, I'm talking about exams perspective, right? In my class, for each and every chapter, I'll give examinable questions. I'll give you, okay, how much it is tested, whether it is theory or case study, all those things, the detailed breakdown is given to you all. That is in the theory class. I'm not going to repeat that in here. Now I'm telling, in terms of total 100 marks, 40% solid marks goes to plan. So when students are good in planning, 40% of marks that you can see, easily you can score. I'll tell you. This include ethical threats, ethical issues. Normally section A, 10 marks, a case study related to ethics. Or section B, again 10 marks to 15 marks. The verb is ethical threat or the verb is ethical risk or issues. Now you know how to differentiate ethical threat and ethical issues. Anyway, I'll explain in a while. Okay. So my expectation is that all of you all who prepared for final exams, you are comfortable with these verbs. What is mean by ethical threat? What is mean by ethical issues? Or I can say ethical risk. How many marks? Section A means 10 marks. Section B means 10 to 15 marks. That comes on the planning stage. And you should know how to prepare for this. Because you should practice all the ethics questions. And you should prepare a case study list. And those case study examples are repeatedly tested in the past papers. The good thing is in audit, the question is also predetermined. The case is also already tested in the exams. 90% of your case examples are repeatedly tested. Therefore, if you practice ethics related question, 2 verbs you should prioritize, ethical threat and ethical risk. So let's say last 5 to 10 years past papers, you practice these 2 verbs and you prepare a schedule, a list of all these case study examples. Easily you can score 10 to 15 marks. That comes under planning. 10 to 15 marks. Second, audit risk. Another verb is risk of material misstatement. 20 marks confirm. 20 marks confirm. I'm talking about planning. So when you are preparing for final exam, entire syllabus, you can use Study Hub, no problem. You can use Kaplan, no problem. You can use BPP, no problem. Divide your syllabus into planning, performing, and reporting. Planning stage is mandatory. And let's say third question can be anything. It can be corporate governance, optional. First two is mandatory. These two are mandatory. Definitely you will get question. If you didn't get questions, either ethics or audit risk, if those two questions are not there, you are doing a wrong paper. Those questions are not there, you are doing a wrong paper. Corporate governance, that is optional. Number 4, any ISA can be tested. That comes under planning. Any ISA can be tested, that comes under planning. Right? You might study audit planning. What are the ISAs? ISA 300, audit planning. ISA 315, understanding the business entity. ISA 320, materiality and performance materiality. ISA 240, fraud and error. ISA 250, compliance. ISA 230, documentation. ISA 330, interim audit and final audit. All these standards comes under planning stage. All these standards comes under planning stage. Let's take first ISA 300, planning and risk assessment. It speaks about audit strategy document. It speaks about audit program. ISA 315, understanding the business entity. KOB, knowledge of the business. To do risk assessment, you should know about the business. ISA 320, materiality. What is materiality? Performance materiality. Materiality decided by nature. Materiality is decided by amount. If it is the revenue, 0.5% to 1%. If it is a total asset, 1% to 2%. If it is PBT, 5% to 10%. All these things are explained by the standard ISA 320. That is comes under the materiality. Materiality you studied along with audit risk. Audit risk and materiality. Inherent risk, control risk, detection risk. What is inherent risk? What is control risk? What is detection risk? Under detection risk, sampling risk and non-sampling risk. All these things are discussed under ISA 315 and ISA 320. Both comes under audit risk. ISA 240 speaks about fraud and error. ISA 240 speaks about fraud and error. What is fraud? Fraud is an intentional misstatement. Management responsibility over fraud. Auditor's responsibility over fraud. What is fraud? Misappropriation of asset and also fraudulent financial reporting. Audit procedures over suspected fraud. Audit procedures over confirmed fraud. And reporting fraud. How are you going to report that fraud? All these things are discussed by ISA 240. ISA 250. What is compliance? Direct law, indirect law. Non-compliance indicators. Management responsibility, auditor's responsibility, audit procedures to ensure compliance, reporting non-compliance to relevant party. That is discussed by ISA 250. ISA 230, audit documentation. What is documentation? Benefits of audit documentation, current file and permanent file, working paper, elements of working paper, and custody of the working paper. All these things comes under audit documentation, ISA 230. ISA 330, what is interim audit? What is final audit? What is the difference between interim and final audit? What are the procedures we perform interim audit? What are the procedures we perform at final audit? How interim audit can support final audit? All these things comes under ISA 330. So all these standards together, it comes under the planning stage. All these standards together, it comes under the planning stage. I'm telling you, at the planning stage, examiner can test 40 marks. Examiner can test 40 marks. If you are prioritizing, prioritize the standards, audit risk, ethics. Easily you can score 40. Easily you can score 40. Students understood what I said? So far what I said understood? Don't expect me to teach everything from the beginning, right? Because since it's a marathon, and if I'm starting from the beginning, right, it's a 100-hour session. I can't teach everything at once. I'm summarizing everything, assuming that you studied everything. Is that clear, students? Is that clear? Students understood what I said? Are you comfortable? Reply, important. Students, are you comfortable? Right, copy this first. Copy this first. Today, first I'll tell you how you should prepare for exams. I just recall everything. And I'll tell you how examinable questions look like. And major questions we can discuss in detail. Okay. And directly I'll go to past papers. I'll discuss some questions. I'll teach you how to write answers. That is our objective. Quickly copy this point. Now let's move to performing stage. If I'm talking about performing stage, students, right? Again, it's include number 7. It's include test of control, internal control and test of control. Number 8, substantive procedures. Number 8, substantive procedures. Number 9, audit evidence. Number 9, audit evidence. Under audit evidence, students, you guys might study ISA 500 audit evidence, sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, and ISA 600 auditor's expert, ISA 402 service organization, ISA 620 relying the work of internal audit, and ISA 530 sample, and ISA 580 written representation, and ISA 505 confirmation. All these standards comes under evidence. And these areas, when it comes to planning area, I said 40 marks. When it comes to performing area, students, another 40 to 50 marks confirm. Test of control, 15 marks. Section B, question number 1, confirm. Otherwise, they might give auditors as question number 1 and question number 2. How many marks? 15 marks. Let's confirm. 13 to 15. Substantive procedure, this time I am expecting minimum 20 marks. I am expecting. Total 35. Any ISAs can be tested along with that. Total 40 to 50 marks. Total 42. So examiner can test 40% from planning, 40 to 50% from performance, balance from reporting. If I take reporting include completion and review. What are the standards? ISA 560 subsequent event, ISA 570 going concern, ISA 580 written representation, ISA 450 overall review and misstatements, ISA 700 audit report, ISA 705 key audit matter paragraph, ISA 710 other information. All these standards can be tested, plus opinion, audit opinion. Altogether, this can be tested 15 to 20 marks. This can be tested 15 to 20. I'm telling you, there is a high chance completion and opinion can be tested in section A also, section B also. So be prepared for that. There is a high chance section A also it can be tested. Section A also it can be tested. Simply I am telling you, this is how your paper look like this time. This is how your paper look like this time. Therefore, when you are preparing for your exams, give priority for planning, give priority for performing. Reporting, the good thing that we have is questions are very easy to understand. Answers also very structured way of writing. Answers also very structured way of writing answers. Therefore, the reporting portion is very comfortable. But according to my exposure or experience, what I can suggest is planning and performing together can be tested for 85% to 90%. Reporting can be tested, completion and reporting can be tested 10% to 15%. Is that clear? So, this information is important because some students, what they do is, let's say, if I take Study Hub, there are 31 chapters. Those who are following my material, there are 12 chapters that I covered everything within that 12 chapters. So what I am trying to tell you is, if you give equal priority for all the topics, that is not the correct way to prepare for exams. So you should know the weightage of the syllabus when it comes to the final exam, and you should prepare accordingly. Then it is comfortable, easy to write answers. Do this. Copy this. Copy this. Right. Do you all have any questions? Students, do you all have any questions? Till now everything is fine? Are you comfortable? If you prepared well, when I'm talking all these things, you should feel very comfortable. And you should feel I'm aware about all these things. Right. Is that clear? Sri Lankan students, do you all have any questions? Sri Lankan students, do you all have any questions? Lamai, if you have any questions, please comment. Right. Do you all have any questions to ask? Right. Now, December 2024 exam paper. December 2024 exam paper. I'm talking about section B. If I take section B, these are the questions I'm expecting. And you should prepare for this. Right. Number 1. Audit risk and response. Sir, Suren, sir, substantive procedures answer should be combined with the scenario. Yes, so substantive procedures, I gave examinable questions. 4 types of examinable questions. If the substantive procedure is related to case study, definitely answer is also related to case study. Right. Don't worry. I'll teach that part in detail. Don't worry. Right. Substantive procedures, I'll teach all the examinable questions. I'll teach completely. Don't worry. Because that is the only gray area most of the students are struggling. Right. How many of you all feel very comfortable with substantive procedures? Anyone in this class? Sri Lankan students? Is there anyone who feel very comfortable with substantive procedure? Sir, substantive procedure is simple name. Right. Is anyone like that? Anyone? Sri Lankan students, substantive procedures, you feel comfortable? No. Lamai, why you all are not talking? Why you all are not responding? Man kata karne ke तेरेන්නේ නැද්ද? Students, you don't feel comfortable? Sri Lankan students, Indian students, don't worry. Don't feel comfortable? Reply. Fine. Now students, the first question is audit risk and response. But this time also 90% should be inherent risk. This time also 90% is inherent risk. And I'm expecting IAS 2 related issue, IAS 37 related issue, IAS 16 related issue, IAS 38 related issue, and IFRS 15 related issue, and IAS 36 related issues. Is that clear? Students understood? Right. Sometime you might not understand, but I think those who attend my class might understand. Others, don't worry, I'll explain in detail. First, I'll give this. Later, I'll explain how it can be tested in detail. Right. This time also, you will get audit risk and response question. 90% of the case study examples are inherent risk related examples. 90% of case study examples are inherent related examples. I'm talking about inherent risk in terms of standard. In terms of standard, the problems include from IAS 36 to 77, 16, 38 and 50. What is 36? Impairment. What is 2? Inventory. What is 37? Provision, contingent asset and contingent liability. And what is 16? Property, plant and equipment. What is 38? Intangible asset. What is IFRS 15? That is revenue contracts. This is about the standard I am talking. Then issues in terms of valuation problem, issues in terms of cutoff problem, issues in terms of existence problem, issues in terms of accuracy can be tested in terms of assertions. So students, simply I am telling, definitely you will get a case study on audit risk. That audit risk case study include 90% inherent risk. I told you inherent risk is the risk arise in the first instance. The example also I told you, no, right? See, when you're going to get married, a girl is going to groom's house. But is the first instance, before moving to groom's house, first instance, there was a risk. That risk called inherent risk. Because you don't know about that environment. You don't know about their controls. You don't know about their culture. From outside you are seeing and you feel a risk. That the risk is arise in the first instance. That is we call inherent risk. Inherent risk is arise because of two reasons. One is nature complexity. Organization is more complex. Risk is very high. Organization is new client. Risk is very high. Number of staffs very high. Risk is high. Operating in multiple countries. Risk is high. Inherent risk is high by nature. Second one is by transaction. When transaction become complex, when the standard compliance was not there, transaction is complex. When assertions are not satisfied, transaction is complex. Therefore, your case study 90% speaks about transactions. Inherent risk by transactions in terms of standard, in terms of assertions. So what are the standards? These are the standards. What are the assertions? These are the assertions. Other than that, one or two case studies can be tested, but Mostly 90% of your case study comes within this, right? The balance 10% can be control risk or can be detection risk. Is that clear? Students, understood? Understood? I'm talking about 20 marks. Therefore, you should practice case studies related to all these things. You should practice case studies related to all these things. Tamil Nila, understood? Jayseelan, Lakshajini, understood? This is how your auditor's question is look like. I'm not talking about the question, I'm talking about the case study. How your case study can be prepared or cooked by the examiner. This is one type. This is one type. Second type question from audit risk. Second type of question from audit risk. They will give you a case study, plus they will give you a financial statement extract, and they ask you to identify, perform ARP. Mute your microphone. ARP, you might study this under ISA 520, analytical review procedures, identifying plausible relationship between variables like financial and non-financial variables. You might study this along with audit risk. So comparing current figure with previous figure, comparing current figure with budgeted figure, comparing current figure with actual figure through the ratio analysis, reasonableness test, trend analysis, all these we call ARP. So they will give you a financial statement point extract, they will give you a case study, and they ask you to identify the ARP. ARP means mostly they ask you to identify the ratios. Calculate 2 or 3 ratios. Calculate 2 or 3 ratios. And they ask you to identify audit risk and response to audit risk. This is the next question that you can get. If you get question number 1, the cases are difficult. Very difficult cases. Sometimes the facts may be invisible. But only 2-3 paragraphs. If you get second type of question, it is easy but time consuming. Why? You should calculate ratios. Ratios is an ARP. And I told you what type of ratios you should calculate. Don't forget to calculate gross profit margin. Don't forget to calculate operating profit margin. Don't forget to calculate current ratio. Don't forget to calculate quick ratio. Don't forget to calculate inventory days. Don't forget to calculate payable days. Don't forget to calculate receivable days. Those ratios are very much important. Sometimes they might ask you to calculate 3 ratios. Sometimes they might ask you to calculate 4 ratios. Sometimes they might ask you to calculate 5 ratios. But you should calculate efficiency ratio. It is mandated. Because those ratios are giving information to audit risk. Don't forget to calculate efficiency ratios. Receivable days, payable days and inventory days plus current quick ratios. Those are giving more information for us. And students, suppose if you get this type of question, possible. Suppose if you get this type of question, concentrate. Definitely you will get NRV issue. NRV issue, cost or NRV, whichever is lower, should be selected according to IAS to inventory standard. Valuation problem, and that is explained by inventory days. Why? When inventory days are increasing, there is a high chance your net realizable value is lesser than cost. Why inventory days are increasing? You are unable to sell in the market. You keep at home finished goods. There is a high chance NRV issue. So NRV issue, when this type of question comes, NRV issue should be explained through IAS 2. NRV issue can be explained through an assertion called valuation. Yes or no? Cost is 5 rupee. NRV is 3 rupee. You recognize that cost. Inventory is overstated. Valuation problem. IAS 2 inventory related issue. And also This is explained by inventory days. This is explained by inventory days. These are the three indicators of NRV issue. So see the inventory day, see whether valuation get affected or non-compliance with IAS 2 from the case study. NRV issue will be definitely tested if you get this type of question. Second one is credit risk. Second one is credit risk. Second one is credit risk. Case study will include extension of credit limit. Extension of credit limit. Simply, in the case study, the examiner might say creditors or customers' credit period is extended. Customers' credit period is extended. Credit risk is high. Receivables are overstated. So, again, it speaks about valuation. It speaks about valuation. Receivables overstated means receivable is a balance sheet item. Balance sheet item have certain assertions, rights and obligation, existence, valuation, allocation, accuracy, completeness, presentation. It's a valuation problem. When you get a word called extension of receivables, extension of credit terms, your receivable is overstated. It's a valuation problem. And the same time, it's explained by your receivable days, AR, and it's explained by receivable days. This problem will be definitely tested. Third one, going concern. Going concern, indicators are given in the case study. These indicators you might studied under ISA 570. These indicators you might studied under ISA 570. Going concern, it comes under completion part. And also profitability ratios. When is your profitability ratios? When is your current ratios are unfavorable? It is an indication of what? Going concern. Lamai, these three problems plus what I mentioned earlier can be tested. Specifically, these three problems plus what I mentioned earlier can be tested. This is your question paper. Audit risk question paper. If you are preparing for 20 marks, this is how it will be. In my class, I told you how questions will be tested. Now I am telling how case study will be developed. So now you know the case study. Now you know the question. If you know how to write answer, you can score full marks. You can score full marks. Is that clear? Indian students understood. Sri Lankan students understood. I'm telling how your case study look like. Is that clear? Students, when you are sending questions, send it to everyone. Okay. Suren, current and quick ratios are decreasing. Fine. Payable days are increasing. Yes. Correct. It's a going concern indicator. Correct, Suren. Yeah. Sri Lankan students understood? Is that clear? I'm talking about audit risk. And I'm telling how it can be tested. And how your case study look like. Now I am going to do one audit risk question with you all. And I'm going to teach you how to write answer for audit risk. So I told you how your paper look like. Now let's practice how to write answer. Then we'll go to past paper question to discuss one question. Then audit risk covered. Is that clear? Sorry. Is that clear? Abhinaya understood? Afsal understood? Afsal from Sri Lanka or India? Ashfaq? Is that clear? Fine. Is that clear? Question number 1 understood? Trust me, Ryan. Sometimes you might have a doubt how this fellow is telling this is how the case studies are look like, how it can be tested. Can't examiner test something else? 90% I can give assurance. This is how it can be tested. Right. So after exams, you will realize whether it is tested or not. Right. Now I'll teach you how to write answer. Because I know this topic I'll do in the class for 1.5 months. Right. Normally audit risk, I'll teach 1.5 months. So it's a big area. I'm discussing here the summary of it. Therefore, sometimes you might feel confused. Obvious. But I'm talking to you with the assumption that you all have a clear idea about the topics that you studied. I can't teach everything from the beginning. It takes more time to explain. You got my point? So I can't start with what is audit risk, what is client side, what is auditor side, what is inherent risk. All those theories I can't teach. But I can tell you how this can be tested to exams. Okay. See, you all know audit risk answer structure is table form. This table will be automatically generated in your exam. One side is risk, the other side is response. Try to understand this response is procedure. This response is procedures. Procedures you might studied under ISA 500. Procedures you might studied under ISA 500. Sorry. Right? That include inspect, observation, recalculation, reperformance, inquiry, confirmation. All these things are the procedures. But this procedure we call planning procedure. ARP also you can take. All these are procedures, but we call these procedures. When it comes to risk response, those procedures are planning procedures. When it comes to performance stage, those procedures we call substantive procedures. When it comes to reporting stage, those procedures we call finalization procedure. Those procedures we call finalization procedure. Now students, sorry. When we are writing audit risk, 3 steps only you should follow. If the risk is inherent risk, first step is key issue. It is given in the case study. First issue is what? Key issue. What is given in the case study? Take that, write it. For example, management revised useful life of the asset. Management revised useful life of the asset. It's a case study. It's a case study line. Just take it as it is. Second one, see whether this problem is a inherent risk, means whether this problem is a standard problem or whether this problem is an assertion problem. Mostly standard problems are assertion problems also. Assertion problems are mostly standard problems also. Assertion problems are standard problems are assertion problems. Right? I told you an example. What is that example? Management revised useful life. It's a standard problem, IAS 16. So write IAS 16. So write IAS 16, not ISA. IAS 16, property, plant and equipment standard. Property, plant and equipment should be recognized at cost initially. Subsequently, you can go for what? Cost model or revaluation model. Revaluation is allowed. Revising useful life is allowed. But when you are revising, there should be a rational reason for the revision. It is permitted. There should be a rational reason for the revision. Explain that. Third, write down the impact to financial statement. This is standard. Write down the per day, continuously 10 hours I am speaking, so I'm not well, throat infection, right? Sorry for the inconvenience caused, right? Sorry. The month of November, it's not easy. And in the month of February also not easy. The month of May is also not easy. The month of August is also not easy. Worst month for us. When you feel discomfort, we feel very comfort. Exam month, no work. Fine, good, sorry. The impact to financial statement. Here, you should write procedure. Here you should write procedure. Lamai, this is how you should write answer. This is how you should write. This is for inherent risk. In terms of control or detection risk, Pute, explain the issue, write down the impact. Explain the issue and write down the impact. Response is procedure. Response is procedure. This is how you should structure your answer. This is how you should structure your answer. Suppose if it is an inherent risk can be a standard complication. Inherent risk can be an assertion complication. Then 3-step answer. Control and detection risk, 2-step answer. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sri Lankan students understood? Ashfaq, are you comfortable? Sir, while doing audit risk question and test of control question is taking too much of time, correct? To solve one question. But we require shortcut answer, do it. Even in Kaplan BPP, answers are big. By studying even my mind, I am getting big answers to write. Can I tell you one thing, Gogulnath? Don't write a lot. Write a precise answer. Try to summarize as much as possible. But solid point should be explained. When I'm talking about IAS 16, don't write everything. Write a specific one. We discuss questions in the class. If you look at my answers, I'm not explaining everything in detail. Because 2 things we should compromise here. 1 is the quality of the answer. 2 is the time. You got my point. If you try to increase the quantity instead of quality, time constraint. Balance. I'll tell you one thing. There is no quantifying aspect in audit answer. Some students are writing 3 lines, solid answer. Some students are writing 10 lines, too detailed, but not a quality answer. Is that clear, Gokul? Try to balance that. Because audit paper, the major challenge is how you're going to manage the time. How are you going to manage the time? If you look at my answers, the same thing I'm telling in the Kaplan, but they gave, right? For each and every questions, I gave answers. If you look at, my answer is very precise, very simple, easy to understand and very small. Why? That's how you should prepare, right? And also Kaplan's answer is like 2 detailed explanations are given because that is not for exam preparations. That is for exam preparation, right? You can't write as it is in the exam because it will take more time, right? There is an additional explanation is also attached to those. Fine. Lamai, copy this. This is the answer structure expected. Sometimes Indian students might feel we know all these things, no sir. But for Sri Lankan students, yes, first time. So I need to explain those certain things for them also. Right? That is one reason why I ask questions only specifically from Sri Lankan crowd. Reason, sometimes they might feel discomfort if I go rush. Because for you guys, we did everything in the class. But for them, it's something new. So I should take some time to explain for them. Right? Copy this. Afsal, fine. Is that clear? Any questions? Any questions? Lamai, any questions? Prashniyat tiyanwa nang ahanda Lamai. No problem. Fine. We can discuss. Come up with your doubts. No problem. Now, fine. 1 minute. I didn't share the material with you all, right? Indian students, I think you guys have this material with you. the material which I used here. I think I shared all these things, right? Complete past papers. Sri Lankan students, do you all have this material? Did anyone share this material with you all? That is complete past paper, 10, 15 years past paper. Do you all have this material or shall I share with you? Oh, 1 minute, I'll share. Okay, fine. Indian students, can you take this material because it's already shared with you all. Open that material. For Sri Lankan students, I'll share that in the marathon group because audit group I am not there, so I'll share in the marathon group. Uh, for Sri Lankan students, who did audit to you all? Zian. Who teach audit to you all? Okay, Lahir, fine, okay. So I'll share now. Sri Lankan students, can you please check whether you all received that material? Can you please check whether you all received this material? Sorry. I have answers also. After the class, I'll share the answer. Sir, I have covered your recent Excel sheet, answers of direct questions and procedures. Is that enough? Yes, no problem. Last 10 years past paper, all the theories, ISA questions, procedures, test of controls, audit risk, everything I shared with you all, right? So that is enough. That is enough. Almost all the ISA theory questions for last 10 years I shared with you. Right. So that Excel is fine. Right. Can anyone share this in the audit group? Okay, fine. I'm not in your group, right? The audit group I'm not added. Wait. Can someone share it here if it's possible? So that highlighted points are enough, more than enough. For Sri Lankan students, right? Don't worry. Whatever the materials I shared with them, I'll share with you all. After today's session, I'll ask management to add me to your group, right? Then I'll share the materials with you. All the materials I share with you, okay? And whatever the doubts you have, you can talk to me in the group itself. I will reply. Okay. Now, if you feel comfortable, you can discuss with me, or if you feel comfortable with Lahiru, you can talk to him also. And you can talk to Zian also. Fine, no problem. So I studied all 33 audit risk. 33 audit risk means 33 questions. We are talking about 33 questions that I shared with you all. Complete 33 questions. Bhuvan from India or Sri Lanka? India. Indian student. Okay. Enough. 33 questions means that case study might cover 90% of your final exam paper. If you can remember all those 33 case studies, more than enough. Indian students, did we discuss kangaroo question? Did we discuss this question in the class? ARP question? Kangaroo? Did we discuss this question in the class? Indian students, did we discuss this in the class? Can't you remember? Indian students, did we discuss this question in the class? Kangaroo. Yes or no? பேசுங்கடா பேசுங்கடா. Farhad, Gopulnath? No. Page number is 37. Okay, simple. Right. Sir, screen is not clear. Screen is not clear. My screen is clear. Now? Pranesh? Now clear, sir. Tell Stalin to give proper internet to Coimbatore. Okay. See here, Lamai. Sir, I'm in Bangalore. Okay. Good. Fine. Lamai, look at here. This is the example of second type question. See here. I told you. This type. A case study will be given. Financial statement extract will be given. Audit risk and response. Right? That type of question only I am going to do now. For benefit of Sri Lankan students, I will write one answer in detail. Right? Then the rest you should do. Okay? Now students, see how to identify. This is an ARP question. Simple. Any audit risk question, if it is consist a financial statement extract. Right? Again, financial statement එකේ පොඩි portion එකක් financial statement පොඩි portion එකක් audit risk question එක ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා නම් ඒක මොකද්ද? That is simply ARP questions. So when you identified or when you picked any financial statement extract within your audit risk question, it's an ARP question. It's an ARP question. Type 2. Type 2. If you get this type of question in your exam, how you should behave? The first thing, read. Read the case study. Complete case study you should read. Read financial statements also. Important. Reading means, Lamai, not just reading. Huh? When you are reading, at that time you should have two skills. One is PS. Pranesh, what is PS? What is PS? Ponniyin Selvan. What is PS? Genius. Professional skepticism. Then, Lamai, you should use professional judgment. There is a technical article related to professional skepticism. Please read. Sometime might be examinable. So when you are reading, use these two skills. One is skepticism and judgment. One is skepticism and judgment. Right. I'll read and show. I'll read and show how to read. I'll read financial statement first. See here. See my reading. When I'm reading, I'm going to apply skepticism and judgment. See here. Revenue is 15. Revenue is 12.5. So revenue is decreasing. Revenue is decreasing. Revenue is decreasing by what percentage? 15 minus 12.5. 15 minus 12.5 divided by 12.5 into 100, reducing by 20%. My reading, this is my reading. This is how you should read. Cost of sales, 8 to 7. 8 minus 7 divided by previous year 8. 1 minute. I made a mistake here. Sorry. 15 minus 12.5 divided by 15, 16%. Because the previous year only you should divide. It is almost 17% reduction. 8 minus 7 divided by 8 previous year into 100, reducing 12.5% reduction. I have a question. Revenue is reducing by 17%. Cost of sales is reducing by 12.5%. What is the reason? I should investigate. I have that in my question mind. So I should relate this with the case study, and if I found anything, I should merge together when I am writing audit risk. The second point. Normally, when revenue is reducing, that is the primary operation. Revenue is the primary operation for, let's say, PPIMO, Arivu, whatever, right? What is the primary operation? Lecturing. From that only we are taking the revenue. From that only it's revenue. But I have a question, see here. Lamai, this is what called ARP. Huh? ARP is trend analysis. ARP is ratio analysis. ARP is reasonableness test. Reasonableness test also ARP. See, I have a question as auditor. 5.1 become 5. 5.1 become 5. Divided by 5.1 into 100. See, only 2% operation expenditure reduce. Revenue is reducing by 17%. Cost of sales is reducing by 12.5%. Operating expenditure is reducing by only 2%. Now I have a doubt. Because operation expense means it's deal with operation. But when operation like revenue is reducing by 17%, why only operating expenditures reducing by 2%? What is the reason? This is a basic ARP. This is what called my reading. This is what called my reading. And also I have a doubt now. I am going to ask few questions from the client after reading this. My mind is telling whether this is a listed company or non-listed company. If it is a listed company, they should show more profit in order to increase their share price. That is one reason why they understate the expenses. After my reading, I am getting conclusions. Huh? Number one, expenses. Whether it is understated or not. Whether it is understated or if the expenses are understated, profit is overstated. If it is a listed company, there is a high chance. I have a doubt. Second doubt, whether any bonus is introduced to management based on the profit. Therefore, they cook up financial statement. Second doubt. Third doubt, if it is non-listed and this year they are planning to get listed, therefore to get the listing arrangement to attract more investors, they want to show fruitful results, good results. Third judgment. All these things are in my mind. With that, I am moving here. Profit is 2% to 2 million to 0.5 million. Now see, 1.9 million minus 0.5 million divided by 1.9 million into 100. Profit is reduced by 74%. See, sales is reducing by 17%, but profit is reduced by 74%. Profit is reduced by 74%. All these things I am capturing from reading. This is my reading. Let's see inventory, current asset, 1.4, 1.9. Keep as it is, fine. Right. But I have it. When sales are decreasing, why you are increasing your revenue? Sorry, increasing your stock. Sales is decreasing. Why your stock is increasing? Shall I tell you? As per IAS 2 inventory standard, inventory include three elements: raw material, work in progress, finished goods. My finished good level, component of finished good is increasing because my revenue is decreasing. So out of my stock, finished good component is very high. That's what inventory 1.4 million become 1.9 million. Is it clear? Is my judgment understood? My inventory is increasing, sales is decreasing, cost of sales also decreasing, which means there is no purchase. Raw material cannot be increased, which means what? We produce. Finished good is increasing because I am not in a position to sell. Sales is decreasing. When finished good is increasing, my inventory is increasing. Logically connected. Students understood? Sri Lankan students understood? My theory na matama kiya nahi. Sri Lankan students understood. Afsal understood. Ashfaq. Therefore, students, this is what called reading. This reading matters. So when you are reading, apply professional skepticism and professional judgment through practice. Now I'll come to receivables. Receivables 2 become 3.1. 2 become 3.1. Earlier outstanding balance receivable is 2 million. Now it's become 3.1 million. Sales are decreasing. We are losing market share. Sales are decreasing means we are losing market share. When we are losing market share, somehow we should keep my customer with me. So I am trying to keep my customer in different ways. So I extending customers credit limit. I am telling normal customer receivable days 30 days. Now I am extending to 50 days. Earlier I told within 30 days you should make the payment. Now I am telling no, wait. After 50 days you can make the payment. 1 minute. Yes. Today. Sorry. Sorry, Lamai. Sorry. Understood? So what I am telling is, I extend the credit limit. I am telling my customers, hey, don't worry, pay after 50 days. Sales reducing, market share reducing. Sales reducing is an audit risk. Market share reducing is a business risk. Now I am going to react for this. How I am reacting? Extending credit limit of customer. When I extend credit limit, credit risk is increasing. When credit risk is increased, risk of bad debt is increasing. Risk of doubtful debt is increasing. Receivable is overstated. Now 2 become 3.1. Understood? Is this explanation understood? Students, is this my explanation understood? Still I didn't read case study. I'm just reading financial statements only. Now let's come to the third one. Cash. 1.9 become 8. 1.9 become 8. Almost 60% it is reduced. So if that's the sales also should increase, right? Good question. Sir, receivables increasing means sales increasing. When sales is decreasing, I'm not telling like receivables increased. Generally, sales increase, receivables will increase. Yes or no? Afsal, correct me. Now what I am telling is, sales is decreasing. 100 to 90. Sales is decreasing. Market share, sales is decreasing 100 to 90. This 90 earlier Within 30 days, everyone should settle. Now, within 60 days, everyone can settle. Therefore, the amount of receivables increased. Earlier, it is converted into cash soon. Now, it is not converting into cash soon. That is what I am telling. Afsal, is it clear? I am trying to tell you, like, receivable value is not converting into cash like earlier. See here, it's like this. Concentrate, it's like this. Receivable days, 30 days. 100 rupees my sales. From this, 30% is credit sales. So, 30 rupee receivables settled within 30 days. Now, I increase receivable days into 100 days because I am losing market share. I am losing market share. 90 rupee. 90 rupee is the sales, reducing sales. Now, when I increase the credit days from 30 days to 100 days, this 30%, 30 rupee is there. This 30 rupee I receive within 30 days. Now what I am telling is, there is a high chance this 30 become 50. Why? Because when sales is decreasing, for existing customers, cash customers, we are ready to convert into credit. One reason. Two reason. Second reason, 30 days customer now settling after 100 days. So when cash customers are not ready to buy on cash, because market control is with customers, not with the company. They are telling, I am not in a position to buy at cash. Give me credit, I buy. Receivable will be 45. Afsal, understood? Is that clear now? That is what I am trying to tell you. Which means I am accepting more credit risk. I am accepting more credit risk. Fine. And I borrowed money, loan. Payables also increasing. So, all these are the information that I do first. Reading. That is the first step. Now with this knowledge, just I want to calculate 5 ratios for both years. Right. I'm not reading case study now. Still I didn't read case study. I just look at the financial statements. I'm just calculating the ratios for 2 different years. Now let's do that. 2012 and 2013. 2012, 2013, 2012, 2013. Let's take receivable days. Let's take payable days. Let's take inventory days. Most important ratios for me. Most important ratios for me. Plus current ratio, quick ratio, gross profit margin. Calculate for both years. These are the 6 ratios mandatory to calculate. These are the 6 ratios mandatory to calculate. Now students, calculate ratios for 2 years. Don't forget the way that where I am starting, how I am moving to a question. No? Calculate ratios for both years. Quickly calculate. Sri Lankan students focus more, right? Because for Indian students, we did all these things in detail, right? Sri Lankan students bit focus more. Last moment, it will be really helpful for you because I'm trying to give you a question. I'm trying to give the answer both. So you feel very comfortable because you know what to write and you know how it's going to be tested. Is that clear? Try to compute these ratios quickly. Okay, let's start. Sorry. Okay, Lamai. Now, receivable days. So first we'll start with gross profit margin. 46.7, 44%. Interpretation, it is reduced. Sir, I have a doubt. Sorry. So I have a doubt. What is your doubt? Should we include the working part of the ratios also in the exam? No need. No need to show, don't worry. Quick ratio 3.3, 1.5. Current ratio 2.2, sorry, 4.4, 2.2. Inventory days 99 days, 64 days. Students, concentrate. Inventory days 64 days become 99 days. What is the interpretation? NRV issue. NRV issue. Why I am telling like that? Just see the relationship I am telling. If you know the relationship, you can save the time. Understood? If you know this relationship, still I didn't read case study. When I read case study, I can pick all these things. Because when inventory days are increasing, finished good remain unsold. Finished good remain unsold. Why I am telling like that? There is no much purchases, cost of sales reduced. So when inventory days are increasing, there is a high chance NRV issue. Cost lesser than net realizable value lesser than cost. That's why we are unable to sell our finished good to out. Payable days. If I take payable days, it's 83 days, 55 days. Receivable days 49 days, 91 days. 91 days. This is shows credit risk. Receivables are overstated. Payable days and all other profitability ratios, I can say going concern issue. I can say all these together going concern issue. Did I read case study? No. But how many audit risk I identified here? 1, 2, 3. 3 identified. But you can't write this now. Why? Because for credit risk, there is a case study supporting point also. I should read the case study. For going concern, there is a case study supporting point. I should read the case study. NRV issue, there is a supporting point from the case study. I should take case study line. This is my judgment. This is what called ARP. First step ARP I did. When I do ARP, read, calculate ARP. This is what we call professional reading. This is what we call professional reading. What I discussed with you all understood. Still I didn't read the case study. Afsal understood. Till now what I discussed with you all understood, yes or no? What about other Sri Lankan students understood? Other Sri Lankan students understood? Now I am moving to case study. Why? Because I can't use this particular information now. Reason, sir, if we read in this way, it will take more than 10 minutes for reading only. I'll tell you one thing. If you practice more questions, to do one audit risk in this way, for me, it will take 20 minutes to complete everything. Because now I am explaining, that's why it's taking time. Right, immediately I calculate, I'll mark these things and I'll write the answer. Because I know NRV issue means how to write answer. Credit risk means how to write answer. You don't have time to think. Here, when you are computing all these things, quickly you should write everything. You understood what I am telling you? Reading consume more time, yes. Writing consume less time. Because you are not just reading and planning, preparing everything together. Writing less time. Yes, sometimes you might take 10 minutes to prepare. but writing take only 5 or 6 minutes. But what we are doing is, we are not spending more time for preparation. But while writing, we are thinking what to write, how to write. That take more time. You understood what I'm telling? Right. That's why it's like you are a driver. If you know how to drive, it's very easy. That's why I'm telling you, always practice more questions. Because if you practice more questions, when you read case studies, you know how to tackle. Now let's take our case study here. Let's take our case study here. Concentrate. Now concentrate. Fine. Sri Lankan students, are you comfortable? Till now, are you comfortable? From 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, what we are discussing, right? Are you comfortable with me? Or am I confusing you all? Sri Lankan students, are you comfortable with me or am I confusing you? What I am explaining to you all understood? I have only one doubt. Whether you all understood all these things or not. If you studied well, it's very easy to convince you all. Right? Fine. Now let's move to the case study. You are the audit senior of Rhino and Company and planning the audit. See the word audit risk means planning. Planning stage of the audit. They're talking about. Kangaroo construction. Nature of the industry. ISA 315. KOB, knowledge of the business. It's a construction organization. It's a construction organization. Year end is 31st March 2013. This is what we call cutoff. Cutoff is an assertion. Cutoff point is year end. Kangaroo specializes in building houses. So building houses and provide, okay, building houses. House is a non-current asset or current asset? Laman? House is a non-current asset or current asset? House is a non-current asset or current asset? Venkat, non-current. Tamil Nila. Good name, huh? Current. What about others? My question, house, non-current asset or current asset? Make it simple. In this scenario, it's a construction company. Company is constructing houses. For this context, KOB, knowledge of the business matter. Here, house is a current asset. It is inventory. Because as per the standard IAS 2, inventory includes raw material, work in progress, and finished good. Houses are finished good. It's a part of inventory. You should understand that first. And also when we are talking about this construction field, it's quickly become outdated. Right? See, as I told you, right? So I am going to take my kid from Kandy to Colombo for school, grade 1, right? So from January onwards, I'm shifting from Kandy to Colombo, right? So I'm searching a house. The requirement is different. Because 3 months before when I search a house, the requirements are different, the market price is different. Now when I am searching a house, the requirements are different, the style is different. Those days open kitchen, closed kitchen, right? Concepts are changing. So the design of the house is highly volatile. So you can't build a house and keep that house for 5-6 months. If you keep, the prices of that house will reduce. This is what we call knowledge of the business, understanding the business entity. I'll tell you, the constructing a house is similar to purchasing dresses for women. Outdating quickly. Men's cloth is not outdated much. The design won't change. Women clothing is different. Once in every 2-3 months, it gets outdated. Therefore, that should be fast moving item. That's why if you look at in India and all, right, they put almost sale for what? Women clothes. Why? Why sale? Before NRV lesser than cost, they are trying to cover the cost. House is also like that. Is my explanation understood? Now you all understood why knowledge of the business matter. Is that clear, Lama? You all understood what I am telling? That's why most of the construction company bankrupted during the period of COVID, because COVID period people are not creating demand for houses, and after COVID the design and structure everything get changed. So with that knowledge, let's move. It's inventory. Okay. Provide a 5-year building warranty to its customers. Providing building warranty is IAS 37. Provision, contingent asset and contingent liability. As per the standard IAS 37, present obligation arises from the past event, future economic benefit outflow is probable, cost is measurable. If these three conditions are satisfied, provision should be recognized. Double entry is expense account debit, provision account credit. That can be current or non-current liability based on the nature. If the present obligation arises from the past event, future economic benefit outflow is not probable, it's possible, means contingent liability disclosure is required. Right? Therefore, warranty can be either a provision or contingent liability. There is a high chance for provision. So that is a standard related problem. Building houses is IAS 2. That is also a concept related to standard. When you are reading a case study, your reading should include inherent risk. Inherent risk include standard, transaction complication because of standard, transaction complication because of assertion. With that mind, you should read. Don't just read it as a house. Read it as inventory. Don't just read it as warranty. Read it as provision. And your manager is planning the meeting with finance director. He has provided with you following notes, financial statement extract. For notes, I am using my professional judgment. For financial statement extract, I am using ARP. Already we did that. Already we did that. Sorry. Kangaroo has had a difficult year. House prices have fallen. And as a result, revenue has dropped. Revenue dropped by 17%. But they said this is correct. Always check that, because sometime examiner what he do is financial statement work, it shows a different interpretation. Case study is giving a different interpretation. Then that is audit risk. In order to address this, management offered significantly extended credit terms to customers. Two issues. First one is NRV issue. Why NRV issue? Cost of inventory. Cost of inventory. And one more thing, students. Nine. I'm not expecting you to analyze like myself. I'm expecting 50% of my interpretation only from you all. You all are students. Right? Don't get panic or don't get demotivated. I am not in a position to interpret like lecturer. Right. So you guys are 63rd batch. Right. So for 63 batches, I am doing all these things. That competency I am bringing here. But I am not expecting you to do the same thing. I am expecting only 50%. If you get 50%, you are a prize winner. Don't worry. You understood what I am telling? Because psychology also matters. Sometimes you might think, why I can't think like him? Why I can't do like this? No problem. After my explanation, if you understood, that's enough. Right? That is what expected from you. Okay. Now students, cost of inventory includes concentrate, purchase price, conversion cost, any direct cost, production overhead, and this should be absorption costing method. And it should be exclude abnormal loss, other indirect cost, non-production indirect cost. That is a standard. NRV includes net realizable value, expected selling price minus expected selling cost. Therefore, it's not a conclusive figure, it's a judgmental figure. Now here, they are telling In the case study, they are telling students, here see, house prices are fallen. Difficult, sorry. House prices are fallen. When house prices are fallen, the selling price is also will drop. When selling price is dropped, when selling price is dropped, there is a high chance when there is a difficult year, your selling price is reducing and marketing cost will increasing. You should advertise more. There is a chance net realizable value is lesser than cost. Cost may be 5, NRV may be 3. That is possible. How I can support this point? Because your inventory days are 64 days to 99 days. I can merge both together and I can write answer. I can merge both together. I can write answer. NRV issue in the case study, NRV issue in the AR. Understood? Online students understood. Sri Lankan students understood. Sri Lankan students understood. See, already we did an ARP. Inventory days are increasing. So that is an NRV issue. We already identified that. Now I am applying to case study. In the case study, they are telling, our house prices are reducing. When house prices are reducing, when the market is had a difficult year, we are trying to do more marketing to sell that. Because if we keep, it's become outdated. So there is a high chance NRV, net realizable value, might be lesser than cost. So that will create what? Inventory valuation problem. Now let's see how to put this into the answer. Now let's see how to put this into the answer. Table. I'm writing an answer, see here. Name of the client. What is the name of the client? Kangaroo. See here. Kangaroo had a difficult year. Demand fallen. And selling price significantly reduced. Selling price significantly reduced. Students, this is my first point called key issue. This is my first point called key issue. Is that clear? Now, I know this is IAS2 standard based issue. So I'm taking that here. IAS2 standard require inventory should recognize cost or NRV, whichever is low. Cost or NRV, whichever is low. Cost or NRV, whichever is low. This is my second point, that is called standard point. When I am writing second point, this is, I took it from the case study and also we did ARP also. So I am taking ARP point, right? Inventory days, you can write it in the first paragraph also, increase from 64 days to 91 days. I'm supporting with ARP also. Impact, there is a possibility net realizable value might lesser than cost, and inventory profit overstated. Inventory profit overstated. What I am telling is net realizable value might be lesser than cost, and inventory and profit overstated. If the inventory, you are recognizing inventory at cost where NRV is lesser than that, your inventory is overstated. If your inventory is overstated, obviously your what? Profit is overstated. This is the impact paragraph. And you all know, when it comes to an NRV issue, what you should do? Response we know. For NRV issue, detailed cost and NRV test to be performed. Detailed cost and NRV to be performed. Market research you can do. Market research you can do to identify what is the net realizable value for that particular houses. That you can do. That is a procedure. Students understood what I said. Now you all understood how to write answer. Now you all understood how to write answer. Yes or no? 90% of your case studies are this type of standard or assertion based. 90% of your case studies are this type of standard or assertion examples. Is that clear, students? Now you all know how to write answer. Sir, if we write only this much of response, is that okay? I am writing minimum level. If you want, you can write perform a market analysis to identify the net realizable value and compare with the company's values to ensure the valuation, whether the NRV is valued properly. Why? Because NRV is not a conclusive figure. NRV is an estimated figure. Who decide NRV? Management. Whether management decide it properly or not, that we should investigate. You can write whatever you want, but try to write precisely. That's fine. Is that clear? Yes. Same thing. Audit is easy. Understood? Afsal understood. Sri Lankan students, are you all comfortable with writing answer now? How to write? I'm not going to write all the answers. I'm just explaining the questions hereafter. My question, whether you all learn how to write answer. Because see, when I'm starting the session, I told you how auditors can be tested, how your case study look like, how the questions are, and now I am teaching how to write answer. That's all. That's it. Is that clear? With this knowledge, let's move to the case. Here, see. Extended credit terms for their customers. Number 2. Already we know receivable days are increasing. Case study also telling extending the credit limit. Merge both together and write down the answer. So how to write answer? Simple. I can take here credit limit is extended. Credit limit is extended significantly. And the same time, receivable days are increasing from 49 days to 50. Receivable days, how many days? Almost 49 days to 91 days. It shows the credit risk increased by that receivables may be overstated. Receivable may be overstated. That is the impact. Now tell me, what is the response? Credit risk, what is the response? For credit risk, what is the response, students? Receivables are overstated. For credit risk, what is the response? Credit risk, what is the response? Very good. Post-year end cash receipt test. Post-year end cash receipt test. So, what is post-year end cash receipt test? Sri Lankan students, you all know what is post-year end cash receipt test? Yes or no? Post year-end cash receipt test. Yes or no? Sri Lankan students, post year-end cash receipt test. Yes or no? Very good, Suren. Correct. Sri Lankan students. Afsal, post year-end cash receipt test. You all studied for credit risk? No. Yes. But so, okay. So when there is a credit risk, students, receivables are overstated. You should perform post year-end cash receipt test to ensure whatever the amount recognized as receivable by the year end, whether it is recoverable or not. Whether it is recoverable or not. By that we can ensure the valuation. Receivables are valued properly or not. That is a response. That is a response. Now let's continue. However, demand has fallen. Still some completed house in the inventory where selling prices may be below cost. Now only they are telling selling prices may be below cost, but already we did. If I am the examiner, I won't give this line. If I am the examiner, I won't give this line. But examiner is clearly giving. That's what I am telling. When it comes to ARP audit risk questions, case studies are visible. Facts are visible. So we already took that. During the year, calculating depreciation, directors extended useful life. Third one is directors extended useful life. So when that is also a common example, every past papers, most of the time we can see this. Directors extended useful life is IAS 16, property, plant and equipment. Because the standard allows directors to revise useful life. So what is the first line? Issue. Directors review useful life. IAS 16 property, plant and equipment standard allow directors to review useful life when there is a rationale to revise. When there is a rationale to revise. If there is a rationale to revise, it is permitted to revise useful life. For example, let's say the AC machine, 10 years, initially I decided useful life. Now, management changed outdoor unit, that 10-year become 15-year. A rational reason to revise useful life. A capital expenditure increase, earning capacity increase, so they revise the useful life. It's a rational reason. But I revise useful life only to maximize the profit. Earlier 10 years, depreciation is X or 1000. Now I am revising to 20 years. Depreciation become 500. When depreciation is reducing, profit is increasing. So in order to extend profit, in order to overstate profit, if I revise useful life, that is audit risk. That is audit risk. Therefore, IAS 16 second paragraph permitted us to revise useful life when there is a rationale to revise. In order to achieve profit target, if I revise useful life, my profits will be overstated. My depreciation is understated. My assets are overstated. That is the impact. And what you should do for that response, you should discuss with management what is the rationale behind revision of useful life. What is the rationale behind the revision of useful life? See, the directors need to target profit interest before tax in order to pay annual bonus. There is a fourth one. This is not a inherent risk. This is a control risk. Normally, the performance oriented, when the bonus is based on the profit, there is a high chance cook up financial statement. Fraudulent financial reporting is possible. Fraudulent financial reporting is possible. That's why they are revising that. See, if you look at all these stories, technically you can connect. They want to maximize the sales. They want to maximize the profit. So this is a control risk. So what is the answer? Directors need to meet the profit target. Impact is what? There is a possibility financial statement figures can be cooked up by management in order to achieve the profit targets that will overstate profits. What is the response? Fraud. ISA 240, auditor's responsibility, clearly mentioned. Auditor should apply professional skepticism if there is a fraud. So you should, response is what? ISA 240, what is response? Auditor should perform professional skepticism throughout the audit, especially judgmental areas. Especially what areas? Judgmental areas. Why? If you want to cook up financial statement, factual areas you won't cook up. Right, there are three types of misstatement you might study under ISA 450. Its technical article is also there. One is judgmental misstatement, two is factual misstatement, three is projected misstatement. Judgmental areas only management can cook up financial statement. There's a high chance judgmental areas need to be reviewed in detail. They might cook up financial statement by using that judgmental areas. That is number 4. It is not an inherent risk, it is a control risk. In addition to improve profit, Kangaroo changed their main material supplier to cheaper alternative. Number 4, they are giving warranty. Now they are what they are doing is they are changing cheaper alternative. When they do that cheaper alternative, the risk of claiming warranty will increase. The risk of claiming warranty will increase. Yes or no? Let's say when lecturers change, quality get changed. When one subject, okay, one lecturer, another subject, same subject, another lecturer, students' perceptions might change. So when you are changing the alternative of the supplier, the product quality get changed. When you go for a inferior supplier, low quality supplier, product quality get reduced, warranty claims will increase, provision is increased. Sir, one doubt. For this, management might feel under pressure to manipulate the results through judgmental, through use provision. Yes, student, correct. So there is a pressure to meet profit target. Here, concentrate. Fourth one, IAS 37 provision, and also concentrate is very important. Technical. I have a doubt over completeness of provision. I have a doubt over completeness of provision. Why? Because already, if you look at here, they are giving warranty. Provision is there. They recognize provision. But whether the provision is sufficient or not is my problem. They recognize provision. Whether the provision is complete or not is my problem. It's too detailed. So I should check two things. Whether they create provision or not is one thing. If they create provision, whether it is complete or not is the second. There is a high chance provision may be understated. There is a high chance provision may be, they might recognize the provision. They are not fools to not recognize provision. They might recognize provision. But my question, whether it is sufficient or not. Whether it is completeness or not. That's why I am telling standard and assertion should combine together. IAS 37 plus completeness. Both should be checked by the auditor. So there is a high chance provision may not be recognized or provision is understated. Provision may not be recognized or provision is understated. In that case, what we should do is, we should review warranty provision and we should ensure whether it is complete or not. We should ensure whether it is complete or not. How? Simple. If I am an auditor, I'll go to client, show your workings of provision. Last year provision, show your workings. Last year provision 5,000. This year provision 5,000. My question, last year quality supplier 5,000 provision. This year low quality supplier 5,000 provision. How? When you move to low quality supplier, provision should increase. Why you didn't increase? Then last year 5,000. This year 7,000. I'll ask, show your working. I'll do and see whether it is sufficient or not. Whether it is sufficient or not. Is that clear? So, IAS 37, not charging provision or understating provision. Venkatgiri. So in this case, do we need to take assertion or standard? If you want a rank, you should take both. If you want to pass, you can take anything, standard or assertion. Students, understood this explanation? Sri Lankan students, understood? My explanation understood. Online students, understood? Respond. Please respond. Everyone, please type. I didn't ask you to write answer. I'm just explaining, and after my explanation, whether you understood or not, that's my question. Now let's see. This has resulted some customers claiming building warranties for extensive repairs. Already we took that. So warranty explain again, say good quality supplier, warranty provision is recognized. This year low quality supplier, definitely warranty provision should increase because people will claim more low quality supply. My question, if they are not recognizing sufficient provision is understated. It's a completeness problem. Or there is a chance they might not recognize provision. That is non-compliance with IAS 37. These are the two perspectives you should take it. To help with operating cash flow, directors borrowed 1 million from the bank. Number 5. Students, what is the audit risk? Directors borrowed 1 million from the bank. What is the audit risk? Sure, 1 minute. India also sound problem. Sri Lanka also sound problem. Sorry. Fine. Now students, it's a classification problem. Classification is an assertion. It's a classification problem. Classification is also assertion. It's a standard problem. IAS 1. IAS 1 clearly explained preparation and presentation of financial statement standard said within 12 months, it should show as current liability. More than 12 months, it should show as non-current liability. Who told this? IAS 1. Standard also you can take. Assertion is classification. Current, non-current. Classification is an assertion. So it's taken as classification or IAS 1, both are correct. If you are not classified, it is misstated. So what is the response? Review financial statement to ensure whether it is correctly classified or not. And also the problem is, this due to pay end of 2030. Therefore, here, Therefore, here, the entire loan should be recognized as current liability. The entire loan should be recognized as current liability. Why? You should repay within the financial. If you recognized as non-current liability, then there is a classification error. Here you should not recognize it as non-current liability. Entire loan should be recognized as current liability. What is the reason? Repayment date is end of 2030. Year end is 31st March 2030. So it should be recognized as within 12 months. It should be recognized as current liability. If it is not recognized as current liability and if it is recognized as non-current liability, that is the classification issue. So you should review financial statement for that. Students, how you feel? How many audit risks we identified? 5, right? How many audit risks we identified? 5, right? There is one more. We didn't take going concern. So far what we took is case study plus. So far what we took is case study plus ARP. So what is the response for current liability? Response is review financial statement to ensure whether the entire loan is classified as current liability or not. Simple, that is the response. See financial statements. Most of the presentation, most of the classification, the response is review financial statements. Bhuvan, understood? And also one more thing we forget to write here, that is what? Going concern. The loan should be repaid within 12 months. Difficult year, sales reducing, profit reducing, payable days are increasing. These are the indicators of going concern. ISA 570. So when there is an uncertainty over going concern, IAS 1 standard clearly said sufficient disclosure need to be made. Where the entity is not going concern, financial statement need to prepare breakup basis. If you are not doing, there is a misstatement in the financial statement. There is a misstatement in the financial statement. What is the response? You should perform going concern review. You should perform going concern review and ensure whether financial statements are prepared going concern basis or not. Is that clear? Students, understood? Students, understood? Understood? Audit risk understood? Sri Lankan students, how you feel? Comfortable? Sri Lankan students feel comfortable? Yes or no? Is that fine? Sir, this time ARP also possible? I am not the examiner, but I can tell you one thing. You all are not getting same questions. 50% of this will get ARP, 50% of this will get normal audit risk question. Anything is possible. Right? I can't exactly tell you this is the paper, but I can tell you up to 90% how it looks like. Okay. Some people will get ARP, some people will get the other question. So we did this part. We did this part. Okay. Now time is 3:35. Take a break. I'll start at 3:55. Right. I'll discuss one more question from audit risk. With that, audit risk portion is done. Right. With that, audit risk portion is done. Is the session productive, useful? Is session productive or useful? Students, is session is productive or useful? And also after break, I'll discuss first question. I'll discuss first type of question. With that, complete audit risk is done. With that, complete audit risk done. Then I'll move to ethics. Today, I want to discuss those two. Right. We'll discuss again. Okay. Okay, I'm your student from Icon. Happy to study again. Good, good, good. Thanks. Right. Okay. Take a break. We'll meet at 3:55. Okay. Take a break. Sir, you have not reviewed my answers still. I'll do. Venkat, I'll do today. I'll reply. Don't worry. Thing is like, I prioritize AAA students first. So I'm working with them, right? So I'll come to you. Don't worry. So can you do recent paper audit risk? No problem. Tomorrow, students, not tomorrow, third day, last day, I'll do pre-mock. Is there in your website? I'll do pre-mock, don't worry. Completely I'll do that. So shall we go for a recent one? 2014. Those who have access, right, take pre-mock can do it, right? So I'll discuss pre-mock Wednesday, the last day. And also, Sri Lankan students, I think they added me to group, right? Whatever the questions you have, whatever the doubts you have, you can talk to me, and also you can talk to Lahiru or Zian. They will help you all, right? Ultimate objective is everyone should pass. Okay. Sri Lankan students, do you need answers also for these papers? Do you need answers? Okay, I'll share that also. So this question is also ARP question, so I'll skip this question. No? Yeah, I'll do, don't worry. Okay, let's take this one. This is 2020, March, July. Okay, see, this is the case. The case. See here. See here. If you look at this question, Slama, if you look at this question, they don't give any financial statement extract. They don't give any financial statement extract, and directly they gave 8 audit risk and response. 8 audit risk and response. Venkatagiri, is this question from the same PDF? போங்கடா போங்கடா போய் பாருங்கடா அதே பிடிஎஃப்ல தான் இருக்கு. Venkat, I shared these materials with you all 1 month before. You didn't check yet, huh? Right, you're asking a question whether it's in the same PDF, huh? So when I shared this material with you 1 month before. Pass pannala mahane. Wait. 134. Students, see here, very simple. If you look at all these cases, you couldn't find any financial statement extracts. You can't find any financial statement extract, which means it's a first type question. Audit risk and the response. No need to perform ARP. There is an advantage and disadvantage also. ARP questions, time consuming, but easy to do. Okay. This type of question, not much time consuming if you are really smart. If you are really smart, it's not much time consuming. But the problem is, You should apply your professional judgment, professional skepticism. That detailed knowledge and exposure is required. Detailed knowledge and exposure is required. Okay. Fine. Now, fine. Now, students, let's read question. Here they ask, describe 8 audit risk and the response. 8 audit risk and the response. So here, this is not an ARP question. It's not an ARP question because ARP is not required here. Therefore, when you are doing this type of question, when you are doing this type of question, when you are doing ARP questions to this type of question, students, okay, first read case study. Same rule, professional skepticism and professional judgment. Number 2, time. Identify risk. While you are reading, you should identify the risk. Again, I am telling, rule is 90% of the case study is inherent risk. 10% is controlled risk or detection risk. 10% is controlled risk or detection risk. Third point, right? There is an interconnection. There is an interconnection. That interconnection should be understood. Right? Make it very simple. Target profit. This is an interconnection point. Loan covenants. What is interconnection point means? You can take this point to support all other answers. Why assets overstated in order to meet the profit target? Why assets overstated or revenue overstated in order to meet the loan covenants? So this interconnection can be understood if you read the case study fully. The same rule there. The same rule there. Here you can't start with ARP. You should start from the reading. Right? When you are reading, keep one thing in your mind. Whether there is any assertion issue, whether there is any standard issue. With that mindset, you read. With that mindset, you read. Then it would be very comfortable and easy to pick up points. Right? And for Indian students, I think I shared all the audit risk examples, all the ISA questions, all the test of controls questions. So those who didn't prepare these case studies lines, right? Please refer those notes which I shared with you, right? And update yourself because we don't have time to think. Revision of useful life means you should know what to write. Credit risk means you should know what to write. NRV issue means you should know what to write. Understood? Going concern means you should know what to write. If you come to that level, it's very comfortable and easy to do any questions. And if you practice, as I told you, for Indian students, Kaplan revision kit you should cover. The question kit which I shared you should cover. And the past papers which I shared, this document you should cover. right? And the mock papers which I shared with you all, you should cover. If you covered all four of this, if you covered all four of this, you are familiarized yourself with all the case studies. Those case studies examples will be repeatedly tested. Those case studies examples will be repeatedly tested. So I'm telling you, right, don't spend more time with theory. Practice questions. When you practice more questions, try to summarize those case study examples. Those are the examples repeatedly tested. Right. Now with our knowledge, let's move to the case study. Let's move to the case study. Okay, fine. I'll give 5 minutes time. I'll give you 5 minutes time. Yourself identify risk first. Don't write anything. Just identify the risk. Because it's 100% sure. Anyway, Sri Lankan students, I shared now, no? Right? So they don't have time to do this, right? Indian students also, even I shared 1 month before, even we complete syllabus 1 month before, still you didn't open these documents, mostly. I know, no? Right? That's how it works, right? So I hope you all are preparing, but fine. I'll give 5 minutes. Try to identify audit risk from this case study. Then you might have something in your mind. I will discuss. Then we can fill the gap. Your judgment and my judgment, there is a gap. That should be identified. Therefore, don't be idle. Try to identify audit risk. Try to identify audit risk. Can you do this? Try to identify. Now you know how to write. So take time and try to mark. Identify the audit risk. Can you please identify audit risk? Okay, Venkat, super. When you are sharing answers, share with everyone. Quickly identify, quickly identify. Fine. Shall I start? Shall I start? You all pick audit risk. Shall I start? Afsal? Done? Right, okay, let's start. Am I audible, students? Is it noisy for you? Can you all hear me? Is that fine? Okay, fine. Okay. It is 1st of July 2005. It is 1st of July 2005. Namita, are you doing exam this time? December or March? March, right? That's right. Okay, fine. Because some of your names are not there when they send the list for RSA. Fine. Fine. Remind me when you are doing in March. Huh? You have my number, right? Drop me a text in March. Okay. It is 1st of July 2005 and year end is 31st May 2005. Sorry. This is my cutoff. This is my cutoff point. And now the date is July 2005. May, June, July. This is subsequent period. Audit report is not given because we are planning. Therefore, we are in active duty period. According to ISA 560 subsequent event. You might studied all these things. ISA 560 subsequent event, active duty period and passive duty, the responsibilities and all. S company manufactures chemicals for use in domestic and commercial cleaning products. The company's financial accountant was taken ill suddenly in May 2005 and is unable to undertake the preparation of the year-end draft financial statement. Draft financial statement means the financial statement which is provided by management to auditor. Right. Under assurance engagement, you might study, right, subject matter. The subject matter is draft financial statement. Right? After it is audited by auditor, we call that audited financial statement. Okay. So draft financial statement should come from management, that is we call management responsibility. And you might studied something called ISA 210 acceptance consideration. Under acceptance consideration, one of the factor is precondition. One of the factor is precondition. Under the precondition, one is management accept their responsibility to prepare financial statement. Management prepare financial statement. Right? Those are basic knowledge. As a result, company recruited a temporary financial accountant in early June 2005 after the year end, who will prepare the draft financial statements. The year-end financial statements need to be finalized quickly as the company is looking to raise finance through bank loan to replace 3 machines in the production facility. Right? Fine. The first problem here is new client. This particular organization is a new client. Right? When we are talking about this new client, this will create detection risk. Because KOB, knowledge of the business, is very much important for risk assessment. Not only that, to do audit also. When there is a new client, lack of understanding about internal controls and lack of understanding about accounting policies and the transactions at the company, that will create significant detection risk to audit firm. So what is the response? The response is audit firm should ensure sufficient level of competent senior staff is used to perform the audit. Senior staff to used to perform audit. See, sometime what happened was, right? Senior staff is required, competent staff is required to ensure the quality. When we are taking risk, yes. And you all know, like next January, right? We're going to start another branch in Kandy. So it's a new branch. Mostly the subjects are taken by experienced lecturers. Because it's a new client, new place. Risk is very high. And all the subjects are taken by very experienced staff. So we planned in a way like weekends Colombo, weekdays Kandy. You understood what I'm telling? So here also, knowledge of the business is very low. So more experienced staff, because whatever the people we have, we can't train them to develop KOB. It's a long run process. That also can be done. But more experienced staff should be taken from the staff. You should not take more juniors. You should take more seniors in order to adapt with the environment. That is a safety. That is a response. At the same time, this financial accountant is not available. He is ill. So, financial accountant takes sudden off or ill closer to year end. And financial statements, draft financial statements are not yet prepared. And who going to do this? A new accountant. New temporary accountant going to do this. I can say it's a control risk. Chances of errors are very high. When they prepare draft financial statement. So for auditor, from the client side, the subject matter that you are receiving is high risky. So auditor side inherent risk is very high. Control risk is also very high because that subject matter includes significant errors. So what is the response for that? Simply, we should discuss with the management the competency and also experience of that particular new financial accountant. Whether he is a qualified person, because I have a doubt now, when someone is coming to take a position of temporary accountant position, chartered qualified person won't take that risk. Normally chartered accountants, what they do is they can be work as an accountant. but they can't come for a temporary place. Only for assignment basis, 2 months, 3 months, they won't come. So I have a doubt whether the competency of this financial accountant is high or low. If he is a chartered qualified accountant, if he is competent, no problem. That is the second thing. Now let's move to the case study. In the case study, they said, the financial statements prepared end of September 2005 in order to secure finance in the bank. Management wished to report strong and favorable results. See here. The year-end financial statement need to be finalized quickly as the company is looking to raise finance through bank loan, replace 3 machines in the production facility. The bank has asked a copy of audited financial statements end of September 2005. So here if you look at, they want to get a bank loan. Third one is bank loan. They want to get a bank loan. As a security, they are showing financial statements. When we are showing financial statements as a security to take a bank loan, financial statement performance is very important. Let's say if you are making more profit, there is a high chance that the bank will approve the loan. Therefore, the directors are under pressure to manipulate financial statements in order to show a good result to bank. In order to show a very good results to whom? Bank. So there is a high chance, like target profit, management can manipulate financial statements. Management can manipulate financial statements. What is the response? The response is, auditor should apply professional skepticism, perform very detailed procedure over judgmental areas, significant areas, because financial statements are subject to misstatements, manipulations. So 3 points we took. First one is a new client. Second one is financial accountant who prepare financial statement is a new person. Third one, financial statements are prepared and we need to show financial statement as a security to get a bank loan. And also this bank loan is taken to raise finance to replace 3 machines. To replace 3 machines. In the year, company also purchased specialized machine to develop new range of chemicals for a major customer. Only trained staff allowed to operate this machine. Staff members had to undertake 2 days training followed by an assessment at the end of training period. Training cost is 15,000 capitalized as a part of cost of the asset. Here if you look at IAS 16, property, plant and equipment speaks about cost. So fourth one is IAS 16, property, plant and equipment cost. The standard clearly said property, plant and equipment cost include purchase price of the asset and the asset, the cost incurred to bring the asset to present condition and make it workable condition, and expected value of dismantling cost. Expected value of dismantling cost. All 3 components should be there. But if you look at a training cost, it's a revenue expenditure. If you look at a training cost, it's a revenue expenditure. And it should charge to income statement. How to identify revenue expenditure and capital expenditure as per IAS 16? Capital expenditure is an expenditure incurred by management. Capital expenditure is an expenditure incurred by management in order to enhance earning capacity. In order to enhance what capacity? Earning capacity. Revenue expenditure is an expenditure incurred to maintain earning capacity. To maintain earning capacity. Training cost will not enhance earning capacity. That is maintain earning capacity. Let's say one machine, you can produce 10 units maximum. If you train staff, you can't produce 12 units. Maximum 10 units. But wastage can be reduced. Earning capacity will not enhanced. You can maintain the capacity. 10 units you can get it. If you are not trained, you might get 8 units. 2 units errors, waste. Let's say photocopy machine. I'm asking staff to take a photocopy, 5 copies. If I trained without wasting a paper, he or she can take 5 copies. That is a revenue expenditure training. Capital expenditure means purchasing another machine. Then parallel you can able to take more copies. That is expanding earning capacity. So here students, you can argue this point under IAS 16 property plant and equipment cost component, whereas this cost cannot be capitalized as per the standard since it is not expanding earning capacity. Or you can talk this issue as classification issue. Because training cost is a revenue expenditure and it is capitalized means it is misclassification. It is misclassification. Classification is an assertion. So if you misclassify, a revenue expenditure is treated as capital expenditure, assets are overstated because of a classification problem. You can argue this in both dimensions. So what I should do is simple response. I should take the breakdown of this 15,000. I should take the breakdown of this 15,000 and I should look at the nature of that expenditures. That 15,000 breakdown I should take. I should look at the nature of such expenditure. If the nature is capitalist nature, it should capitalize. If the nature is revenue nature, it should be charged to income statement. Training means generally what? Revenue nature. We discussed 4 audit risk. Understood, students? Till now what we discussed, understood? Audit risk. Is that clear? Everyone understood? Now students, concentrate. The company sources many of its raw material. The company sources many of its raw materials to be used in the chemical manufacturing process from international supplier. And goods can be transit up to 3 weeks. Goods can be transit up to 3 weeks. See here. Very good, Venkat. Superb. Goods in transit, yes. Good, huh? That's the spirit. When I'm doing class, this sound is always problem. Fine. When I was in India, Deepavali. Can you remember? Today only I'm starting marathon. And they are doing a repair work. Trying. Am I audible to you all? This sound is a disturbance for you all? Fine. Now students, concentrate. Now students, concentrate. Give me 1 minute. Sorry, students. Sorry. Fine. Inventory, students. Cost of sales, inventory is a portion. Current asset, inventory is a portion. Cost of sales is P&L. Current asset is balance sheet. Right? Therefore, two issues arise here. One is cutoff. Two is completeness. Cutoff problem and completeness problem. See, third one, existence. All three you can check here. See here. Concentrate, Lamai. Year end is 31st December 2021. Assume like that. Now I place an order 25th of December. It will take 14 days to reach the goods. So the goods will reach at, let's say, maybe 10th of January. But try to understand one thing. Thanks. Try to understand one thing. The delivery time will create cutoff problem. As a result of that, the inventory belongs to current year. The inventory belongs to current year may not be complete. And sometimes existence is also a problem, because existence is a balance sheet asset. Cutoff is an income statement asset. Completeness is both. So here, The delivery time is 3 weeks from the international supplier. So good in transit possible. Yes, by the year end. See, who is responsible to dispatch goods? The supplier. Once the good is received, good dispatch note. Sorry, good receive note. When we received goods, at that point only obligation arises. Supplier is sending goods in transit. Once we receive the good, we raise JRN to whom? Supplier. At that point only obligation is satisfied. So what is liability? Liability, present obligation arise from the past event. Obligation arise at the time of JRN when you receive the goods. Here, there is a risk. Inventory is not recorded. By the year end, we are already goods is dispatched from the supplier. This is from our point. Let's say this is supplier. This is entity. Supplier will send goods, GDN, good dispatch note, shipment. If it is an international supplier, yes, risk is transferred once the good is dispatched. Once the good is dispatched, normal, international supply. That's the general rule. Domestic means, yes, once we receive the goods, then we raise GRA. So here, let's say supplier send goods by 28th of December. Let's say we receive goods by 5th of January. At which point obligation is satisfied? Depends, but most of the time here. Most of the time here. So you should recognize that as current year inventory. But if you identify that as a payable or that as a purchase after the year end, then your current year inventory is understated. Current year inventory is understated. Inventory existed but not recorded. Inventory is not completed. All these three problems comes when there is a good in transit. Students, my explanation understood. So what I am trying to tell you here is, we ordered goods, supplier goods dispatched. It will take 3 weeks to reach our warehouse. But when supplier is dispatched, at that point obligation arise. We should recognize inventory there. If you are not recognize inventory there, it will create a cutoff problem where current year inventory is not recorded in the financial statements because it's an income statement element. It will create a completeness and the existence problem because actually it is exist because it is our goods now. It is completeness, not recorded completely. By that your inventory is understated. By that your liability is understated. By that your inventory is understated. By that your liability is understated. So what is the response? Simply, you should discuss with the supplier and management at which point the ownership is transferred. Confusing. Because case by case is different. If I am working, I work for EY, right? When I work for EY, organization to organization, these controls might change. Some companies accept goods, accept the liability once it's reached their warehouse. Some companies accept once it's reached to our port, Sri Lankan port or Indian port. Sometimes some people might accept the responsibility, liability. It is dispatched from the supplier, their port. You should discuss with the management and recognize whether inventory is recorded in the correct period or not. Case by case, you should analyze. That's what we should do. We should discuss with the management and the supplier to ensure at which point the obligation is started. Whether at the point of good dispatch from the supplier, whether the point good received and accepted by the customer, that should be discussed and ensure this particular inventory is recorded in the correct transactions. Right. But if you look at this question, the agreement of international supplier contain a clause which state S company is responsible for the goods soon as the supplier's warehouse. That means GDN. See, the information is very clear. But if I am an examiner, I won't give this line to you. Because case by case it is different. But you should discuss with management and understand. Okay, fine. Is that true? Is that fine? So therefore, this will create most of your answers. You said it's a cutoff. It's a cutoff. But I want to elaborate little detail. It is not only cutoff, it's a completeness and existence as well. And also, IAS2 inventory is a asset. IAS2 inventory is a asset. I can argue from the other side also, standard. So far I argued from the assertion side. Now I can argue from the standard side. Define the word asset. Someone define the word asset. Because inventory is an asset. Define the word asset. Inventory is an asset. My question, define the word asset. IAS 1 define the term asset. Sri Lankan students, if you studied FR, Zian might taught you, right? Shafi might taught you. Hazan might taught you F3. Indian students, Zian might teach you FR. My question, define the word asset. Earlier I argued with assertion side. Those who want to get a rank, you should write assertion answer. It's very strong answer. And if you write only cutoff point, fine. But if you write all three, you are very smart. So if you only write cutoff, they will provide marks. Yes, they will provide marks. Don't worry. You will pass, don't worry. But full marks, if you write more. Simple. What is asset? Asset is a resource controlled by the entity. Asset is a resource controlled by the entity and which bring future economic benefit. Now I told you earlier, Indian students, you might know the word control matters. Control come from legal ownership. Control come from substance or form, lease. Control come from legal ownership. Control come from substance or form. Now, when I put the order, end of the year end, when I accept the order, when I accept the goods, in the scenario they said, when they send the goods, I accept, which means that is my asset because ownership transfer from supplier to myself. According to IAS 1, entity is receiving control at the point when they transfer the asset. At the point when they transfer the asset. Then they should recognize it as asset. What asset? Current inventory. If you are not recognizing it as an asset, your inventory is understated. So you can argue with the perspective of IAS 1 definition of asset. Or you can argue in the perspective of cutoff valuation, cutoff completeness and existence. Is my explanation understood? Which one is more strong? Assertion side is more strong. If you want to pass, IAS 1 also I am happy. Cutoff is also I am happy. But if you want to get a rank, world rank, then all three aspects should be. Understood? After my explanation, this case is understood or not? Is that clear? Afsal, understood? Sri Lankan students, fine? Is that clear? Is everyone understood? Now let's move to the case study. See here. Now let's move to the case study. See here. You have carried out preliminary analytical review. How many of you all heard this word? Preliminary analytical review. Preliminary analytical review. If you don't know, say no. If you know, say yes. If you don't know, say no. If you know, say yes. To be frank. How many of you all know this particular preliminary analytical review? It's very simple, students. I'll tell you one thing. ISA 505, 520, sorry, ARP. We performed in all three stages. Planning stage also we perform ARP. Performing stage also we do ARP. Reporting stage also we do ARP. This is one of the procedure that we do all three stages of the audit. When we do planning stage ARP, that is we call preliminary analytical review. Preliminary analytical review. This is we do for risk assessment. Performing stage we do ARP, that is we call substantive analytical review procedure. Substantive procedures divided into two: test of detail and analytical review procedures. That is we call substantive analytical review procedures. Reporting stage we use final ARP. So here, since the question is audit risk, we performed preliminary analytical review, that ratios on it. Sorry, preliminary analytical review, that can be ratios, that can be a trend analysis, that can be a reasonableness test, that can be a comparison, right? Whatever. Indicate the receivable collection period increase from 38 days to 52 days. See, this examiner is, I can say like, okay, the examiner is too kind with students. He is giving all the visible facts to students. Right? This case study is very simple because most of the facts are visible. Most of the facts are visible except that inventory transit. Right? That is also visible. Cutoff you can write, anyone can write. Okay. But here see, receivable days is increasing from 38 days to 52 days. It's an ARP, right? But they didn't give financial statement separately. They gave directly ratios. They no need to do ARP from our end. My question, what is the risk if receivable days are increasing? If the receivable days are increasing, what is the risk? If the receivable days are increasing, what is the risk? Receivables, credit risk. Receivable, credit risk. Yes or no? Receivable credit risk, students. For receivable credit risk, receivables are overstated. Yes or no? If receivables are overstated, what is the response? Post-year end cash receipt test. Post-year end cash receipt test. Is that clear? Right. Now, the credit controller confirmed some customers are currently taking longer to pay the previous years as they are awaiting payment from their customers. So that is explaining credit risk. We already covered 6 audit risk. Now, May 2005, when is their year end? When is their year end? 31st of May, 2 days before your year end. 29th of May, the directors announced that one of its brand was being discontinued due to fall in demand for product. This resulted 4 staff members redundant. They are talking about redundancy. When we are talking about redundancy, students, number 7, redundancy provision. Redundancy provision, IAS 37. So, good. Redundancy provision, IAS 37. Now concentrate. Redundancy provision is mandatory. You should recognize the provision. But try to understand, if the announcement is made before the year end, sufficient provision should be recognized. If the announcement is made after the year end, If the announcement is made after the year end, then provision is not required, disclosure is required. Is that clear? So, you should check whether the announcement is made before the year end or after the year end. And also, you should calculate the redundancy payments and ensure whether it is correctly included in the liability or not. Right. Now, the directors received 8. The directors each received significant bonus during the year included in the payroll charge statement of profit and loss. Local legislation requires separate disclosure for the bonus of the directors. Here, see, this is the first example that we didn't discuss this example before. This issue we call a presentation issue. Presentation is an assertion, yes or no? And also, IAS 24 related party transactions or the transactions related to key management personality should be disclosed properly. If it is not presented properly, it's a misstatement. So here, sufficient disclosures over director remuneration is required. Proper presentation is required. And also you should review, as a response, you should review financial statement to ensure whether these disclosures are correctly made in the financial statements or not. If not, what is the violation of the assertion? Presentation. The violation of the assertion is presentation. Is that clear? Understood? Right. During the year, company sold a batch of chemicals to a customer for 120,000. At the beginning of May 2005, the customer returned these chemicals because the chemical mix was not in line with the customer specification. A credit note is issued and the chemicals have been written down to scrap value within the inventory. So, customer returned 120,000 faulty goods. So, first of all, you should understand this. This is about a faulty product. And also, credit note is not yet issued. A sale occurred pre-year. There is a risk that revenue and receivables are overstated if the credit note is properly recognized. So I can say here, instead of IFRS 15, because they recognized revenue earlier, now the problem is revenue completeness problem. Whether the recognized revenue is complete or not. You understood what I'm telling? So the revenue is complete or not. Whatever the credit notes, if that credit note is not removed, that return is not removed from the sales, revenue is overstated. That affects the completeness of the revenue. Therefore, we should select a sample of credit notes and ensure whether the adjustment is made to both revenue and the receivables. What is the double entry? Receivable credit, sales debit or sales return debit. Sales return, whether that adjustment is made or not. So this is number 9. The company usually pays supplier by the end of each month. However, due to the financial accountant illness, the payment run for May 2005 was not performed until 1st of June. Finance director informed you, in order to consistent results with the prior year, this payment run shown unpresented item 1 year in the bank reconciliation statement. Actually here the bank reconciliation, see here, Suren. Okay, concentrate. Make it very simple. I sold item. When I'm recognizing sales, receivable debit 120,000. Sales credit 120,000. This is what we recognized. Yes or no? After that, it's a faulty product. Customer returned. Customer returned. And the scrap value is nil. Now, what I'm telling is, it's a faulty product and credit note is generated. But if the credit note is not adjusted, your sales is overstated, your receivable is overstated. Therefore, I should ensure whether sales reversed, debit 120,000, receivable credit 120,000, or else I can say like credit note is adjusted. If the credit note is not adjusted, your sales and the receivables both are overstated. Your sales and the receivables both are overstated. The company usually pays the supplier. What they said is, the company suppliers have been paid 1st of June. Payment has been included unpresented item in the bank reconciliation statement. They said it's unreconciled item. This is possible evidence for window dressing while understating payables and bank balances. So why unpresented items in the reconciliation statements? It shows simply understate payable and bank balances. Simply, bank reconciliation should be reviewed by auditor and remove supplier payments at the year end, and it should be fully reconciled. Exactly. This is the evidence of window dressing. Exactly correct. Is the evidence of wrongful trading and the window dressing. I can say simply. Okay. Right. Students, are you comfortable with audit risk now? How it can be tested? How your case study look like? And what are the two possible combinations of questions and how to write answer? Are you comfortable with this? Now look at this screen and tell me whether you are comfortable with audit risk. Whether you are comfortable with audit risk. Hereafter, practice all of the questions related to audit risk and update yourself. Do you all have any questions, students? Tomorrow, I will discuss ethics. I will discuss test of control. I will discuss substantive procedures. Yes, there is a going concern issue. You can take that also. No problem, Venkat. Yes. So tomorrow we'll discuss those three. Wednesday, pre-mock paper I'm going to discuss. Wednesday I'm going to discuss what? Pre-mock paper. So my question, please complete your pre-mock paper when you are attending Wednesday's class. Do you all have any questions? Sri Lankan students, do you all have any questions? Sri Lankan students, do you have any questions? You want to ask any questions? Right. Okay, tomorrow we'll discuss ethics and also we'll discuss substantive procedures and test of control. If time permits, I will discuss reporting portions part. Okay. Right. Today I'll stop a little early, 5:15. Fine. We'll meet tomorrow. Okay. Thank you very much. Hope the session is useful. Yes or no? Is the session useful for students? Is value added for you all? I can identify risk easily and the things I'm not sure about my answers presentation. No worry, Venkat, I'll check. Don't worry. Venkat, I'll check. Okay, fine. Ethics in Kaplan. Okay, no problem. I'll share. Sir, did the answer in ACCA portal? When I will get the ACCA portal, when I get the answer. Abhinay, you are talking about Arivu's applications you did in the LMS. No. ACCA portal. In ACCA Study Hub. The answers are there. They won't correct, but you can take a screenshot and send it to me. I'll check. Okay. Fine. I hope you all are studying well. Fine. I need Sri Lankan prize also. I need Indian prize also. I need world prize also. So whatever the doubts you have, talk to me. We'll discuss. Fine. Okay. With that point, I'll stop for the day. We'll meet tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. Today, first, let's discuss with standard points or standard based questions. I'll tell you what sort of questions possible in terms of standards, because if you take audit paper, there are certain areas where easily students can pass, easily students can score full marks, right? If you take audit risk, standard knowledge is important, accounting standard knowledge, judgment matters, assertion knowledge. So you're applying more your judgment there. If you take ethics, again, there are a lot of technical things, ethical standard board guidelines. So there are more judgmental oriented answers. Test of controls, to some extent, yes, judgment oriented answers. But just by heart and rewrite as it is. Then I can say, students who thinks that audit paper is a theory paper, right? Yes, to some extent. 20 to 30%, right? So standard based questions, if it is tested in your exam, you can easily score full marks. You can easily score full marks if you know the standard, right? But unfortunately, most of the students, they don't know what is that standard, but they might studied the content without understanding it's a standard perspective. They studied that particular content. For example, if I take materiality, so you might study materiality. You might study materiality decided by nature, materiality decided by amount. All those things you know, performance materiality. But that is also a standard point. The standard is ISA 320. Likewise, first of all, I want to discuss what sort of questions, direct questions possible from the standards. Right. So I try to summarize all the possible areas, standards that can be examinable this time. Right. That I'll give you a brief idea, because those who are preparing at the last moment, without just studying all those things, focus what can be tested and how it can be tested, and focus on that save your time. Right. After that, I'll move to, after finishing this, I'm not going to discuss more past paper questions on this, because again, I'm telling, if you take 100 marks, maximum 5 to 10 marks question, 15 marks max. 15 marks max, right? So maximum 15 marks possible, right? If you are really lucky, you will get 15 marks worth of questions on standards. But it's very rare. If you look at recent past papers, when I analyze all those past papers recently, I couldn't find more weight given to this particular standard area. So only less weight is given to these standard perspectives, right? But anyway, it's fine. First of all, we need to understand how these areas can be tested, where you should focus, all those things, right? I'm not going to discuss, or I'm not going to teach those standards in detail. I just roughly put a framework. Okay, these are things that you should focus, right? See, in my class, I told you all the examinable points and examinable questions for every chapter, how this can be tested in the exam, everything I discussed. But now what I am doing is, what can be tested in your immediate exam. That is what I am doing though. So what we did in the class, what we are doing now is something different. In the class, 100% the perspective is covered. For each and every chapter, how examiner can test that particular area, 100% we cover. But here, what you should focus more, now we are at the last stage. At the last stage, what area that we should focus more, right? And those who are doing self-studies, right? Those who are not attend classes, those who miss classes, this area you should score full marks. This area you should score full marks because there is no particular format to write answer. There is not much things to read. Effective reading is not required, right? So easily we can score marks. Easily we can score marks. Again, students, if I take, right, I can put all these standard perspectives under planning and performance and reporting stage again. Certain standard guidelines help us at the time of planning what we should do. Certain ISAs provide guidelines how to gather audit evidence. Certain standards help us at the time of reporting what we should do. Therefore, ISA, International Standards on Auditing, at the time of planning, at the time of performance, at the time of reporting, all three stages, we are going to discuss the standards. We are going to discuss the standards. So first I'll take ISA 240. Can anyone remember what is the standard ISA 240? Any students? What is ISA 240? Is there anyone who can remember what is the standard ISA 240? What is ISA 240, students? ISA 240 is about fraud. ISA 240 about fraud. Under the standard, students, under the standard, you should focus few things. What is fraud? Standard define what is fraud. You should know auditor's responsibility. And you should know management responsibility. And you should know procedures over fraud. You should know procedures over fraud. Procedures over fraud. So try to understand one thing, students. Try to understand one thing. If you can remember all these things, if you can able to write answers for these points, that is enough. But if you don't know, please refer the standard. This comes under a separate topic in the study hub. If you are using study hub, ACCA study hub, this is a separate topic. But if you are using Kaplan, this comes under audit planning. If you are using BPP, it comes under audit planning, right? Audit strategy document, audit program. Along with that, fraud is also tested. But try to understand one thing. If you analyze past papers, these procedures over fraud, sometimes what they do is they might connect this with a case study also. Let's say test of control, internal controls case study is given. In that internal control and ISA 240, there's a high chance they can merge. I'll tell you the reason. Right, I'm telling all the possibilities, right? Sometimes what examiner can do is, examiner can take ISA 240 as one part of the question of section B, question number 1, 30 marks question. So within 30 marks question, one part can be ISA 240. I'll tell you the reason. Because the case study speaks about the control deficiency. Case study speaks about the control deficiency. Control deficiency means what? Control activity is not met, control objective. CCTV camera should supervise. The objective of CCTV camera is what? It should supervise. But let's say CCTV camera is looking upwards. So control activity is CCTV camera. Control objective is supervision. This control activity not met control objective. So it's control deficiency. Ineffective control. It is control deficiency we call ineffective control. Is that clear? So when control is ineffective, control environment is weak. When control environment is weak and control is ineffective, at that time fraud is possible. That's why ISA 240, when they discuss about management responsibility, it's clear is that primarily management responsible over fraud. Management should ensure that particular environment is free from fraud. How management ensure? By developing effective control. 2, by developing a culture. If the culture is prohibited, it is too strong. Always I use example in the class, for a Muslim student, pork is prohibited. So whatever you said, he won't eat because it is prohibited by the culture. So culture is also control. So when culture prohibited something, people won't do. So when it comes to a person like, okay, pork, I won't eat because it is prohibited. It is a control comes through the culture. A vegetarian students, a Brahmin students, he won't eat non-veg because that control come through what? Culture. Likewise, organization also create fraud responsibility. They management meet their responsibility by developing the controls. Control should be effective controls, and there should be a culture. That culture is not a personal culture. That culture is organizational culture. That culture is organizational culture. Therefore, students, I am trying to explain one thing to you all. When we are talking about this fraud, there is a possibility it can be merged with what question? Test of control question. Right. One more thing. So first 3-4 paragraph they were speaking about sales system, purchase system or whatever. Question number 1 is control deficiency and recommendation. Question number 2 is test of controls. Question number 3 is some theory questions related to controls, documentation method, advantages or disadvantages. Question number 4. In question number 4, there is an additional paragraph given. In the case study. They said there is a control weaknesses that create possible fraud. There was a fraud taken place. Concentrate. There is a fraud taken place. One scenario. There is a possibility of fraud because finance director is suspecting fraud. 2 types of case studies are tested in the exam. One case study they said fraud is taken place. Another case study they said, I'm talking about the papers. I'm not talking about the theory. Talking theory we did already. Now I'm talking 100% paper. Right. For last 20 years papers, if you have complete exposure, what I am telling you can able to agree. Right. So I am talking based on the past paper analysis. Right. So if you look at the case studies related to this particular ISA 240, there is a high chance that can be tested along with what question? Test of control question. And that case study also, let's say one paragraph is given to discuss about the fraud in the question. There are that case study, 2 types in the past paper. One is already fraud is identified. Already fraud is detected. So confirmed fraud. Number 2, suspected fraud. Therefore, when they asking about the procedures over suspected fraud, procedures over confirmed fraud, you should prepare for this. Is that clear, students? And try to understand this particular standard can test along with TOC, test of control. TOC, test of control. Students understood? What I explained here, understood? So when they are talking about fraud, this is the maximum possible questions from the past. These are the maximum possible questions from the past papers. Out of this, they won't ask anything. Only difficult thing is what? Suspected fraud, what is the procedure? Confirmed fraud, what is the procedure? Prepare for that. 100% I covered in my material, it's there. Is that clear? Understood? Students understood? Students understood? Is that fine? Standard understood ISA 240? Quickly copy this point. Sri Lankan students, is that fine? Are you comfortable? ISA 240? I didn't teach standard, but I am telling how this can be tested in your exam and how it was tested in the past exam papers. Is that clear, students? Quickly copy this point. Students copied. Okay. I'll ask this question from both Sri Lankan and Indian students. Simple. Do you want me to finish entire standard questions first? Entire standards? how each and every standard can be tested in the exam? Or shall we move to some other topics? What do you prefer? Do you want me to explain how all these standards can be tested in the exams? Okay. Copy this quick. For Sri Lankan students, who is doing your revision? Who is doing a revision? Lahiru. Sri Lankan students, who is doing the revision? ASEAN, fine. Okay. Okay, fine. So, right. I think they added me also to the group, right? If you need additional help or if you need any questions to practice, anything, let me know, right? We can do that. We can do that, right? So, if you have anything in your mind, right, communicate. We all are here, right? Ultimate objective, we should make you all pass. Okay. So, let's do questions. And normally, like, I'll be here at PPI, right? So if you have any questions, you can come and we can sit and we can discuss, we can sort it out. And also Zoom sessions also we can put to help you all to clarify your doubts. I'm always advising students, right? Don't rectify your doubt by your own, right? Because what you think is a minimum capacity. There's a capacity. So if you have a doubt, talk to the lecturer. Whatever the lecturers, please talk to the lecturer and rectify. Because there is a judgmental gap. Okay, don't take your own conclusion. Now, students, this is one of the important standard that I'm always telling, right? The second important standard, write it down, this one, right? ISA 330, interim final audit. Interim final audit. Interim final audit. Here, see students, this interim and final audit is also can be tested in your exam as a theory question. They might test the standard separately, right? But when they are taking the standard students, there is a high chance this can be tested along with audit risk, because risk assessment comes under interim audit. Normally, risk assessment when we do at the time of interim audit. So what I am trying to tell you is there is a possibility this standard can be tested along with audit risk question. I told you question number 2 in section B, they tested for 20 marks. Sometime if they ask 5 audit risk, marks is 10, 6 audit risk, marks is 12, 7 audit risk, marks is 14, 8 audit risk, marks is 16, maximum 8 audit risk, right? 16 marks. Balance 4, either ISA 330 or ISA 320. That balance 4 marks, they discussed about either interim or final audit or materiality. ISA 320 materiality. They might discuss about interim final audit or they discussed about ISA 320 possible. Under interim final audit, first of all, you should know the difference. What is interim audit and what is final audit? How interim audit differ from final audit, right? Second one, procedures. If you are looking at these procedures, students, at the time of interim audit, what you do, at the time of final audit, what you do. And the third one, how interim audit support final audit. These are the 3 questions directly tested in the past paper, right? You won't get a question beyond this. Maximum question is this is the one, right? Interim and final audit. This can be tested along with what? Audit risk question. And under materiality, students, they might ask what is materiality. They might ask determination of materiality. What is determination? How to determine materiality, students? Indians, how you going to determine materiality? Can you tell me? Exactly, by amount and by nature. By amount and by nature. That's why I told, if you take 5 rupee from out of your father's pocket, some fathers might not react, because for your father 5 rupee is insignificant, because at that time your father is deciding that materiality by amount or by size. But some fathers, even though you take 5 rupee, they will react. That people reacting by looking at nature, because it's a kind of a theft. Without telling, inform your father, if you take 1 rupee also he will react, 1000 rupee also he will react. His decision is not based on amount. His decision is by looking at the nature. What is the nature? Without telling, if you take, I will react. You got my point? Therefore, like your father, auditors also same. Some auditors will react when the amount is big. Some instances. Some people will react when the nature is too serious. For example, I'll tell you, related party transaction IAS 24. 1 rupee related party also material. 1 million rupee related party also material, because related party is risky by nature. Right? So that can be tested. When you are explaining the students, try to explain with examples I gave you. By nature examples I gave you. Size also I gave you. Size is given by the standard. 1 to 2%, half to 1%, and 5 to 10%. That is fine. But when it comes to nature, related party transaction is material by nature. Financial instruments material by nature. Non-compliance is material by nature. All these are goodwill. Right, IFRS 3 business combination revised, goodwill. How to calculate goodwill? Parent consideration paid plus NCI, fair value NCI plus total consideration minus net assets of subsidiary at acquisition date is equals to goodwill minus goodwill impairment. So all these things, that goodwill amount is material by nature. Is material by the nature. Is that clear? And also students, one more thing I want to discuss with you all. This materiality can be tested. They will give you a scenario along with audit risk. I told you, no, audit risk, they will give a scenario. In that scenario, they might discuss about misstatements. Yesterday we discussed audit risk. We discussed 2 types of misstatement. One is, yesterday I forgot to tell that. Right. There are 2 types of misstatements possible in the this one. You know, risk of material misstatement and all we discussed, right? 1 is possible misstatement, 2 is confirmed misstatement. Research cost capitalized, it is confirmed misstatement. Non-compliance with IAS 38. Possible misstatement, management revise useful life of the asset. It is possible misstatement because it is permitted and allowed. But there is a possibility of misstatement. So, in the scenario, they might give misstatement and they ask you to calculate materiality. Then ask you to what? Calculate what? Materiality. You should have ability to assess whether that misstatement is material or not. For example, right, those who don't know how to calculate and assess materiality, I'll tell you. First, identify the misstatement. Let's say research cost 500 capitalized. Research cost 500, what happened? Capitalized. And they gave PBT, profit before tax, 2,500. They gave PBT for the period end, profit before tax period end, 2,500. According to ISA 320, the threshold of PBT, 5% to 10%, right? 5%, when audit risk is high, you should select 5%. When audit risk is low, you should select 10%, right? What is 5%? More than 5% is material, right? When audit risk is high, you should test more items. When audit risk is high, you should test more items. You might study this under ISA 500 audit evidence. Sufficient evidence. Sufficiency is a matter of judgment. When risk is high, you should collect more evidence. When risk is low, you should collect less evidence. So here also, same rule here. When it comes to 5%, audit risk is high means more than 5% I should test because I am testing more items. When audit risk is low, less items to be tested. So more than 10% only I am testing. That is the rationale behind this range. Because some people don't know why it is given as 5 to 10%. By 5 to 10%, the range, lower range audit risk is high, higher range audit risk is low. Now in your exam, sometimes students might think what we should take. Examiner's article, examiner clearly told prevention is better than cure, so always assume audit risk is high, always select lower threshold. Always assume audit risk is high, always select lower threshold. With that knowledge, let's say the misstatement is 500. The misstatement is 500, 2500 PBT into 100. So 2 zeros, 25, 25, which means 20%. 20% is greater than 5 or less than 5. It is greater than 5%. Therefore, this misstatement is what? Material misstatement. Therefore, this misstatement is what? Material misstatement. This is how we calculate what? Materiality. This is how we calculate materiality. And also they speaks about performance materiality. Also they speaks about performance materiality. This combination along with audit risk is possible, students. This question along with audit risk, this combination is possible. So 16 marks for audit risk, that is judgment. I can't do anything. I teach you everything. And I gave you, I think, almost 50 or 60 audit risk examples I shared with you. Case studies. All the past papers. Now it's your duty to pick up. Credit risk, this is the response. Going concern, this is the response. Review of useful life, this is the response. NR issue, this is the response. Cutoff issue, this is the response. You should know. If you do that exercise, if you practice, within half an hour, you can finish that 16 marks. Nothing to think. But that is maximum 16 marks. The balance 4-5 marks is there. That is a combination of standard. I'm telling here, this is a possible combination along with that. Right? And this is also can be tested in this way only. Don't think out of this. Prepare for this. That's it. Is my explanation understood? Sri Lankan students understood. What I said understood. Is that fine? Is that fine, students? Quickly copy this point. Quickly copy this point. Quickly copy. If you have any questions, please ask. There was a question. Again and again, I'm telling students, please, when you are sending text to everyone. Okay, because asking doubt is a way of educating others. Right? Because when you ask one doubt, someone else, if they can see that doubt, right, it's a way of adding something to their knowledge. Therefore, hereafter, when you are sending questions, sending doubts, please send it to everyone. Please send it to everyone. Sri Lankan students also, when you're asking doubts, don't send me personal text, right? Don't send me personal text. Send in the group, because that will helpful for others also. Sir, if the audit risk is given for 16 marks, balance 4 marks only related to audit risk standard or any other related questions may ask in the exam. Anything can be asked in the exam, but there's a high chance it is related to these two or any standards can be possible. That composition can change. You can't say like, okay, only these two standards can be tested with audit risk. I'm telling these two are highly correlated. Any other standards also possible. But I'm trying to cover all these standards because at the last moment, if I pitch standards to you all, it's very easy for you to prepare. Right? So it's very easy to prepare because some students, they are not studying these things in the form of standards. They are studying, these are kind of a chapters. Interim audit is a separate chapter, final materiality is a separate chapter. So you should know how this can be tested in the exam. So if I'm trying to tell that, because at the last moment when I pitch this, it's very comfortable for people to pass because it's bonus marks for you. Right? That 10 marks or 15 marks is a bonus marks. Right. Copy, done. I have a question to you all. Did you all finish your pre-mock paper, which is uploaded to the portal? Did you all finish your pre-mock paper? Pre-mock, ACCS pre-mock paper? No. Okay. No. Okay. Okay, students. I'll do like this. Sri Lankan students, do you want to join my normal revision class online? Right. So every Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm doing a session for Indian students, a kind of a revision, only practicing questions. Right. So those who are in this class, right, if you can able to join, that is only online. Right. So I can discuss that particular pre-mock paper there. I'll discuss that pre-mock paper there because if you didn't prepare, if you didn't do those papers, right, and like if I keep on discussing the answers, that won't add value. Therefore, please try to, okay, I'll share those information in the group, right? Don't worry, we are not teaching anything, right? Even Zian is doing questions. I'm also doing questions, right? Lahir also doing questions. So all are doing the questions only. So it would be more advantage to you all when you are preparing. It's very comfortable for you, right? Fine. Now students, let's move to the third combination. Right? ISA 250 compliance. ISA 250 compliance. ISA 220 quality control. Yeah. Pranish. Pranish, what you are doing, man? Mute your mic. Sorry, sir. Then don't join through phone, huh? Fine. Lamai, fine. This time, I'm expecting, right, ISA 220 also. ISA 220 is bit difficult standard because when you are studying, it's very easy. Right? What you studied under ISA 220, simple. Firm level controls you might studied, plus individual controls you might studied. Firm level controls and individual controls you might study together, right? Like engagement, human resource, acceptance, leadership, engagement, performance, right? Under engagement, performance, direction, supervision, and review. Finally, monitoring. Under monitoring, you might study post review and pre review, hot review and cold review. That is the syllabus, right? But when this going to be tested in your exam, when this going to be tested in your exam, there is a high chance it is not tested as it is what you studied. As it is what you studied, right? So let's make it simple, like, because first of all, I'll tell you what is there in the standard that you studied, right? Leadership, acceptance, ethics, human resource, engagement performance, under engagement performance you might studied direction, supervision, and review. Direction, supervision, and review. Finally, monitoring. Under monitoring you studied hot review and cold review. This is what you discussed, right? This is what you discussed. You might study this in your class theory, right? But the thing is, this standard will not be tested as it is. The standard exam, like, they won't ask what is leadership. They won't ask what is acceptance. They won't ask what is ethics. In my class, I teach as it is. But now I am going to tell you how this can be tested. All these aspects should be taken into consideration. There is a high chance, students, only few questions are tested so far, but those tested questions are a bit difficult for students. Those who are working in audit firm, it is very comfortable, because what they are doing, they are writing. Full-time students, focus, this is how it is tested. See, if I take this standard lamai, students, let's say supervisor, audit firm, okay, I'll explain the hierarchy of audit firm first. Audit firm hierarchy, junior, senior, executive, manager, senior manager, director, partner. After that, you can say engagement quality control reviewer also. After the partner, partner's work is reviewed by another partner who is independent and competent. That person we call engagement quality control reviewer, or else we can say independent review partner. That we discussed in ethics. I'll teach you that in a while. Okay, let's keep ethics aside. Okay, we'll finish it off the standard. After that, we'll move to ethics, right? Because why I prioritize this, I'll somehow try to make a student pass. Those who are trying to score 45 marks, 40 marks, this will push them to 50. Because keep on we are meeting, right? Again, the next Thursday we are meeting, next Tuesday we are meeting, next Thursday we are meeting. So when we are meeting, we are doing only case studies again and again. So, but we are skipping this area. So at the last moment, I want to touch this also. So then it's comfortable for you all. See, students, here, the question is look like how a senior ensure quality of junior. How an executive ensure quality from the senior. This is how the question looks like. So examiner is asking questions in the past paper. You are an audit senior. Now you are reviewing the work of audit junior. Right. What quality measures you follow? What quality measures you follow? Then you should apply all these quality framework, firm level quality control, individual quality control, and ensure what you are going to do for that particular junior. When you are writing these answers, students, there is a high chance this portion should be taken. This portion should be taken. So let's say the question said, you are an audit senior working at KPMG Colombo or KPMG in Bangalore. Okay. Now you're going to review the work of audit junior. ISA 220 provide guidelines. ISA 220 provide guidelines. Quality measures when we perform an audit. Explain what quality control measures taken by you in order to ensure the work of junior is a quality work. The work performed by junior is a quality work. Then what you should write? Here, don't talk about the leadership first, because that is about partner. Don't talk about acceptance first. That is about also partners. Now, how you ensure your juniors work? Simple direction. Tell what you should do. I am showing a direction to you all. Now I am showing a direction to you all. And I ask you to do a question and I am supervising you all. Then after you write and send me answers, I am reviewing you all. A simple quality measure. So when they ask a lower level quality control questions, try to apply direction, supervision and review. Is my explanation understood? Is my explanation understood? Right. Therefore, here the question is how to ensure quality of audit work performed by a junior staff. This is the question. This is how it can be tested. Copy this. So when you are writing answer, try to write direct, supervision and review more, because that is the point where we can ensure the quality more. And also we can suggest, okay, hot review and cold review also to ensure the quality. Copy this. Right. Now students, if you get a question over quality control, and if that question is definitely someone at higher position, how he should ensure the quality of the work performed by a lower position? It can be manager and executive, it can be executive and senior, it can be senior and junior, it can be director and senior manager. But mostly it should be senior to junior. I'll tell you the rationale. Juniors, the work content is very high. But directors and all, the work content is very low. But they are very competent. Let's say the lecturing, right? When you start a lecture, right, in your career, you try to search everything and you are trying to learn everything. You spend lot of time, you should maximum effort to prepare, right? But after some time, the utility theory only. Once you expertized, Kaplan, not required. Past paper, not required. Answer, not required. Everything, you become an expert. It's very simplified for you. You understand what I'm saying? That's the developer. So, it is very comfortable and no need to review more a competent person. That's why in the exam they are giving, rather than ensure quality of the director's work, you should ensure the quality of junior's work. Yes, they are the point where the quality risk is high. When it comes to senior manager, director, partner, quality risk is very low because they are competent. Quality risk is very low because they are competent. You understood what I'm telling. Therefore, there is a high chance it works like this. There's a high chance it goes like this. Right. Now let's move to compliance. Compliance also can be tested as a separate standard to you all, but it is easy. But I'll try to tell you one thing. You should know impact of direct and indirect law. Direct and indirect law. And you should know one thing, students. Non-compliance indicator. Non-compliance indicators. Past papers, they ask this question. What are the indicators of non-compliances? Anyone can tell the answer? In the exam, if they ask, what are the indicators of non-compliances? What are the indicators of non-compliances? If examiner asks, what are you going to write? If examiner asks, what are you going to write? My question, you are doing exam. In your exam, there was a question for 5 marks. Explain the indicators of non-compliances. Explain the indicators of non-compliances. It's a standard question. What answer are you going to write? What answer are you going to write? Anyone? Indian students, chapter number 6, my tute, audit planning. First one is ISA 300, audit strategy, audit document, audit program. Then ISA 330, interim and final audit. Then ISA 230, audit documentation. Then ISA 240, fraud. Then ISA 250, compliance. Under that, fourth paragraph, fourth topic, subtopic. The fourth topic is, subtopic is non-compliance indicators. Go and check. So, non-compliance indicators, number 1, fine. If there is any fine, it's an indicator of non-compliance. Negative publicity, possible non-compliance. So auditor, I should see whether there is any fine imposed on client, whether there is any negative publicity over client, right? Whether there is any breach, terms and conditions breached, environmental violation breach, non-compliance. Coca-Cola, best example, 2014, Sri Lanka, Kalani River, fully polluted, license get cancelled. It's an indicator of non-compliance. Right. Very good. Tax evasion, non-compliance. So all these are the indicators of what? Non-compliance. That is also possible. And the most important area, students, responsibilities. Most important area, responsibilities. Like fraud, here also management responsibilities can be tested. Auditor's responsibility also can be tested. What is management responsibility? What is auditor's responsibility over compliance? Compliance is primarily management responsibility. Management should perform analysis called SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunity, threat. Management should perform an analysis called pestle analysis. Under pestle analysis, L stand for legal. Legal environment should be studied by management. After studying legal environment, they should identify what are the low impact organization. That law should be divided into 2. One is direct law, 2 is indirect law. If you are not comply with direct law, directly it's affect going concern of the business. For example, ACCA. Sir, we have to explain these indicators. Yes, it depends on the marks. Right? List down means no need. Explain means yes. Okay. So if I take ACCA, Arivu or ACCA, PPIM or whatever, right? We should need to comply ACCA's requirements. And we are not complying with ACCA requirement. Points are enough? Yes. Fine. But points are enough means don't say fine. Right? Fine plus you should explain. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is like, if you take ACCA, we are not complying ACCA's requirements. Our license get cancelled. We said gold, we said platinum, we said silver. Approval is not there. We are not an approved learning provider. Then how are you going to do the ACCA? How are you going to register students? How are you going to update results? How are you going to conduct CBE exams? You can't. Because for PPIM or Arivu or whatever audit or educational institutes, ACCA's compliance is a direct law. You should comply. Because direct law non-compliance will affect going concern of the business. Indirect law, that is not a big deal. It's a second thing. It's a second thing. For example, let's say we are doing branding and all, advertisements and all. Sometime environmental might get polluted, right? So that is do not affect primarily. I can say that is indirect law. So auditor, management should ensure all the direct laws are complied. How they ensure? They should have a clear policies and procedures and internal controls to ensure full compliance. And they transfer that particular work to internal audit department. That's why internal audit department, you might study their assignments. One of their assignments is compliance audit. Then what auditor should do? Auditor should ensure whether this particular compliance is made or not. Right? And there is no material misstatement into financial statement due to non-compliance. That you should check. How auditor check that? Simply procedures. Procedures also in the past papers, breach of law. I can say non-compliance. I can say non-compliance. There is a scenario, okay, we breach that particular issue, right? Health and safety rule is breached. Non-compliance is made. Then what you should do? Second one, possible non-compliance. Indicators are there. It is not mean by non-compliance. That is not a non-compliance. But there is a possibility of non-compliance. Then how are you going to tackle? So procedures over non-compliance, procedures over possible non-compliance. These are the two possible questions when it comes to procedures in your past papers. So you should focus on that. I'm telling one thing. Okay, Arivu, right? They are not comply with ACCA's requirement. So their license get cancelled. Write down procedure. This is non-compliance. Possible non-compliance. Okay, ACCA, right? They put fine. Or they put, there's a negative publicity that Arivu or PPIM is not complying. Those are possible indicators. They are talking about indicators. That is we call possible non-compliance. In such situation, how are you going to perform procedure? In such situation, how are you going to perform procedure? And also, there was a technical article. Please read in ACCA's website. It is there. It is about NOCLA. Did anyone heard about this NOCLA? Anyone heard about NOCLA? Online student, Indian students, NOCLA? Very good, Lakshani. There was a technical article about NOCLA. Please go and read. Non-compliance of laws and regulations. Try to understand. If you are an auditor, if someone is not complying with rules and regulation, it is required by law to disclose. You might study ethics, right? Under ethics, integrity, objectivity, professional competence, and professional behavior, familiarity, and also you might study the concept called confidentiality. Confidentiality means what? Confidential information should not disclose to outside. But there are instances confidential information should disclose. One is required by law. Two is permitted by law. These two we call mandatory disclosure. Three is to protect public interest. So when it is required by law or when it is permitted by law, it's your duty to declare. So NOCLA said, if you are declaring a non-compliance, it is won't affect confidentiality principle. still you are ethical, even though you are breaching confidentiality. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right. So NOCLA, there is a technical article uploaded in the website. Please go through. Please go through. Okay. Copy this. Copy this. Indian students, Thursday we have lectures, huh? Right, from 4 to 7:30. Right. Case study section A questions I'll do. Okay. Section A type of questions, MCQs. Right. I shared a material, so I finished that portions by Thursday. Now, students, let's move to the standard. ISA 230 audit documentation. ISA 230 audit documentation and ISA 300 planning and risk assessment. These two standards are very simple. Sir, what is your advice on these 2 weeks to focus? Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll give you a study plan. Right. Assuming myself, I'm a student. Right. And I don't know anything. My assumption is what? I didn't study anything. Now only I'm going to start. Right. I'll tell you with that assumption, a plan. With that assumption, I'll plan. Right. Tomorrow I'll give that. Okay. So focus on that. I'll give 2 plans. One for like a weak student. Weak student means in the sense the student who is preparing at the last moment. It does not mean that student is not smart. That is not what I mean. Not yet prepare, not yet start. With that assumption, I give one plan. Second plan, you already started, you are comfortable. For that, I'll give another plan. Okay. Audit documentation, if you take, purpose or benefit. Especially working papers, they might ask. Current and permanent files, they ask. Current and permanent file, they ask. Custody, they ask. Custody of working papers. These are the points tested. Planning, preparation of audit strategy document. It's a bit tricky. Preparation of audit strategy document. I think for Indian students, yes, we did one question. While I'm teaching, we prepare one audit strategy document. Can you remember? So they might give a case study, right? Based on the case study, you should able to prepare an audit strategy document. Right? You should able to prepare what? An audit strategy document. So audit strategy document have certain characteristics, right? So that characteristics you might studied in the theory. You might studied in the theory. Characteristics of engagement, significant matters, resources, timing, extent, right? All those things. And also you should know audit plan. You should know audit plan. So these are the two things comes under this. If you get these two standard students, it's very comfortable and easy to pass, because like it's not that difficult, it's not that complicated, it is not that difficult. So can you do once again, strategy document is more important for better understanding? No problem. Thursday we'll do one question. Preparation of audit strategy document, we'll do one question, no problem. And those who have doubt certain topics, for example, ethics. So we studied ethics, but I'm not that strong enough to understand those principles clearly. Number two is audit risk. These are the important two topics where you can't use your general knowledge to write answers, right? Those two, the topics videos are there in the YouTube, right? It's a complete, my videos are there, right, for audit risk and ethics. So you can watch those two also. Those who don't have a proper understanding about ethics and audit risk. Okay. I think Arivu's YouTube also it's there. I asked them to put the complete video. Right. So PPIM is also there. Arivu's videos also there. Right. So Arivu's YouTube, I think it's completely available. So I told normally normally we won't put everything, but for these two topics it's fully there. Those who watched, they can understand. Okay. So that gives a clear idea how it can be tested in exam. Right. With that knowledge, if you study, it is very easy for you, because I am not in a position to teach that from the beginning. Right. So it's very comfortable. So Sri Lankan students, don't worry. I'll put a text in the group. Don't worry. Okay. That I'll share the link in the group. Okay. Class link I shared in the group. I'll put in the both group, marathon group and the class groups. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Sri Lankan students, whatever you want, tell me, I'll do. Right. And India, I can able to understand the question, but not sure writing answer similar tips, substantive procedure. Substantive procedure, let's keep as it is. Tomorrow we'll discuss, because I am doing pre-mock later now. So tomorrow completely I'll explain substantive procedure. Let's keep it aside. Okay. So can you give substantive procedure detailed PDF, which might prepare for all types of substantive procedures? Gokulnath, I shared substantive procedures with you all. Did I share all the workings? Venkat, I think I shared all the substantive procedures with you all, right? Did I share with you? I think all the past papers, substantive procedures, I shared with someone. Did I share? No. Okay, anyway, I'll share, tonight I'll share with you. Okay, Gokulnath. Okay, Gokulnath, can you drop me a text in the WhatsApp? Not now, around today, 11 o'clock time. So after this, I have AAA revision. After that, I have audit revision, right? Maldives. I will finish by 10:30. So after 10:30, you can drop me a text. I will share the material, right? Complete procedures. Next one. Very, very important standard. Mark it as important. ISA 500. What is ISA 500, students? What is ISA 500? What is ISA 500? Audit evidence. Very good. MCQs are possible. This time, definitely. I think while I am doing Kaplan revision questions in the physical class, India, we discussed, I told you, section A, substantive procedures along with audit evidence can be tested. Yes or no? This time it is almost confirmed. According to my exposure and experience, this time definitely there is a high chance substantive procedure and evidence can be tested together. Substantive procedures and evidence can be tested together for MCQs. Right? There's a high chance. Not everyone, because questions are get rotated. There is a high chance substantive procedures and audit evidence can be combined together for section A. 5 MCQs. Total 10 marks. And I told you it is not easy. And I think I discussed one or two questions we discussed MCQs, how to tackle with these evidence and all. 9. Redo that question, no? Redo that question, especially for section A, right? And section B also, students, you should know apply judgment over sufficient and appropriate evidence. Sufficient and appropriate evidence. See, what I am trying to tell you is, I think, can you remember a simple class activity I gave to you all in India, where that finance director confirm cash balance orally. Finance director confirm cash balance orally, and I ask you to write down whether it is sufficient and appropriate or not, right? So likewise, they might ask you whether the given evidence is sufficient, whether the given evidence is appropriate. So sufficiency and appropriateness is the matter. Appropriateness is what? Relevant and reliable. That you should know, right? Next one, experts. Experts. They might ask management experts work and they might ask auditors experts work. This is very important. Under expert students, factors to be considered. This is the mostly tested past paper question, right? Factors to be considered before relying experts work. Before relying experts work. And also there was a past paper question. How to assess expert work. How to assess experts work. These are the questions possible from ISA 500. There are questions possible from ISA 500. And ISA 620, reliance of internal audit. Reliance of what audit? Internal audit. How to rely on internal audit. How to rely on internal audit. Reliance of internal audit. So when I'm talking about reliance of internal audit, right? Factors to be considered. Factors to be considered before relying internal auditor. That is commonly tested question. But there was another question where students didn't understand these questions much, right? Because in the past papers, this question was asked several times, right? And when I discuss with my students, previous batches and all, right? They confuse between the factors to be considered and the second question. The second question is how to assess effectiveness. How to assess effectiveness of internal audit function Give me an answer for this question. Right. How are you going to assess effectiveness of internal audit function? How to assess effectiveness of internal audit function? All these things are there, huh? Under the topic of internal audit it comes, and also under the topic of audit evidence it comes. How are you going to assess the effectiveness of internal audit? Simple question. What is the answer that you're going to give for this? What is the answer that you're going to give for this? Anyone? How to assess effectiveness of internal audit function? Review internal controls. Shall I tell you? Number one, whether the company is complying with corporate governance or not, that you should check. If the company is complying with corporate governance, internal auditors are reports to audit committee. If the company is not complying with corporate governance, internal auditors are reports to management. If the internal auditors are reports to management, that function is not effective. If internal auditors are reports to audit committee, that function is effective. That is one way. Another way, you should assess the qualification of internal auditors, because external auditor, as per the Companies Act, it is mandatory to be a qualified person. Right? If you are studying Kaplan material or BPP material, chapter number 2, rules and regulation is the topic. Right? If you are using Study Hub, external auditor, that is the topic. So what I am trying to tell you is, external auditor need to be a qualified person. He should be a member of CA, he should be a member of CIMA, he should be a member of ACCA. But internal auditors are not like that. Internal auditors should no need to be a member, no need to be a qualified person. That requirement was not there. So you can be an internal auditor without having any qualification. But when you are assessing the effectiveness of internal audit function, you should check the qualification of that particular individual, chief internal auditor, whether that person CII or CIO, right, chief internal auditor, right, CIA, sorry, chief internal auditor should be a qualified person. If he is a qualified member and the team is qualified people, that is effective. If the team is not qualified, that is ineffective. Third one, whether the level of independence within the company, that is we call the culture. Sometimes see, internal auditors are treated as employees and their independence is restricted. When their independence is restricted, function is not effective. When independence is not restricted, function is not independent. Function is independent. How this? I'll explain with the example. Because when I use the word Kaplan used, when I use the word BPP used, when I use the word Study Hub used, you won't understand. That's why I'm giving a material, but in my class I'm not reading that material. Always what I do, I'll explain with the flow charts, very easy to understand. See, let's take a company. In the company, there is an internal audit department. There is an internal audit department. And let's say these internal auditors, we need to assess their independence. We need to assess their independence. And their independence is restricted or not, that we should see. That independence is restricted or not, that we should see. If the independence is restricted, function is ineffective. If the independence is not restricted, function is independent. When it's get restricted, how you can restrict internal auditors' work? Simple. You put internal audit department within finance department. With any organization, within the finance department, internal audit department is also there. Normally, finance and payroll work together. Only finance department, within that also payroll is there. Finance and treasury is work together. Likewise, if finance and internal auditor is also working together, right, that is independence is restricted. That is ineffective. If internal audit function is an independent function within the organization, they are not deals or they are not be with any part of other operations, not integrated with any part of other operations, their function is independent. Is my answer understood? Students, is my answer understood? Is that clear? And also we can ensure accountant can't act as an internal auditor. That is wrong. Internal audit is a separate function, accountant is a separate function. Okay. And also students, one more point I'll tell you. Internal auditors' recommendations should be implemented by audit committee. Internal auditors' recommendation should be implemented by audit committee. That recommendation matters. That recommendation matters. Because when such recommendations goes and that action is taken over that recommendation, that function is effective. That function is effective. So this is how we ensure the independence. And also there is another question, students. Mark this as important. Mark this as important. Direct assistance. Can anyone explain what is direct assistance? So any department should not integrated with other departments. Should be integrated with other departments. Sales and marketing should be integrated. Payroll and HR should be integrated. Accounting and finance and treasury should be integrated. But internal audit should not be integrated. Because internal audit is an independent function. Internal audit is an independent function. Is that clear, Suren? Because when other departments are integrated, they will create a synergy. Internal audit should not be integrated. That's what I am trying to tell you. Okay. It's like this. Suren, you can go for a lunch with one of your friend in the class. That gives a synergy because one portion you guys can buy in India and you can share both, right? Cost effective. But I should not go with you. Reason, that affect independence. If I am taking the paper and if I am correcting the paper, right? ACC assume like that. I should keep myself as independent. That is very important. So internal auditor, you can't play that. Okay. Other functions, yes. Second one, direct assistant. Direct assistant means, students, I think you might studied. External auditor's main problem is KOB. What is KOB? External auditor's main problem is KOB. What is KOB? Knowledge of the business. They are external parties. Think in 2009, I done with my A levels, right? And 2011, I am joining with EY. While in the university, first 2 years I was in the university. Third year onwards, I am joining with EY. The first client is Sri Lankan Airlines. Once I reach Sri Lankan, knowledge is zero. I don't know anything about Sri Lanka. But after some time, the knowledge of the business is increased. But what I'm trying to tell you is, as auditors practically think, we all are outsiders. Industry knowledge, organization knowledge is very limited. Industry knowledge and organization knowledge is very much limited. Therefore, what we do is, sometime external auditor might think we should use internal auditors to gather evidence. Let's say external audit team is 10 people. All these 10 people's knowledge of the business is very low. So what we decide is, okay, fine. Let's take internal auditors to our team. Let's take internal auditors to our team. They become external auditors team members for a short period of time. And they support us to gather what? Audit evidence. So direct assistance is very risky. Why? We are taking internal auditors to do external audit work. They become the part of audit team. And quality control is implemented by external audit team to that internal audit members. And also those people should report to whom? External audit team, not for management. So that is what called direct assistant. There are situations where ISA 620 prohibited to perform direct assistance. ISA 620 is prohibiting certain situations that you can't do, certain areas you can't do direct assistance. Number one is judgmental area. Number two is fraudulent area. Number three is high risky area. Number four is highly subjective areas. All these areas, it is not permitted us to use direct assistance. It is not permitted us to use what? Direct assistance. Is my explanation understood? These two standards clear? These two standards clear, students? Understood? Students understood? Is that clear? Quickly copy. I'll try to cover all the standards, right? Try to cover every standards, right? Then those who are preparing now, it will give you a clear idea what area you should focus. Because anyway, direct assistance, once again, see, it's like this. I am an auditor. Now I am auditing Tata. Sri Lankans also know, Indians also know, right? A common example. Because if I say Cargills, only Sri Lankans can understand. Right? I am auditing Tata. My auditing members do not have a clear knowledge of the business about Tata, how Tata works, their industry, and how it's operate, right? All those details we are lack. So if I do complete audit without taking internal auditors, my detection risk is very high. My detection risk is very high because of lack of understanding. I can develop that understanding, but anyway, it's not like it cannot be equal to internal auditors, because internal auditors are internal party. All 365 days they do the work. They know better than us. So now we decided, okay, let's take internal auditors to external auditing for a short period of time. Let's say 3 months. A 3 months assignment, we inform management, send your internal auditors to us, make them a part of external auditor. Please don't disturb hereafter. We will look after them. They report to us. After 3 months, they will come back to your office and they work. This service is called direct assistance. It is very risky. Why? Independence is matters. When you are taking direct assistance, that affect the independence. That is also ethical dilemma, right? So, standard said, you can use, but don't use internal auditors to gather evidence over judgmental area. Don't use internal auditors as direct assistant areas over high risk areas, subjective areas, fraud. That's what that standard said. Is that clear, student, now? Is that clear? Right. Now, students, I'm not discussing ISA 210 acceptance consideration, because I'll discuss that after break. When I'm discussing ethics, I'll discuss along with ethics. Because ethics and acceptance tested together, right? Now write it down. ISA 505. What is ISA 505? Anyone? What is ISA 505? What is ISA 505? Exactly, confirmation. External confirmation. Mark it as important. Fine. There are standard questions, 5 to 6 marks on this standard as well. Here, students, confirmation is a procedure. And you should know types of confirmation. That is very important. Positive versus negative confirmation. Another word is positive versus negative circularization. Positive versus negative circularization. Positive versus negative circularization. Okay. Students, is my teaching is fine? Because I feel like, yeah, is it fine? What I am teaching, is it fine? Because I'm not getting much response. Is it that fine? Because one thing, because normally in the class we can do jokes and all, but now I do not want to waste the time. 100% I'm talking syllabus only. That's what I'm asking this question. Right. 100% technical points only I'm discussing with you all. Right. Therefore, if you feel like overloaded, let me know. Right. I'm not talking out of the topic. I'm not talking any stories because it's the last moment. Time is very much valuable. So I'm talking only precise things. Okay. Positive and negative circularization, it is very important. You should know how to differentiate that. And the second thing is how to obtain circularization process. These are the two questions can be tested. Right. Normally, circularization procedure, if I take students, first of all, you should select the sample, receivables or whatever, right? And you should discuss with management and request permission from the management. If management permission is denied, then there is a problem because precondition is breached. Management accepted and acknowledged at the time of acceptance the precondition. What is precondition? Financial statements are prepared in line with the standard and management prepare financial statement. Management allow us to collect whatever the evidence they need. Okay, therefore if management is approved, then we can draft the confirmation letter. Who draft confirmation letter? Auditor, and send it to management, and management should look at. Thereafter directly auditor, management is not sending, directly auditor send to whom? The customers, and ask them to confirm and send back directly to auditor. Send back directly to auditor. That confirmation is two types. One is positive, one is negative. Positive means if you accept or not accept. Let's say Gokulnath, one customer. Customer balance is 5,000. I am writing, okay, 5,000 is the customer balance. I'm sending to Gokulnath. Now Gokulnath is checking his ledger. That is also 5,000. He said, okay, agreed. Positive circularization. Let's say his ledger is 7,000. My balance is 5,000. Not agreed. So whether you agreed or not agreed, you should respond. That is positive. Negative means, let's say Gokulnath 5,000, he will not respond. Why? Because he agreed not to respond. Not agreed, he should respond. That is negative. That is how positive and negative circularization work. What is we are trying to achieve through circularization? Two things. One is existence. Existence assertions we try to meet. Existence assertion we try to meet. When we are sending a confirmation to customer Lamai, we are trying to check existence, and also we are trying to check the valuation. Existence and the valuation, very good, Suren, smart. Right. Existence and the valuations are the assertions we are trying to achieve through confirmation. Okay. Quickly copy this. Mark it as important. No? Right. Another important standard, right, that normally we do with audit risk, but anyway, can be tested separately also. That is ISA 520. What is ISA 520, students? Anyone? ISA 520. Very good. ARP, Analytical Review Procedures. Analytical Review Procedures. There are past paper questions on this standard as well. This standard also can be tested along with audit risk. Huh? Okay. So in this standard, they ask types of ARP. Types of ARP. And what are the types of ARP? Compare current year versus previous year. Compare current year versus industry figure. Compare budgeted figure versus actual figure. ARP. And what is ARP? Identifying plausible relationship between financial and non-financial variables. Right. What is ARP? Identifying plausible relationship. Plausible relationship means the relationship is like interdependent, very difficult to assess the relationship. So the correlationship is influenced by different factors. That is what we call a plausible relationship. Right. For example, say age and disease, there is a relationship, two variables. Right. It is not always positive, it is not always negative. So it is very difficult to predict. Those type of situations, what we do is simply we perform ARP. So ARP is assessing the plausible relationship. By looking at the relationship, misstatements are identified. For example, cost of sales is increasing 200%. Sales is decreasing 500%. Possible? No, because sales and cost of sales are positively correlated. When you see sales is decreasing by 500%, cost of sales is increasing by 200%, sales is decreasing 500 means I have a doubt. Either cost of sales misstated or either sales get misstated. Simple error. Right. Second one, methods we used in ARP. Methods of ARP. Second one is methods of ARP. If you look at the method, students, the method that we commonly used in audit and assurance is ratio analysis. Ratio analysis that yesterday we discussed. The second method is trend analysis. I'll teach you this in detail if you pass audit and if you go to AAA professional level, and if you choose advanced audit and assurance, at that point I'll teach you trend analysis and how to do ARP in detail, right? But at your syllabus it is not there. Third one, reasonableness test. But I think for Indian students we did trend also in the class. Okay. Third one is reasonableness test. These are the three methods. What is reasonableness test? Reasonableness test is a judgment by looking at a ASD machine. Okay, what might be its useful life? Right, useful life of an asset, right or wrong? It's a reasonableness test. Right? Next one is stages of ARP. Stages of ARP. At which situations we perform ARP? Actually, students, analytical review procedures speciality is we do this at planning stage. We do this at planning stage. That is, we call preliminary analytical review procedures. That is, we call preliminary procedures. And we do this at performance stage as a part of substantive analytical procedure. And we do this at reporting stage. And we do this at a reporting stage. At reporting stage is finalization procedure. So this is the only procedure that we do all three stages of the audit. Is that clear? Copy this. Copy this. Okay. See, sir, are you seeing anything and writing or just thinking and writing? Thinking and writing. Okay. But I can ensure what I am writing here is correct and I'm not missing anything. Don't worry. Okay. Sometime I might not write everything that you need to cover. I'm telling like, okay, whatever the things in your syllabus, I might not writing everything here. In the class, I will write. Here, I'm not writing 100% in your syllabus. Here, I'm writing whatever is relevant to your exam. Whatever is relevant to your exams. You understood? Trust me. Whatever is important to you all, I'll cover. Okay, I'll write. Don't think. Okay, fine. That is also true. That is also true. Human error is also possible, right? Human error is also possible, right? But I'll tell you one thing, right? Yes, there is a possibility I might miss some points, right? But when you do the same thing again and again, okay, chances are very low. Chances are very low, right? Because we are playing with students' life, playing with the generation's life. Don't worry. I will take all the precautionary actions to protect you guys. Don't worry. Okay. So I'm not missing anything. Try now. Trust me, I'm not missing. Good, huh? Good questions. Next one. AISA 580. What is AISA 580, students? What is AISA 580? Very good. Written representation. AISA 580 is written representation. Again, this standard is also very much important. Mark it. This standard is also very much important. Okay. Under written representation, the main question is reliability of written representation. Reliability of written representation. See, audit evidence standard said the evidence need to be sufficient and appropriate. The main problem is reliability. The main problem is reliability, because AISA 500 said when evidence is less reliable. If the evidence you get it from outside, it is more reliable. If the evidence you get from inside, it is less reliable. If the evidence is written form, more reliable. If the evidence is oral form, less reliable. If the evidence is obtained from the directly obtained by the auditor, more reliable. Obtained from management, less reliable. If the evidence is subject to effective internal control, more reliable. Ineffective internal control, less reliable. If the evidence is original, more reliable. If the evidence is copy, it is less reliable. Right? Therefore, written representation is obtained from the management. Management only giving written representation. They acknowledge their responsibilities. Right? Therefore, it is not a reliable evidence. That's why the standard AISA 580 clearly said, don't rely only on written representation. Don't rely only on written representation when you are gathering evidence. Therefore, see, written representation is a supporting evidence to other. You can do a comparative analysis. Get the written representation. You already have some evidence. See whether it is consistent or not. That is the purpose of written representation. So this is the answer you should give for the reliability. And also the reliability of written representation is depends on who is giving that. Who is giving that. That's why normally when I started to work with different stakeholders, right, first thing I assess is whether they are ethical or not. Whether they are ethical or not. If someone is telling Fareen, okay, we will pay you $50 per hour, right, but you should finish audit syllabus within 20 hours to 30 hours, right. Now, I have a question. whether I should accept or not. Because 20 to 30 hours, I can't finish, right? So now for India, I teach there 120 hours, right? 1 month before, still from that day onwards, still we are doing, right? Tuesdays and Thursdays. So at the end, normally I think we are covering 170 hours, 150 or 60 hours we can cover. Payment is only for 80 hours, but we are covering how many hours? More than that, 150 to 60. So the level of work should not be determined by anyone. It should be unrestricted. Payment can be restricted. Yes or no? It's unfair. No? If I charge for 200 hours, then it's loss. That's fair. 80 hours payment, but payment should be allocated. So what I am trying to tell you is, if someone is telling don't take more time, they can tell we won't pay if you won't take. That is a separate story. But if they are telling you can't take more time, then students used to it and students expect from every lecturer the same, then I should not accept. Because the reliability is based on where? Integrity of management. When management integrity is very high, when management ethical behavior is very high, when management have duty of care. That's why the Code of Ethics said professional competency and due care. Actually, my perspective is, I came from free education, right? So my perspective is education should not be sold at a premium price. But what I do is, I try to give maximum beyond the level of expectation. See, if 80 hours subject to payment, I will do 150 hours. I try to convince myself, okay, work is done to satisfactory level. Because see, ethics is that when a competent person is unethical, always I am telling, when I am teaching ethics, I will tell you, when a competent person is unethical, he is an evil, intellectual evil. That's why Code of Ethics said professional competence and due care. When you are competent, that should bring duty of care, neighbor principle. That should bring what? Duty of care, public interest. So when management is unethical, competent but unethical, if I am an auditor, whatever written representation they give, reliability is out. Because they are not ethical. They are not ethical. You understood what I am telling? So reliability of written representation is based on integrity of management as well. Integrity of management as well. Right. The second thing is how to obtain written representation. How to obtain written representation. Copy these two. And also third one, there is a technical article for ACCA F8. Please read that. In the ACCA's examiner, technical article was published for this ACCA F8. Detailed examples are given. Please read it. Please read it. Right. I think for India classes, I told you in the class itself. But everyone, please read it. There are few things I ask you to read. Make a note and read it. Because exam questions came normally tested through those articles. Here see examples. Which situations or which area we require written representation. Number one is subsequent event. Active duty, passive duty. During active duty period, auditors should perform audit procedures over subsequent event, adjusting event or non-adjusting event. If it is material, amendment is required and auditors should obtain written representation there. Number two, preparation of financial statement, auditors should request written representation. Number three, management responsibilities are confirmed through written representation. Number four, written representation is required when uncorrected misstatements, when there is uncorrected misstatement, and if that uncorrected misstatements are immaterial. Let's say uncorrected misstatements are there and management is telling these misstatements are immaterial. Give me a written representation, simple. So those are the areas where we ask management to provide written representation. Those are the areas where we ask management to provide written representation. That clear? Copy this thing. These are three things generally tested under written representation. Is that clear, students? Understood? Understood? Copy this. Students, understood? Okay, now time is 3 o'clock. I'll start at 3:25. After break, students, I'm going to discuss another 4 or 5 standards. With that, your theory areas are done. Then I will discuss ethics. Very, very important. Okay. Right, take a break. See, if you look at completion and reporting, students, am I audible? Am I audible? Today we will discuss reporting questions and we need to discuss test of controls and also substantive procedures. Fine. So first, let's start with completion and reporting. Definitely you will get one question from this for both section A and section B. As I said earlier, I'm expecting this time section A questions also, right? And section B. First of all, if I take section A, completion and reporting, if I take section A, right? So it is like the case study include ISA 560. Section A case study include ISA 560. ISA 560 is subsequent event, adjusting event, non-adjusting event, active duty, passive duty, those kind of informations will be given. And also your case study might include ISA 570 or going concern. Your case study might include ISA 700 to 710. ISA 700 to 710, if I take, it's about paragraphs, reporting, impact, right, implication, audit report, audit opinion. And also this can include ISA 450 overall review. So section A might include areas related like subsequent events, going concern, other information and reporting, opinion, and misstatements. Any combination is possible, but there is a high chance they might test subsequent events along with opinion area along with that. Fine. This is for maximum 10 marks. I'm expecting this time, right, in your section A. So section A, if I take today, I'll give you three possible combination papers, right? Section A and section B and section A and B paper 1, section A and B paper 2, section A and B paper 3, right? That is like possible combinations. So prepare for that also. So that is section A possible when it comes to here. And section B, students, section B, normally question number 3. There are 3 questions in section B. So third question, there's a high chance you will get, high chance means almost confirm, you will get a question from completion and reporting. So here I'm not telling that entire question tree 20 marks will be tested for completion and reporting. Other standards can be tested, any other areas can be tested, but minimum 6 to 7 marks definitely it is tested for that reporting portion, right? Definitely it is tested. And the question verb is implication to audit report. Implication to audit report. The question verb is implication to audit report. What is implication to audit report means? Simply they will give you a scenario. They will give you a scenario. Based on that scenario, they will give you a scenario. Based on that scenario, you should identify that scenario might include misstatements. Scenario include what? Misstatements. There is a scenario. That scenario include misstatements, and management refused to adjust misstatement. Management refused to amend financial statement. Management is telling no. Misstatement, yes, but we can't correct. Right? If that is the case, what is the impact to financial statement, or what is the impact to audit report? Simply they are asking what opinion possible. What opinion possible. So that is simply we call implication to audit report. Simply we call implication to audit report. Is this clear? Implication to audit report, maximum marks I can tell you 6 to 8 marks. Maximum marks 6 to 8 marks, which means the balance 12 marks can be anything. Right? That is not only from audit reporting topic or completion topic. It can be any other standards. It can be any other areas. Sometimes it can be substantive procedures. Most of the time, the other marks goes to substantive procedures. I can say like case study based substantive procedures, right? So that we'll discuss later how substantive procedures can be tested, and we'll discuss some questions on that, right? So now this is how it works. And see here, second one is this type of question is rarely tested. Last 20 years past paper, the second type of question is tested somewhere around 2-3 times only, right? If you get this type of question, yes, it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult, which means critical evaluation of audit report. What is critical evaluation of audit report? Simply earlier, before 2015 and all, earlier, right, this particular critical evaluation audit report question is tested in advanced audit and assurance paper. Then slowly examiner put some questions for audit and assurance as well, which means scenario includes extract of audit report. Scenario includes extract of audit report. The scenario include what? Extract of audit report. A part of audit report will be provided. Examiner will give you a audit report which is prepared by a less competent person. Mostly it can be audit senior, it can be audit junior, or someone, right, who prepared this report and evaluate the report. Whatever the report given, you should critically evaluate. How to critically evaluate? That I teach you in the class also. What are the factors you need to consider when you are critically evaluating? Number one is order. Whether the order required by ISA 700 is right, and suitability of opinion, suitability of the headings, suitability of the paragraphs, wording, responsibilities of management, responsibilities of auditor. All these things should be checked here, right? Let's say in the audit report they are telling like preparation of financial statement is auditor's responsibility. It is wrong because it is management responsibility. Then you should critically evaluate. So there are factors you need to consider when you are critically evaluating such type of question. Third type of question is, as I said, it is theory questions. In the theory questions, mainly they are talking about paragraphs. There are different paragraphs you might study. Emphasis of meta paragraph, other information, key audit meta paragraph, right? So all these things are generally tested, repeatedly tested, right? So copy this. So after that, we can discuss a question, impact to audit report. There are a lot of past paper questions. We can discuss one question, right, in the past paper. So this is how it can be tested. So students, maximum 6 to 8 marks is confirmed in this area. If it is tested in section A also, altogether 16 marks is confirmed. 10% goes to section A, 6 to 8% goes to section B. So it's a area where you can score somewhere around 15 to 16 marks. If it is tested in both places, if it is tested only in section B, it is 6 to 8, but that is very convenient, very easy to score. I'll teach you how to write answer, how to structure the answer, all those things. Please copy this. Don't lose marks in this area. Don't lose marks in this area. Copy this. So what about our study plan for next week? Right. I'll give you a study plan. Don't worry. I'll give you a study plan. At the end, last I'll give study plan. Indian students, is it okay if I do next week also questions? Next Tuesday and next Thursday also, if I do questions, is it fine for you? Not 4 hours. Let's make it 2 hours, like Tuesday 2 hours, for 6 to 8, 2 or 3 hours. Is it fine? Okay, fine. Let's do. So next Tuesday also we'll meet. Next Thursday also we'll meet. Let's focus more on substantive procedures. Right. Students, already I told you, right? Implication to report. So when you get implication to audit report question, the first thing is you should identify the key issue. Key issue should be a misstatement. What is mean by misstatement? As per ISA 320, any misstatement that can be a non-compliance with standard. Misstatement is non-compliance with the standard. Second thing, you should identify the materiality. If you can able to explain the standard, that is also you can do, right? And third one is pervasiveness. You should explain whether the matter is pervasive or not. Fourth one, opinion. Focus on the heading also, because when your opinion change, the heading is also changed. Right? Number 5, basis for P. Basis for P. So these are the 5 points. If you want, you can include the standard points also. So with the artificial intelligence, and what is that BI? Venkat, I didn't understand. What is that? AI is artificial intelligence, BI business intelligence. Okay. Related to automated controls and procedures. Very rare, don't worry. Ryan. The digitalization portion I'll do next class. A little portions will cover. But I don't think. Please check whether there is any recent technical articles uploaded related to that. Okay. So if it's uploaded, yes, it is examined. Now let's move to the paper. Let's move to recent papers. Recent papers. Okay. 142, page number 142. So I told you 6 marks maximum. So here they gave 5 marks, right? Discuss. Normally it's section B, the last question. So if you look at here, this is part D. Before that, what they gave, all are substantive procedures. So that is what I expect this time also, right? Balance substantive procedures, and they will give this. If very rare, they will give something else like theory A, right? Okay, now students, I'll give 5 minutes time. Type your own answer related to this question. Then we'll discuss, right? So I'm going to follow the same answer structure, but just try out. Try out. Type your answers. Yeah. Same scenario, yes. So here, to get the materiality, you should read the first part, scenario. See, the scenario matters because otherwise, without getting these values, how are you going to calculate the materiality? You can't do that. So that's the same scenario. Try out. Quickly type your answers. Please type your answers. I'll tell you how much marks that I can give. I'll tell you how much marks that I can give. Right. So it's a 5 marks. Out of 5 marks, how much you scored that I can comment if you shared your answers. So please type your answers. Right. Please type your answers. Can you all hear me now? Can you hear now? Okay, technical fault. Thank you very much. Okay, see will you? Fine. See, the term is, they said audit being finalized. Finalized means we are in active duty period, and active duty period is period between year end to audit report sign. Active duty period means period between year end to audit report sign. Okay. So when I'm talking about this active duty period, students, when I'm talking about this active duty period, okay, there are two things we should keep in our mind. There are two things we should keep in our mind. One is IAS 10, events after reporting period. It speaks about adjusting event. It speaks about non-adjusting event. It speaks about adjusting event. It speaks about non-adjusting event. Then you should know ISA 560. This is accounting standard. This is auditing standard. ISA 560 speaks about responsibility. ISA 560 speaks about responsibility. So that responsibility, yes, management responsibility, auditor's responsibility. Management responsibility, auditor's responsibility. Management responsibility, auditor's responsibility. Okay. Now students, 12th of August 2005, 12th of August 2005, the Transport Authority announced, 12th of August 2005, the Transport Authority announced that it was taking a legal action against Enco company, breaches of the regulation, breach of the regulation. See, they said breach of regulation. Enco company's lawyers advise that probable, so breaches of regulation, if you take IAS 37 provision, contingent asset, contingent liability, therefore conditions are, if the present obligation arise from the past event, future economic benefit outflow is probable, cost is measurable. If these three conditions are satisfied, we should make a provision. We should make a provision. We should make a provision. But here, provision is mandatory because they said, the lawyer said, there is a probability. Advice probable, pay found guilty. So the experts, lawyers are experts, they are telling, okay, it is probable to be feeling our company found guilty. Enco company's directors have informed you no provision will be made in respect of this matter. No provision is made in respect of this matter. As the decision by the authority, to take legal action was made after the year end. When legal action is made? After the year end. So the legal action is taken after the year end. See here, if I take this company's financial period, company's financial year end, when company's financial year end, here see, year end is 30th April. So year end is 30th April. Mute your microphone. See here, 1st of April 2024, 31st of April 2025. So this is your financial year. This is your financial year. From this, now we are here. It is 26th August 2025, but audit report is not yet signed. Therefore, still we are here, right? The period is active duty. After this, yes, audit report need to be signed. After this, financial statement issued management. After this, financial statement published to shareholder. But the incident is happening here. Incident is happening here. Technically, the incident is happening here. At this point only, people have legal cases. So actually, the legal action taken after the year end, but fault happened during the financial period. Product fault happened during the financial period. Therefore, this is what event? An adjusting event. Therefore, it's an adjusting event. And provision required. Provision required. One is, it is an adjusting event. Two is, provision is required. But what management did, they just made disclose. Right? There is a high chance most of you all might think in this way only. Right? IAS 37 provision should be made probable, but they disclose. So it's a non-compliance with IAS 37. Right? Only that perspective majority of you all might think. Right? That is also correct, but it is not complete. Actually, the incident is happened after the year end. Therefore, you should take IAS 10 together with IAS 37. Right? Is my explanation understood? So I just explained the case study now. I just explained the case study. Is it clear? Is that clear? Now students, let's start writing answer. Because the verb is what? Impact on audit report. What is the verb? Impact on auditor's report. Right? See here. Impact on auditor's report. So see here the answer. I'll write complete answer. You compare your answers with my answer. Right? You compare your answers with my answer. Okay? First I'll read your answers. Wait. Inshifa, perfect answer. Right, there are few changes to be made, but you figure out both together. You figure out both together. Very smart. Suren Vijay, perfect. Right, now consent. See here. The breaches in regulation, I am talking about the issue. Occurred before the year end. The breaches in regulation occurred, actually the breach occurred before the year end. The announcement by the authorities. All other answers, I am not telling wrong. You didn't cover the problem 100%. Most of your answers just covered only IAS 37. That means it is not wrong. You will get marks. you will get marks. It is not wrong, you will get marks, right? But technically, the case study gives you the problems related to IAS 37, and also it comes after the year end, means you should be able to figure out that problem clearly. You should be able to figure out that problem clearly, right? So it does not mean that your answers are wrong. You will get comparatively less mark than others. That's why in audit paper, normally students say, sir, I did well. But when it comes to results, 45, 46. So there is a expectation gap. I'm expecting certain level, but you achieved certain level. Between there is a gap. So if you take IAS 37 perspective, the gap is little more because you skip one standard perspective. If you covered both, the gap is less. That is what I'm trying to tell you, right? So the announcements by the authorities. That they are taking legal action against the entity. Don't use the word entity in your answers. Whatever the name given, use that name. Okay. Therefore, IAS 10, I'm writing the standard point also. Events after reporting period. Therefore, IAS 10, events after reporting period would classify this as an adjusting event. This as an adjusting event, right? According to IAS 37 provision standard, according to IAS 37 provision standard, provision need to be recognized. Provision need to be recognized if economic benefit outflow, if economic benefit outflow is probable. Economic benefit outflow is probable. Okay, so don't write too many things within the answer because time consuming. 5 marks means maximum 8 minutes. Okay, so I'm not writing all the criterias, contingent asset, contingent liability is not required, just right. See my word, provision need to be best estimate. Yes or no? The standard said provision need to be a best estimate. We are recognizing provision. Let's say if they said we recognize provision, it does not mean it is correct. That provision should be a best estimate, right? So if they are not recognizing provision, it's a classification issue. Why? You are recognizing it as contingent liability where it is actually provision. If you recognize provision, completeness issue, maybe not enough. You understood what I'm telling? So that I mark as a best test. Now students, let's calculate the misstatement. Let's write it down. Failure to recognize provision is failure to recognize provision is the misstatement. This overstate profit, understate liabilities. I'm just writing the problem. Key issue along with the standard. That is what I'm writing here. Okay, so I'm writing everything into one paragraph. Earlier in the class I divide and wrote, but anyway everything you can include. Now let's calculate the materiality. See, the potential fine if you take here, the amount of fine, how much? Did they give the amount of fine, students? How much fine? What is the amount of fine? See here, the breach, they said 50,000 per breach. 50,000 per breach. Okay. So did they give total number of breaches? Yeah, 50,000 per breach. Did they give a total number of breaches here? Where they said it is 17. Seventeen breaches here. See, so per breach is 17 breaches here. Okay, so per breach 50,000, total 17 breach. Very good. Now let's calculate 17 breaches into 50,000. Total misstatement is, yes, 850,000 divided by, so what is the amount of PBT? What is the amount of PBT in the question? Profit before tax, how much given? 5.3 million. 5.3 million into 100. What is the percentage? What is the percentage? 850,000 divided by 5.3 million into 100 is 16%. So, as per ISA 320, materiality, more than 5% is material. This is 16%. So, it is material misstatement. It is material misstatement which require amendment to financial statements. If management refuse to amend, audit opinion need to modify. If management refuse to amend, audit opinion need to modify. I'm not telling just report. Report modification is a separate story. I'm telling audit opinion need to be modified. See here, it is material, pervasive or not, but not pervasive. I'll tell you how to identify whether it is pervasive or not. It's a judgment. As I told you earlier, pervasiveness is a matter of auditor's judgment. Generally, something is pervasive or not, it is decided by management. It is like a judgment. But try to understand one thing here. Pervasive, here see, it's not a correct method. But use this technique to decide pervasive. Okay. 5.3 million is the profit. So PBT, let's take with misstatement. PBT with misstatement is 5.3 million. PBT without misstatement. PBT with misstatement is 5.3 million. PBT without misstatement, how much? If you remove that misstatement, 850,000, still somewhere around 4 point something, 4.6 or whatever. If you removed, if you correct, so it's a profit to profit transfer. With misstatement is also profit. Without misstatement is also profit. Therefore, it is not purposive. When a profit become a loss, or when a loss become a profit, then it is purposive. It is material but not purposive, because with misstatement also it is profit, without misstatement is also it is profit. So it is, that is not the correct method. Auditor use their judgment, but here I am telling it is not purposive, use this method. Okay, it is not purposive, so qualified opinion to be provided. Qualified opinion to be provided. Again, opinion paragraph should headed as opinion paragraph should headed as qualified opinion. You understood? Always write this point also. When you are changing a opinion, the heading is also need to be changed. Opinion paragraph should headed as qualified opinion. So what I am going to tell you here is, other than provision, financial statements provide true and fair. Other than provision, financial statements provide true and fair view. And below opinion paragraph, basis for qualified opinion to be included. Basis for qualified opinion. So all these things are simple things. You can score marks easily, right? Below opinion paragraph, basis for qualified opinion need to be provided. So this is the answer. This is the answer. Students understood? Now you all understood how to handle implication type of question in your exam. Now you all understood how to handle implication type of question. Is that clear, students? Don't forget the method. Number 1 is issue. Number 2 is standard. You can include materiality, pervasiveness, opinion, basis for opinion. Is everything is fine? You all understood? Sir, we show the calculation. For calculation you no need to show, but that's not mandatory. Don't worry. So those who didn't complete the answers, please copy this answer, because when we are giving marks, when we mark answers, students, for the issue, yes, let's say 1 marks. For the standard arrange understanding of the problem, yes, 1 marks. Materiality 1 marks. Whether it is assess pervasiveness 1 mark. Opinion and the basis for opinion. Likewise, we divide. Therefore, when you are not writing a point, right, you are losing a mark. That's what I am trying to tell you. Quickly copy this answer. So PBT, maybe yes, Bhuvan, you can argue like that also, no problem. Yes. Suren Vijay, sir, how to find quantify misstatement? I didn't understand, Suren, but what you said? So how to find it is quantify misstatement? I didn't. If you're asking like how to find quantify mistake, I didn't understand, seriously. If it's a misstatement is quantifiable, means the amount should be given, right? Otherwise you can't quantify. And most of the misstatements are quantifiable misstatement only, they will give. Qualitative materiality they won't give. No need to assess materiality towards the nature. That is not there in your syllabus. Okay, if you come to AAA, we'll discuss how to handle those points. First copy this answer. Quickly copy this. Now, is it visible for you all, right? What I'm writing? Is it visible? Or do you want me to make it little dark? Fine. Fine. Now, students, now try page number 122. This question. Page number 122. This question. You should read the case study. Yeah? You should read the case study. Page number 152. Page number 152. Find out the answer. Find out the answer. Type the answers. Type your answers. Friends, there's a small announcement, right? I'll do this question and I'll stop the session. Okay. This is a small emergency. Okay. The balance portions, what I want to discuss, like test of control, substantive procedures, and all, right? I'll take it. I'll take it Thursday. Okay. So Thursday plus next Tuesday and next Thursday we are meeting. Okay. And if I couldn't finish those portions, I'll put one more extra class. Okay. Fine. So here. So actually, I planned like test of control and substantive procedures to be. I should complete this today, right? But I'll do that things in my normal class. Okay. So Sri Lankan students also, like, you can join, right? Tuesdays you can join. Thursdays also you can join. I'll share the link with you. During the audit, see company restructuring provision. So restructuring provision. So it's the standard is IAS 37. So when we are talking about restructuring provision, right, the provision should be made, right? If that is we call restructuring provision. The audit team discovered 270,000 cost included did not meet the criteria as per IAS 37 provision. So actually they include 270,000, but it is not met the criteria. It is not met the criteria. Contingent liabilities, contingent assets are the standard. The finance director suggested that no adjustment is made. No adjustment is made in the 2005 financial statements. Right. As a provision is a matter of judgment and provision to be made reasonable by the board. Reasonable by the board. Now here see students, the restructuring provision includes 270,000 rupees, and that is not met the criteria. So what is the problem here? What is the problem here? What is the problem here? Here the core issue is completeness issue. Or else I can say, Gokulnath, yes, you are writing issue, but that issue is correct. But anyway, you should elaborate the provision. What is the issue? Suren Vijay also, no, I am not happy with the problem. Answers are correct. Don't think your answers are wrong. Answers are correct, but I am not happy that much. I am expecting more about the problem. In Shifa, the restructuring provision don't meet the criteria. Okay. Still, I am not happy with your problems. See, it's like this. You are telling like this. Let's say you are going for a doctor, right? You are not well, you are meeting a doctor. And the doctor is telling, okay, you have fever. Okay, fever. He is giving medicine. So that doctor's perspective is in fever. You are going to a consultant. The consultant is explaining something else. It's dengue. So dengue also you will get fever. Fever is also fever. Two different things, right? Okay. So you all are telling like, okay, fine here. 270,000, it is not met the criteria of IAS 37 as the misstatement. Most of you all wrote like that. But I am explaining that problem with more standard specific one. First thing is, I am not happy with 270,000 is included within your provision. Your provision amount is how much? Did they mention that here? Did they mention that here? 2.1 million. My question, IAS 37 provision standard said provision need to be a best estimate. Here this 2.1 million include 270,000. It is not a best estimate. It is not a best estimate. As a result of this problem, completeness get affected. As a result of this problem, completeness get affected. This is not non-compliance with IAS 37. You can't say they are not compliant. They comply, but not 100%. The problem is they recognize the provision of 2.1 million. Within that 2.1 million, 270,000 is included. That 270,000 not met capitalization, not met the criteria of IAS 37. Therefore, the problem is the provision we recognized here is not a best estimate. The provision we recognized here is not a best estimate. As a result of that, our completeness get affected. Our provision is overstated. Our expense is overstated. Our profit is understated. So all are writing a point with a general perspective, but I am telling that in more detailed way. I am telling to examiner, see examiner, this is what happened here. You all are telling it is not met the, I'll tell you one thing. You all are telling, okay, you all accept that 270,000 not met the criteria. Because in the question they said, but I'm not accepting as it is. I'm telling it is may not be a best estimate. Why? That is important. Is my explanation understood? Is my explanation understood? Therefore, when you are writing the problem, try to write more precisely. Try to write more precisely. Is my explanation understood? Yes or no? Because I checked all of your answers. Yes, you all have covered that. But I'm telling more points. Is that clear? Right. With that, the rest is the standard format. Let's calculate the materiality. Let's calculate the materiality. How much? 2 point. Materiality percentage, how much? Materiality percentage, how much? How much materiality percentage? You all did right. 2.3%. So 2.3%. So 2.3% on total equity and total assets. Therefore, material or immaterial? Material. Therefore, your opinion need to be modified. It is not pervasive. So qualified opinion. Heading should be qualified opinion. Basis for qualified opinion should be given. Basis for qualified opinion should be given. That is the answer. But I'll tell you one thing. When you are focusing on this question format, try to understand one thing, students. Problem matters. Try to develop your skills over that problem. Try to develop your skills over that problem. Okay, fine. So I'll stop with that point. There's a funeral, so I need to go. Okay, but I do not want to affect your class also, right? So now 3 o'clock. As per my schedule, it is 5:30. I should stop the class. 2.5 hours I didn't teach, and these 2 hours also not much productive. I took little long breaks. Okay, therefore I need to offset this. I will do a session tomorrow, 21st of November. It is already scheduled, so I do not want to change it. It's online, so I can do at home, from home itself, right? So we are meeting at 4 o'clock. Okay. Study plan tomorrow I'll give. Study plan tomorrow I'll give. Right. Okay. Study plans tomorrow. I'll give the study plan tomorrow because I want to stop now. Okay. And the next class is 26th 11. The last class is 28th 11. Okay. So tomorrow we are meeting. Tomorrow, sorry, not tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow, Thursday, again we are meeting. Time is 4 o'clock. Tomorrow I'll give you a study plan and I'll give the paper structures also. I'll give the paper structures. Okay. Is that fine? Fine. Is that fine? Students? Fine. So I'll stop with that point and let's meet tomorrow at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock I'll give you a study plan, how you should focus the remaining days, what topics, and I'll discuss test of controls and substantive procedures portions also. Right. The rest we can do it. Okay. Thank you very much. Sir, can you include one more class between these days? No worries, I'll do. Don't worry. Okay. If it is possible, I'll do one class on Sundays also. No problem. Sir, explain 2.3 material. See here, how to calculate 2.3. Okay, fine. See, if you look at here, the misstatement is how much, students? Did they give the materiality directly? $270,000 divided by how much total assets? They gave here, see, 11.6. Total equity and liability is net assets. Right? You might confused. Total equity and liability is what? Net assets. That you might study. ROC is equals to PBIT divided by capital employed. Capital employed is equity and liability. That is the net assets. Right? So net assets, if you take 1 to 2% is the range. But it is more than 2. Right? So 11.2. That is your doubt, right, Bhuvan? Because you always calculate PBT and revenue. So 11.3 million into 100, 2.3%. Bhuvan understood? Fine, okay. So I'll stop with that point. We'll meet tomorrow. Okay. So today, let's discuss section B, 2 more areas what we need to discuss. Right. That is, one is test of controls. One is test of controls. Right. 2 is substantive procedures. One is test of control, 2 is substantive procedures. Okay. So if I take test of control, students, section B, question number 1, there's a high chance you will get 15 marks question. There's a high chance you will get 15 marks question. Normally, this time, you will get control deficiency questions and recommendations. Control deficiency and recommendations. Test of controls. Sometime you might get test of control questions. Sometime you might get control strength. Sometime along with this, right? So first one is control deficiency recommendation. The chances are very high. Test of controls. Those two are the questions highly examinable to you, right? Along with that, they might ask control strength. They might ask about control objectives. So I think in my handout also I gave for each and every system, sales system, purchase system, payroll system, cash and bank system, inventory system, capital expenditure system. So for each and every system, we have certain objectives. So they might ask, what is the control objective of sales system? What is the control objective of purchase system? They might ask. That is also possible, right? Then number 5, COSO model internal controls. COSO model internal control elements. Right. So these areas can be a theory question. First 2 areas highly examinable. These are the questions possible this time. These are the questions possible this time. Right. Now let's see how to assess control deficiencies and right. First copy this. For that 15 to 20 marks, yes, one of this can be tested. Right. But it is definitely deficiency and recommendation. Sometimes deficiency, recommendation and test of control. Okay. Copy this. Now students, now students, your scenario, section B, the first scenario, section B, the first scenario. This scenario can be a sales system, can be a purchase system, can be a payroll system, can be an inventory system, can be property, plant and equipment system, can be property, plant and equipment system, fine, cash and bank. But students, this time for your exams, I'm expecting sales purchase as one combination. Sales system, purchase system, or payroll system and inventory system. Payroll system or inventory system. Because they might test only one system or they might test combination of system. First they give sales system. Again they will give another paragraph related to purchase system. They will give payroll system. Again they will give inventory system. So combined system possible. Combined system possible. So what I am trying to tell you is, be prepared for these four systems first. What are the four systems? Questions, control deficiency and recommendation. You should get ready for this question. You should get ready for this question. That is question type 1. And these two questions possible from sales purchase or payroll inventory. So please practice these questions clearly. In your control deficiency means, students, where control activity not met control objective. So we have a control activity, right? Let's say control activity in this class, I could say CCTV, right? Physical control. And every control activity have control objective also. Every control activity have what? Every control activity have what? Control objective. CCTV, what is the control objective? Supervision. So when control activity met control objective, when control activity met control objective, CA, control activity is equals to CO, control objective. That control we call effective controls. That controls we call what? Effective control. When control activity is not equal to control objective, when control activity is not equal to control objectives, let's say our control activity is CCTV camera. Control objective is supervision. Control objective is what? Supervision. But CCTV camera is looking upwards. CCTV camera is looking upwards. That is not met control objective. That is not met control objective. If that is the case, that is we call ineffective control. That is we call ineffective control. So deficiency means always looked at. Deficiency means always looked at control activity versus control objectives. Right? Authorized, not authorized. Authorized means, yes, it's a control activity. Spam soap. I told you control activity when I teach. Spam soap. Segregation of duty. Physical controls. Authorization. Management control. Supervision. Organization control. Arithmetical control. And personal control. So these are the controls will be given in your case study. If those controls are not met controls objective, that is we call deficiency. So when you are writing deficiency, students, answering structure, issue, explain the issue. Because always we should write answer in the form of table. Always we should write answer in the form of table. So first of all, explain the issue. First of all, explain the issue. What is the problem? Second one, impact to financial statements. Sorry, impact to organization. Audit risk, yes, we are writing impact, but audit risk impact is to what? Financial statement. But here we are writing impact, that impact to who, which, where? Organization. So organization impact. Organization impact. Is that clear? And when it comes to recommendation, don't forget one thing. Recommendations are this. Controls. Recommendations are what? Controls. When you are writing recommendation, you should recommend a control. Because deficiency, control, activity is not met, control, objective. In the recommendation, you should recommend a control. Such control should be equal to control objective. Control activity should be equal to control objective. Control activity should be equal to control objective. So when control activity not met control objective, that is we call deficiency. That's why we are writing that issue, and we are writing as a result of that deficiency, how your organization going to be affected. But when we are writing recommendation, we should write the controls. But that controls should be an effective control. That's why we are writing CA is equal to CO type. Is my explanation understood? Therefore, practice purchase system, practice sales system, practice more payroll system and inventory. I'm not saying that you should not practice other systems. These 4 systems you should prioritize. Am I clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Is students understood? Now I'm going to elaborate this. Let's see the second possible questions in your final exam. The second possible questions in your final exam. If your examiner want to test you more detail, if the examiner want to test you more detail, examiner can ask like this. This is more extended version of the question, right? Control deficiency, control deficiency, control recommendation, third one is test of control. Definitely either first type or second type will be tested in your exam this time. This time either first one or second one is definitely tested. Right. So probably it will be a combination of 2 systems. Probably it will be a combination of 2 systems, but I am telling definitely it is tested either type 1 or type 2. I think I logically proved in the class how these questions are formed, that flow charts and all we discussed. I am not in a position to discuss everything here, but I am just telling because it's closer to exam. Control deficiency, control recommendation and test of control. Control deficiency you know how to write, because control deficiency is where your control activity is not met, control objective. So when you are writing control deficiency, first take the issue. Second take the impact. Not impact to financial statement, it is impact to organization. Control recommendation is what? You are suggesting a control, that control should be control activity is equal to control objective. You are suggesting a control. You are suggesting a control. Now, when they ask test of control, most of the students will go again and read the case study. When they ask test of control, don't read case study, because that is not the question. That's a major mistake that we all do. Deficiency is from what? Case study. Recommendation is from what? The problem should be resolved. So the problem deficiency is CA is not equal to CO. Now I am telling, I am putting a control. That control should be CA is equal to CO. So that is a control. That is what we call recommendation. But test of control, what you going to write under test of control? Test of controls means already you suggest a control here. Already you suggest a control here. Now you going to perform procedures. You're going to perform procedures to check whether you suggested a control, whether such control is met control objective or not. Whether such control is met its objective or not. That is we call test of control. So try to understand this and try to link all these things properly. Control deficiency means from the case study, control activity not met, control objective. That's why we identified that as a deficiency. Is that clear? Second one, we are providing a recommendation. In that recommendation, control activity should equal to control objective. That is my recommendation. Now I told management, okay, ISA 265. Recommendation is what? ISA 265. That standard clearly said, control deficiencies need to be communicated with charge with governance. So we are communicating the deficiencies to charge with governance. That is we call control but recommendation. Now the third question is test of control. Don't go for the case study because already we identified the deficiency. Already we provide recommendation. Provided recommendation is implemented by management or not. For that we should do the test of control. So it's very linked, right? See, I am an auditor. I'll go to client place. Control is deficient. I identified. I'm telling do this. That is recommendation. Test of control, I'm checking what I suggested, what I recommended is implemented or not. That is called test of control. Don't try to write test of control based on the case study, then your answer is wrong. Sometimes you might see it is correct. When you are writing, the flow might be correct, but you logically are not connecting, it is wrong. So whatever the control suggested by yourself, for such controls only you should write test of control. So let's make it very simple to make you understand. There was a case study, it says, it's about the, let's say, sales system. The case study said, sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Sequential numbering is an arithmetical control. Sequential numbering is a physical control. Yes or no? Let's say Sri Lanka NIC, National Identity Card number, have a number. In India, PAN card number, Aadhaar card number. It's a number. Number is a control. Your birth certificate, BC number. BC number is sequential. It should be sequential. It's an arithmetical control. When your sales invoices are sequentially numbered, right, completeness can be verified. Completeness is an assertion. That completeness is the objective. You can satisfy that objective by preparing sequential order. You can meet that objective by preparing sequential order. See? So, arithmetical control, it's a control activity. And your financial statement, the invoice, sales invoice means receivable balance, complete. Sales, income statement, complete. See the objective. Therefore, it is not sequentially numbered means it's a deficiency. Why? Because I identified this as control activity is not met control objective. Now I am writing control deficiency. See, simple. I am taking from the issue, case study. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Now I am writing the impact to organization. How I am writing? It is very simple. First one, sales invoices are not sequentially numbered is my issue, the impact. If there is any invoices missed, it is very difficult to identify. This will affect completeness or else sales figure, and this will create unprocessed order. Unprocessed order means in the sense what? If the sales invoices are not sequentially numbered, if you missed the sales invoice, how are you going to record? You missed that order. Goods are sent. In the accounts, it is not reflected. Goods are dispatched. In the accounts, it is not reflected. Right? And it will create a bad publicity to organization, because I send goods to customer, but I didn't send invoice to customer. So this is what the deficiency. This is how you should write the deficiency. Then control recommendation is what? What is the recommendation? Control recommendation is sales invoice should be sequentially numbered. Sales invoice should be sequentially numbered. I am recommending a control. Don't stop with that point, because if you want to pass, that is enough. Those who wants to get a prize, rank, focus more. I am writing a control recommendation. Sales invoices need to be sequentially prepared. Periodically, we need to perform sequence check. Periodically, we need to perform sequence check. Periodically, we need to perform a sequence check, right? Because it's a control. So even yesterday, right, at PPM, I asked account staff to take a stock count and the asset count. Just I asked, take all the assets count, because I want to see, once the count is done, physically how much of asset existed. Then I asked them, take the asset register, right? Put a pivot table, put everything together and compare whether both are same. What is physically there and what is recorded in the asset register, and then compare this with the ledger. If all three are correct, same, then your asset is free from misstatement. Simple, right? Because service organization like PPM and all, the major capital C plus L is equals to A. The major portion of your capital is converted to asset. So it's my duty. I'm an auditor, right? I'm an accountant, right? So as auditor, it's my duty to implement control the organization that belongs to. So when I was feeling like always I should check something, means I should check the assets at service organization. Because C plus L is equals to A. If the A is correct, make it very simple. The accounts is correct. Simple analytical procedure. So once in every month, if we do that, that's simple. And then I should check the controls related to the asset is good or not. That is also matter. So likewise, sequentially not prepared, the impact we discussed. And I asked them to prepare sequential order. Periodically, I will check whether it is sequentially prepared or not. That is the control. Recommendation. Test of control. Test of control. I asked them to do this. Test of control. See, I am writing test of control for my recommendation. What is my recommendation? It should be sequential order. Select a sample of sales invoice and review whether it is sequentially prepared. A general answer. If I am little technical, right, I can use application controls. Yes or no? I can use application controls. Computer assisted audit technique, can you remember? Test data and audit software. Through audit software, what we can do is, right, simply, we can do a sequential check. We can do a sequential check. In that case, no need to select the sample. Entire population, entire sales invoice, you can run through the system and identify whether it is sequentially prepared or not. Second test, test of control. Third one, I asked them to review sequential check. I asked them to perform sequence check periodically. So I should discuss with management how frequently sequence check is performed. All these things are test of controls. This is the logical connectivity between these three. Right? Therefore, first identify the deficiency. That is, CA is not equal to CO. Then provide recommendation. That is, you are suggesting a control. Then provide test of control, where simply it's a procedure over your recommendation. Simply it's a procedure over your recommendation. Students, definitely type 1 or type 2 will be tested, and this time it should be a combination of two systems. I don't know what is that combination, right? But definitely it's from purchase system, sales system, payroll system and inventory system. It can be inventory plus sales, purchase and payable. Generally that's how they mix. Inventory with sales, Purchase or payroll. Payroll or sales. They can combine at any way. Is my explanation understood? Students understood? If you understood this, you are getting 15 marks. You are getting how many marks? 15 marks. So you are focusing for 15 marks. And now most of the students, they are lacking this TOC, test of control part. So I explained that also. Prepare for this. Right. Today for Indian students, yesterday I got a text Gokulnath. Okay, don't worry. I'll share substantive procedures and all the theory, whatever the materials I have, I shared with you all. Right. So in that material, I summarized everything, substantive procedure. I summarized everything, test of controls. So just go through, then you get a clear idea. You can get a clear idea. Right? Right. With that knowledge, students. With that knowledge. Sir, can you explain the procedures again? 1 minute. Afsar, what do you mean? Procedures mean this area? Or you are talking about substantive procedures? This area, fine, wait, I'll explain, don't worry. Venkat Giri, sir, test of control, do we need to write all three? One. If you feel that you have time, right, try to write all three together. That give more weight. That give more weight. Okay. Test of controls means, absolutely, it's like this. Control deficiency simply control activity is not met control objective. Right. So for that only I told you an example. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. Sales invoices are not sequentially numbered. It's a deficiency. No? As a result of that, there is an impact to organization. If any sales invoice be missed, problem, completeness. Missing invoices, that we are not covering that. It's a revenue loss to company. Customers, goods received, invoice is not received. So all these things create problems. That is, you can write. Control recommendation means you are suggesting a control. You are suggesting or recommending a control. So my recommendation is what? Simple. Final invoice, sales invoice should be sequentially prepared. Sales invoice should be sequentially prepared. One control. Another control I can suggest, periodically management should review. Periodically management should review sequential check. These are the two controls I gave. Right. So test of control, I am writing test of control for my first control. My first control is what? What is my first control? My first control is sequentially prepared. Sequential order. Sales invoice should be what order? Sequential order. Sales invoice should be what order? Sequential order. That is my first control. For that first control, what I covered here, for that I am writing a procedure. You studied procedure. What are the procedures? ISA 500, inspect, observation, recalculation, reperformance, and inquiry, ARP, confirmation. There is one more procedure, students. That procedure only applicable to controls. All other procedures are applicable to test of controls and also substantive procedure. But this last procedure is only applicable to controls. That is, we call computer assisted audit technique. When controls are IT controls, you might study general control and application control. When controls are IT controls, for IT controls, it's better to apply computer assisted audit technique. That is the procedure. CAT is the procedure for IT control. CAT is the procedure for what control? IT control. So those are procedures generally. Now I am writing a procedure for the sequential order. What is the procedure? Simple. First one, for this control, select a sample of sales invoice and review sequential order. I am selecting a sample of sales invoice and seeing whether it is sequentially prepared or not. Whether it is sequentially prepared or not. That is we call what? Test of control. That is we call what? Test of control. So this How test of control differ from substantive procedure? Substantive procedure, directly I am testing a financial statement element against the assertion. Sales completeness. Purchase cutoff. That is substantive procedure. But test of control means same procedure, same inspect, same observation, same recalc. But I am testing whether control activity met control objective or not. Control activity met control objective or not. CA is equal to CO or CA is not equal to CO. Testing that we call test of control. Here I am testing. I am taking sample of sales invoice. I am not recalculating discount. If I am recalculating discount, I am testing accuracy. That is substantive procedure. I am taking the same sales invoice, but I am inspecting what? Whether it is sequentially prepared or not. Sequential order is a control. Therefore, it is a test of control. So, test of control means control procedures. Second control I said, periodically review sequential order. I can say sequential check. Periodically review what? Sequential check. Whether it is sequentially prepared or not, periodically we should check. Second test of control, what I am telling you. This can be manually done, but it will take more time. Let's say in a company, how many sales invoice we have? Therefore, normally sales, everything, if you go to a supermarket, right? In India, if you go to D-Mart, if you go to Lulu, right? Sri Lanka, if you go to Cargill's, right? Or if you go to Kills, right? They use direct data capturing method. Simple example is barcode, right? So data is captured directly. So everything goes to ERP system. So normally in the practical sales is happening through ERP, direct data capturing method. So it's an IT control. It's an IT control. For IT control, how am I going to inspect everything in detail? No, because if you take Cargill or if you take DMart, per day, how much of volume of transaction they have, how much of sales invoices they have. I can't physically investigate everything. That's why I'm telling, we'll work with that ERP. That is we call computer assisted audit technique. When controls are IT controls, apply CAT. Test data and audit software. I'm applying audit software, and through audit software, it's like a word program. I can run sequential check because all the sales invoices are integrated to ERP system. So I can perform a sequence check. Third procedure, I can investigate from management how frequently you all are performing sequential check. How frequently you all are performing sequential check. Now Afsal understood. Procedures understood. Venkatagiri. So while writing the recommendation, can we write the deficiency as a control? Example, if invoices are not sequentially numbered, yes. Simple. You are writing a control. Deficiency is also a control. Deficiency is also a control, but that control not met control objective. Recommendation is a control, but that control met control objective. Test of control is a procedure over effective control. Over recommendation, effective control. That's the logical connection between this. Okay, right. Try to understand, these are small explanations only, but it makes big impact when it comes to case study, because I know some students, sir, I'm reading. I ask, what is the question verb? Question verb is test of control. Then why are you reading? Because you already read the case study. Section A is control, deficiency and recommendation. You read the case study, you write deficiency, you write recommendation already. Section B is test of control. Again, why you are reading? Because test of control is not correlated to the scenario. Test of control is based on your control recommendation. Write answer based on the control recommendation. Don't waste time. So if you understood all these small things, that's how you can plan your answer effectively. Right. So let's take the question. Let's take a question. See, I told you earlier. Right. See, read first answer, first question. A. It's a theory question. Theory question is also related to internal controls only. Right. Under internal control, what are the things you studied? What is internal control? Limitations of internal control, Pozo model internal control elements, internal control documentation methods, advantages and disadvantages, IT controls, general controls, application controls, all these things only now you studied. Here they are asking 4 marks question from a control documentation. 4 marks question from control documentation. It can be ICQ, internal control questionnaire. It can be ICEQ, internal control evaluation questionnaire. It can be narrative note. It can be flowchart. They're asking advantages and disadvantages. 4 marks, simple marks, bonus marks. Don't lose it. Now let's look at the second one. Second question. Did they ask deficiency here? Did they ask deficiency here? No, they didn't ask deficiency. What they asked? Key control. Key control means control recommendation. How are you going to test that control? So that the combination is possible. Control deficiency and recommendation. Recommendation is key control. Recommendation and test of control. That's how it's linked. Case study, control deficiency, control recommendation, test of control. It is interconnected. It is interconnected. So they ask us to identify 4 controls recommendation for payroll system. So 4 key controls and 4 test of controls, which means 4 control recommendation and 4 control test of controls. Then in the scenario, what they might provided? In the scenario, they discussed about deficiencies. In the scenario, they discussed about deficiency. For that deficiency, you are providing a recommendation. That is key control. For that recommendation, you are writing test of control. That's the meaning of the question. Students, let's do this question. Let's do this question. Read this case study. Read this case study. I'll give 5 minutes. Read this case study. Identify 4 recommendation controls and type test of controls. Do it. Do it. Important. The screen is not clear. Now see, Shiva, the material is with you, right? Because all these are like scanned document, right? Document is not typed one, it's a scanned one. So scanned documents, the clarity is less. Okay. That's why I shared the document with you. Okay. So try to use that one and try to figure out. Quickly do it. Please type your answers. I want to see the way of your answering structure. Right. Then I will criticize. Take all the criticism positively. Right. So I can criticize. I can see your answers and tell you these are the mistakes that you are making. Okay. Therefore, type at least 1 key control and the test of controls. Do it. Okay, here's the students. Review answers. Right. The company employs 200 staff, of whom 120 of these staff are delivery drivers. All staff work as standard 8-hour shift each day and paid monthly. All staff members are required to clock in, clock out using sequentially numbered key card which contain their unique employee number and name. So here it's a control. So this control is effective control because clock in, clock out, clock in, clock out plus it is sequentially numbered. It is sequentially numbered. It's a good control. So key controls, see here, when I read your answers, right, it says key controls. So sequence check on a key cards and data recorded clock-in system are carried out by HR supervisor on a regular basis. The clock-in progress is monitored by a camera, that is also a control, CCTV. To the distribution center, weekly checks carried out by HR department and review the video footage to ensure that no staff member clocks in for someone else. Good control. Recordings are kept in date order HR department and logged on a spreadsheet together with the name person have reviewed footage. right? So here, when you explain the key control, when you're explaining key control, there is a clock in, clock out system using sequentially numbered key card, and that key card include all the details, especially the name, unique number of employee, and they do sequence check, right? So this is effective control. They perform the sequential check. But test of controls, what you should write? Review the details of the checks that we performed, that carried out by HR supervisor, whether it is performed or not, and whether it is authorized by approved or appropriate responsible person. Right. So now you know how to apply or how to write control deficiency, how to write control recommendation, how to write test of controls. Right. Again, I'm telling, go with sales, go with payroll, go with inventory, and go with purchase. Right. Now, students, heading right down, substantive procedures. Substantive procedures. Substantive procedures. You all know, when it comes to substantive procedures, students, there are a few things we need to understand. In your exam, I can say like minimum 20 to 30 marks this time, right? 20, maximum 20 to 30 marks, right? So this time also, the topic will be tested. It can go up to 20 marks. Sometimes, yes, more than 20 marks also possible. 30 marks can be tested. So now, what I am asking here, when you're talking about the substantive procedures, I'm expecting procedure questions 4 types. I'm expecting procedure questions 4 types. One is section A. This time there is a high, not everyone, right? Again, I'm telling, because the questions are get rotated, right? So some students might get, some students might not get, but there is a possibility. In your section A, audit evidence plus audit procedures can be tested. Can be tested. Is that clear? Can be tested. Maximum focused on ISA 500, focused on ISA 500 is evidence, sufficient and appropriate evidence. Focused on ISA 505, confirmation, positive circularization, negative circularization, that confirmation, and ISA 520, analytical review procedures, prime, plus substantive procedures. I'm expecting this. I'm expecting this for section A for 10 marks. For 10 marks. The case study speaks about confirmation. Case study speaks about assertions. Case study speaks about evidence along with procedure. right? That is one thing. I think in the Kaplan mock paper, when we discuss Kaplan mock paper, I think progress paper, we discussed this type of questions. I think in India, most of the students said that MCQ is difficult. Okay. So please practice procedures plus evidence related section A procedure questions. Second one, the other portions are section B. Other portions are section B. Other portions are section B. Section B. Some questions are direct questions, right? That is procedures over elements of financial statements. Right. Example, I can tell you. Procedures over sales. Procedures over revenue, sales, revenue, receivables, payable, purchases. An element of the financial statement, how you're going to verify. Right. For this, I gave you all the procedures in my handout. So what I can do is procedures are standardized procedures. So you can by heart and you can write down. So the procedures are what procedures? It is standardized procedures. So when procedures are standardized procedures, simply you can by heart and you can rewrite those procedures. That procedures. But another type of question possible, that is little difficult for you all, where they ask you to write down procedures over specific assertion of elements. Procedures over specific assertion of an element, the financial statement. Right. I can say, example, there was a question that we discussed in the class also. Completeness rights and obligation of receivables. Earlier, standardized procedure is what? Procedures over receivables. Second one is what? Only completeness and right and obligation of receivables. So you can't write receivable valuation. You can't write receivable existence. You can't write procedures over receivables, classification or presentation. Only completeness and rights and obligation. Two assertions, receivable, you should satisfy. This is called procedures over specific assertion. This time, I told you 20 marks possible maximum, right? 20 to 25, 30. I expect 40% of that marks comes here, where you can by heart and you can write procedures. So if you by heart the procedures which I gave, I covered entire income statement and I covered entire balance sheet. 40% you can cover. At 10%, you can cover procedures of specific assertions, which means 50% is done for these two. Let's say 20 marks means 10 marks for this. 30 marks means 15 marks for this. this mix. Section B, the last one, these recent past papers, specially question number 3. Specially question number 3, now examiner is testing in this way. Part A, B, C, D. Part A, B, C. All 3 substantive procedure. Part D is impact. Impact to audit report. Part D is impact to audit report. That we discussed yesterday. First 3 questions are like they will give you a scenario. Based on that scenario, there is a misstatement. For that, we should perform procedures. You understood what I am telling you? There is a what? Scenario. For that scenario, consist misstatements. For that misstatements, we should deal with procedures. How are we going to resolve that problem? How are we going to resolve that issue? These procedures are normally students, not assertion focused procedure. Actually, it's assertion focused procedures only, but for your level, most of the students who are studying may not be able to capture it's an assertion issue. So I make it very simple. Here, it's an accounting standard perspective. To understand that, you should know accounting standard. Accounting standard perspective. Accounting standard perspective. Right. Therefore, this third type of substantive procedures question, a scenario given, based on the scenario, they discuss some issues, right? Misstatements. Misstatements means what? It can be an inherent or it can be a control. Misstatement, management side. And what procedure you can going to write there. So this is similar to audit risk. Audit risk also we wrote response for procedures. Here also same type of response procedures we should write. So when we are getting a standard based case study substantive procedures, I am expecting 50% of marks of our total substantive procedure can be covered by these type of questions. Therefore, don't just by heart procedure and keep confident I can score, I can do all the procedure questions. No, procedure questions can be tested in different dimensions, right? So it's pretty good if you are really good in procedures by hearting everything, 40% done. And if you are really good, 10% is also you can take. But you should be thorough with accounting standards in order to do third type of one. These are the possibilities. These are the possibilities that can be tested in substantive procedures perspective. Maximum 20 to 30 marks. Way of testing, understood? Is that clear, students? How this can be tested first? Is that clear? Please copy this. Hereafter, you have some more days, right? Prepare in this way. For substantive procedures, prepare in these 4 ways. Take MCQs first, section B, 40%, 10%, 50%, right? Practice. Try to practice more. Recent past papers, if you see, that scenario type is there, right? Practice as much as you can. Practice as much as you can, right? Quickly copy this. Then I'll explain the verbs. Then we go for the question. Okay? Do it. Right. Now, students, I'll explain the verbs. I'll explain the verb. Don't forget this. For MCQ, this knowledge is very much important because there are a lot of questions on procedures, and this time also I'm expecting procedure questions. So it's like this. If the verb is audit procedures, if the verb is audit procedures that include test of control plus substantive procedures. In any question, if they ask audit procedures, you can write test of control procedures and substantive procedures. That you should know. Because most of the students, even some lecturers also don't know, right? Audit procedures means only substantive procedures. No, audit procedures means you can write test of control, you can write substantive procedures. MCQ, it is meta. MCQ, it is meta. Right, MCQ, it is meta. Okay. Therefore, in MCQ, if they said audit procedures, read test of control, take it. Substantive procedures, take it. Sometime even section B also. They might give you a verb called audit procedures. If the verb is audit procedures, obviously you can include test of controls and substantive procedures. Suppose if the verb is substantive procedures. If the verb is substantive procedures. If the verb is substantive procedures. Okay. Then only substantive procedures you can write. Here you can't write what? Test of controls. But substantive procedures also you can write two things. One is test of detail. Two is analytical review procedures. Two is analytical review procedures, ARP. That is we call substantive procedures. So you can write ARP, you can write test of detail also. Sometime in your exam paper, they might ask a verb substantive analytical procedures. They might ask substantive analytical procedures. If they ask substantive analytical procedures, then don't write test of detail. Only ARP you can write. Only ARP you can write. Is my explanation understood? The verbs, if you know this, it's really helpful for you all if you are handling section A questions most of the time. Because section B, mostly substantive procedures or audit procedures. Right? Is that clear, students? Meaning of the verbs understood? Students, meaning of the verbs understood? Is that clear? Is that clear? This is Indian students, you all know these things, right? I explained in the class also. Sri Lankan students, is that clear? Is that clear now? Because when it comes to audit evidence, you might study it. I'll go a little detail for them. Sources of audit evidence. Sources of audit evidence. Lahiru might teach you this under ISA 500. See, sources of audit evidence, students, two types. One is test of control. One is test of control. Two is substantive procedure. Substantive procedures include test of detail and analytical review procedures. So audit procedures means it's include everything. Substantive procedures means it's include test of detail and AR. Analytical procedures means only this. Sri Lankan students understood. It's a very basic thing that you should know in order to write answers. In order to write answers. Sri Lankan students understood. Is that clear? Afsal understood. Inshifa, is that clear? Is that clear? Fine. Okay. Indian students, fine. Indians, okay. Are you okay with this platform or the Zoom class what we did? But do you feel comfortable in terms of your concentration and learning? Are you comfortable with this? This is better, right? Okay, fine. So, like, okay, okay, fine, good, no, fine, right. Then, is it okay if I do an extra class on Saturday? Because I told you I want to discuss pre-mock paper with you all, right? I thought of doing that paper. Before that, I need to finish it off that MCQ question, section A. So MCQ section A question, suppose if I do this Saturday, are you comfortable? Because Saturday I have lectures here, audit lectures, right? So if I do a session by like 5:30, are you comfortable, Indians? Sri Lankan students, are you okay? Because I think you all have lectures, right, Saturday? Zian might take evening. After Zian's class, I'm telling. Is that fine? If I start at 5:30, so 5:30, I don't know at what time I'm going to finish, right? I'll finish it off all the section A questions, right? I'll do all the section A questions. So next Tuesday, again we are meeting next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, what I'll do is I can do the pre-mock paper. Okay, fine. Now, students, with that, let's move to the question. Deficiency and recommendations. See here, the verb. When you are here after, sir, can we have it at 6? Reason, observe. Is there any specific reason? Shall I tell you my schedule? Right. All these are not in my plan, huh? Right. So morning, like 1 o'clock to 1 to 5, I have lectures here, audit and assurance. Okay. So 5:30 to like 8:30, I thought of doing an extra class for you guys. Let's say 9 to 12, I have class at Maldives. Right? After that, I should go to Candy. Because Sunday, full day, I have lectures at University of Peradeniya for MSc students. The whole day I will be there. Right. So, if I delay this, I should delay this also. Okay. If I delay this, it takes time to go home. The whole day Sunday I have lectures. Okay. So, is there any valid reason? So actually I want to start little early, but we are also doing a session, right? So let's make it 5:30. Okay, fine. Thanks. Okay. Because the month of November is not easy for me, right? Very difficult to get time. Okay. See here. Substantive procedures is the verb. Now you know what to write. You can write test of detail. Test of detail means, students, simply assertions. Inspect, observation, recalculation, reperformance and confirmation. And also you can write ARP. But always I am telling you, don't write too much of ARP. It is easy to write ARP. Compare current year with previous year. Compare current year with budget figure. Compare current figure with industry figure. It is easy. But don't write too much. Let's say 6 marks means how many procedures you write? You should write 6 procedures. So the composition is test of detail for ARP2. That is good. Test of details for ARP is good. 2. Right? So they ask substantive procedures for payroll expense. First type. Verb is substantive procedure over financial statement element. So it's very comfortable. By heart, write it here. By heart, write it here. Is that clear? Right. Now, okay, fine. I'll give 2 minutes. Type at least 2 procedures. I want to see your answers. Type 2 procedures. This is your question number 1, na? 30 marks question. From question number 1, how many marks? 6 marks, substantive procedure. That substantive procedure is what? General. Any assertion you can write. Any assertion you can write. Okay. Copy this first. Write down two procedures I want to see. Write down two procedures I want to see. Compare the total payroll expense. One minute. Let's start from the beginning. I want to read this. Obtain the total payroll expense during the year, compare with the previous year, and discuss the variance with management. Okay, ARP. Obtain breakdown of provisional cost to accuracy and payroll figures financial statement. Correct. Select a sample of wages paid during the year. Match them to standard rate per hour during the period to ensure accuracy. Good, huh? Good. Agree the individual payroll payments to the post-year-end payroll records. Individual payroll payments to the post-year-end payroll records. Okay. Because normally, like, we are talking about the subsequent. Compare budgeted and actual payroll figures. Okay, fine, correct. Abhinaya, obtain the post-year-end cash payment list. Okay. Related to the payroll and agree the balance to the financial statement and trial balance, arithmetical accuracy. Okay. In Shifa, compare the total payroll expense, prior year budget. Okay. Review monthly payroll charges, compare to prior any issues. In Shifa, both your procedures are ARP. Okay. Recalculate net gross profit to verify payroll records. Net profit, gross profit. Pranish, I'm not happy with the procedure. In Shifa, can you try a test of detail also? Because both of your procedure is AR. I told you the ratio, right? 4:2. Can you try some other procedures, detailed procedures? Because I couldn't find any TOD from you. Venkat, good. Abhinaya, good. And Hridiman, good, very good. Practice more. Fine. These type of procedures are easy. Now, students, let's come to the next part. See, I'll tell you the importance of reading technical article. This is the same year. I think it is 2020 or 21. The paper. The year is 2020 or 21. So, in 2020, students, there was a technical article published in ACCA. Still, that article is there, Ryan, about professional skepticism. And they asked that for 3 months. So, please read technical articles. There are a lot of technical articles. Please read it. Okay. Question number 3. I told you, section B, question number 3. See, this is question number 3. Okay. Case study is given. They gave case study. See, first question. Substantive procedures. Substantive procedures. Verb, important. Substantive procedure auditor should perform to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence related to the matters identified regarding inventory valuation. Inventory valuation, it is not a procedure of inventory. Inventory valuation of a particular company. Then you should read that problem first. Here, see. You should read that problem. For this problem, there is a possibility of misstatements. Maybe a standard problem, maybe an assertion problem. Maybe a standard problem, maybe an assertion problem. That we need to study first. After that only we can able to write procedures for that. Right. So now, try out this question, first one only. Describe the substantive procedures. Here you can't write assertions, ARP and all. Just look at what is the standard problem. Try to understand what is the standard or assertion. Meet that requirement. 6 marks. 6 procedures you should write. Second question, if you take again, substantive procedures they ask over receivable balance of what happened to that receivable, I don't know. Case study, again, 4 marks, total 10 marks. Third one, substantive procedures over legal claims over contamination, 5 marks. So 15 marks plus 6, 21 marks substantive procedure question. I told you, 21 marks, only 6 marks for financial statement element. The balance 15 marks is what? Case study. So if you are writing procedures, okay, third one you are writing procedures over provision, second one you are writing procedures over receivable. Without reading that scenario, you should not write the answer. You can't just by heart. You can get an idea, but you can't just by heart. Therefore, first we'll take inventory valuation. Read this case study. Read this case study. Read this only inventory valuation. Try to understand what is the possible issue there. It can be a standard issue or it can be an assertion issue. Then work out. Then work out. That matters. Okay. At least I try to write 2 procedures. Then because most of the students are struggling on this type of questions. Yes or no? To be frank, Indian students, are you comfortable with this? Compare with those two. Okay, right? This one is little discomfort. When it comes to case study, there is little discomfort, right? So let's do it. Let's do it. So read only inventory valuation and then think and type your procedure. I'll discuss in detail. I'll discuss this in detail. Do it. What is the procedure? First read. Think what is the value. Also, what is the standard or what is the assertion? If it is a standard, think about the standard. Try to meet that standard need. For that, what you should do? Write down the procedure. Similar to risk response. You have to think similar to risk response. Do it. Yes, students, first we'll read the problem. P Company, okay, it is 1st of July 2005. P Company manufactures and sells a variety of food for dogs and cats. Your firm, K Company, has audited the company for number of years. You are about commence final audit. Try to understand when you are reading a case study, students, you should apply your ISA knowledge also. So most of the lecturers, what they do is they will not explain the standard perspective. That's why you are difficult to understand where we are. Okay, see here, we are at the final audit. So actually it's in the active duty period under ISA 560. So we have the right to modify the report. Okay. Year end is 31st March. Draft financial statement shows 23.51 million. Total asset shows 99.2 million. P Company launched a new brand of vegan dog food. Vegan dog food. Vego dog. In December 2004, when is my year end? 31st March. During the financial period. But sales have been lower than expected and the directors are considering discounted sales price. When sales price is discounted, sales price will reduce. Net realizable value is equals to estimated selling price minus estimated selling cost. So selling price is reducing. Demand reducing means selling cost will increase. You should do more marketing and awareness. Vigo dog products are valued using a standard costing method, and the standard cost comprises raw material, labor cost, production overhead. This is also matter. Now, IAS 2 standards inventory. Right, I'll explain 100%. I need 50% only for you. Okay, I can't teach 50%. I should teach 100%. So case studies and all, when I'm analyzing at 100%. Right. So that is the maximum level a person can analyze. Right. But I'm not expecting the same from you all. I'm expecting only 50%. That's fine. Keep that in your mind. IAS 2 standard speaks about cost. NRV. Whichever is lower should be selected. If I take cost, standard said cost include purchase price, conversion cost, and the direct cost, production overheads. And the cost exclude abnormal losses, and you can't use marginal costing system because marginal costing system is prohibited. Only absorption cost system is allowed, and non-production overheads should be removed. Is that clear? Vigo dog products with a standard cost of 2.4 million included within the finished good. So 2.4 million worth of standard cost. So simply what they are telling is they are using absorption costing method. That I should check because they said production overhead. If the production overhead include only variable production overhead, then it is marginal costing. If that production overheads include fixed production overheads also, then it is absorption costing system. I should check that now. Because standard said marginal costing is not allowed, absorption costing only allowed. That is first thing I should check. Second thing, they said production overhead. That is also I need to check here because non-production overheads, you cannot put under production overhead. That I should verify to check whether it's complied with or not. And they use the labor cost, material cost and overheads. Labor cost you need to be verified now. Because labor cost, if you look at accounting for labor management accounting, you might study number of hours multiplied by standard rate. Because if the labor cost is wrong, then inventory cost is also get affected. Because I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to labor cost, relevant costing and irrelevant costing is also matter. Idle time you can't take it. Inefficiencies you can't take, sunk cost. So I should assess all these things. Ultimately, at the end, cost or NRV, whichever is lower, should be selected. I should verify cost also. I should verify net realizable value also. How to ensure net realizable value? Do market research to ensure estimated selling price is right or wrong. Whether it is properly discounted. Why? Estimation is not a conclusive figure. It's a judgmental figure. What sort of estimate and factors taken into consideration? So you should perform cost test, you should perform NRV test, because here they are talking about inventory valuation. So valuation is the assertion, IAS to cost or NRV is the issue. Is my explanation understood? Now students, see my perspectives. Inventory is an asset. Agreed or not? Asset. Asset should be recognized in the financial statements when it is exist. That's why non-current assets, IAS 16 property, plant and equipment should be initially recognized at cost. Subsequently, it can be recognized cost or revalued amount. Reason why it is initially recognized at cost. Did anyone ask this question from your lecturers? Why, sir, initially it should be recognized at cost? Reason, existence. That's why we do existence check. Asset register, physical existence, compare periodically. Whatever in the ledger, whatever in the register, asset register, should be exist at physical. When it is physically exist, when you have legal ownership, when you have substance of. So here also inventory is an asset. That's why ledger, inventory, stock count, physical inventory, ledger, book balance, compare. Simple. Existence matters. Inventory also recognize that cost or NRV, whichever is lower. Cost means that, because it's a resource. Inventory is a resource. Asset is a resource controlled by the entity. When you can control, when it is exist. I'm not moving away from the standard. When you feel these type of questions are difficult, simply your standard knowledge is limited. When your accounting standard knowledge is good, these areas you can break easily. So when you are finding a case, find out what standard it is. Read the standard properly. Apply that standard here. I'll tell you certain procedures now. But I know, I did ACCA, I did CA, I did my BSc, Yapura, Chavadanapura University, Kalam University MBA. So all these, my field is related to studies, right? So last almost 14 years, I'm continuously doing the same thing, teaching, right? I can easily think up to this level and I can break these things. Practically think a student after O levels or A levels school, no audit firm experience, first time that person is doing audit after FR. When he read, he can't think the way that I think. Obvious. For that also I should give a solution. So I can show, okay, this is what you should write 100%. But I should think from the lower end also. The lower end, what is my suggestion is, you should know the standard, but you know, take it to the scenario. If you don't know anything, make it very simple. Every standard have initial recognition criteria, measurement criteria, presentation criteria, disclosure criteria. The disclosure is common for all the standards. Simple procedure, review financial statement disclosure related to cost NRV matters. So all the disclosures as one procedure you can write. They ask 6 procedure. If it is a case study based problem, take it as a disclosure. It's a matter. One procedure is there. It is constant. For all the things you can write disclosure as one thing. So I can tell some procedures to you all. See, I told you existence matters when it comes to resources. So obtain inventory list from the ledger and agree inventory list from the stock count, sorry, listing, inventory listing, and agree to 2.4 million. Completeness. That ensure the cost is correct. How much of products are there? What is the price? Compare. Simple. I'm giving 1,000 rupees to my wife. I ask her to buy things. She bought things, 800 worth of things. At the end of the day, I'm asking what happened. 800 worth of product, 200 balance. Get tallied with 1,000. No problem. That is what I'm trying to do here. Second thing, here, the quantity of the goods, physically exists quantity of the goods, can compare with what? The ledgers. And you can, third procedure, you can perform NRV test. Right. And also one thing you can do, if you studied costing, you can do this. Standard cost per unit. Material cost, direct material, direct labor, direct overhead is prime cost. Production overhead is total production cost. Non-production overhead is total cost. Take total production cost, standard cost, production cost per unit. And we are doing stores ledger. In the stores ledger, inventory receipt, inventory issues, inventory balance. From there, we can identify what? Number of units. Multiply that number of units with the standard cost per unit equal to total. They ask like this. They ask inventory valuation. Question is correct. Venkat's doubt is, sir, they ask inventory valuation. So we should write only valuation, not with other things. Right. What I am trying to tell you is, right, here, what they mean here is not valuation assertion. They said how inventory is valued here. You understood? This is not an assertion specific question. That's why again and again I told you, when it comes to a standard case study questions, that is not a specific assertion question. Venkat is understood. They named it as inventory value. Okay. Right. And also you can compare the sales price over the time. Sales price trend analysis, sales price over the time. Right. And that can be compared with the demand also. Let's say one curve trend analysis, you scatter diagram, you can do, right? Sales, demand. If the sales and demand goes in the same direction, see, sales, demand. Fair enough. Sales, demand. Problem. Simple ARP. It's a simple ARP. To ensure the net realizable value is a best estimate or not, because it's an estimate. So compare the sales, actual sales with the budgeted sales, that we call flexible budget. Comparing flexed information with actual information. You might study this in PM, performance management. Budgeting, flexible budget. Actual figure, compare with flex information. Standard to actual. Compare these two to ensure the variance. If the variance is adverse, yes, the statement is correct. I budgeted unit is 100, actual sold unit is 50. Because of a demand reduction, actual is lesser than budgeted. So you can write all these procedures. Don't think assertion perspective now. Think always what perspective? Standard perspective. Students understood what I said. Are you comfortable with inventory now? It's a very basic standard. Is that clear, students? Is that clear? And second one is receivable. They are talking about receivables that include certain risk. Read. Try to write down the answers. So always think in risk response perspective. How are you going to solve a problem? How are you going to solve a problem? Because the problem is given here, not the element. So you can't just by heart and write here. Okay, you should solve it. Right? Okay, I thought of doing more standard based questions like case study based procedures. We'll do that also, because most of the students are telling like comparatively discomfort. Okay, so Saturday we are meeting again. Saturday we are meeting again. Tuesday we are meeting again. Thursday also we are meeting again. If possible, in between we'll meet one more day. In between we'll meet one more day to discuss substantive procedures. Okay. Okay, fine. With that point, I'll stop for the day. I have another lecture. Right. Are you comfortable with the sessions? Are you comfortable with that? And the complete marathon portion is covered. Right. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with my teaching? Is that clear? Understandable? Is that clear? Understandable? Oh my God. Sir, timetable. Sir. Okay, I'll review. Don't worry. Sir, study plan. Okay. Yeah, fine. I'll put a study plan. I'll share that with you all today. Okay. Today night I'll share a study plan with you. Like Excel, what you should focus for next few days. Right. With all the details, I'll put a study plan. Don't worry. Okay. Today night I'll share. For Indian, Sri Lankan, both students I'll share. Right. Fine. With that point I'll meet. Again we are meeting Saturday. Right. So I put a text and the links will be shared with respective people. Okay. Thank you. See you all.